And we are back with Clash of the Immortals, day 2 of the playoffs here. We're in the main event, AOL Iron Maiden. What's happening, my dude? How you doing on this day?
Yeah, I am doing excellent. I got fresh brewed coffee. I got backup fresh brewed coffee. We got some sick matchups going. Yeah, we're all espressoed up over here, aren't we, Boyd?
That's right. It's important to get your beverages sorted, get the popcorn in the bowl. It's going to be a long day of epic entertainment today. Yesterday, before we even jumped in, we had some pretty insane games. Was there any standouts for you yesterday, Maiden?
I wasn't really able to watch much yesterday because I was working, but I had, I was kind of working on one screen and trying to pay attention yesterday. I only caught, what was the very last series that EGC did? Why am I blanking?
Mosca Tiger Boss, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Yes.
It was fun, man. It was fun. It was, honestly, I wasn't able to watch it much, like I said, but all it did when the series ended, I was like, oh, like I want more, and
I
so
want more. Give me more.
Yeah, and so here we are. I've been waiting ever so patiently, ever so eagerly, in this very chair, honestly. Anyway, yeah. So I'm really stoked. Do we know who we're starting off with? Speaking of matchups, I'm pretty sure we do know who we're starting off with today.
Yeah, we do know who we're starting off with. We're going to be starting off with Magic versus Mini Yeti.
Mm-hmm.
So a very, very interesting matchup. We've got a kind of up and coming, new to the scene in Mini Yeti, and one of the most experienced Age of Mythology players out there, wouldn't you say, mate?
Mini Yeti?
Magic, the most experienced versus Mini Yeti, the newcomer to the scene. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yes, but Magic himself has played. Okay, here's the thing. Here's my take on this matchup, right? Mini Yeti, and we can already see their draft. We'll get into their draft here in just a second. But I learned recently that Mini Yeti is actually an Age of Empires 1 player. That's interesting.
Age of 1.
Yeah, it exists. There's an online. Anyway, he's an Age of Empires 1 player, and so I haven't watched a lot of his games, but since Retold came out, I've kind of seen his name. Now we're really seeing his name. He's up against Magic, in top 16 of this big event. So, to me, it seems like he can maybe bring a breath of fresh air, kind of a different perspective to the game compared to kind of the standard. I don't want to say standard, but I'm comparing that with Magic, who is, like you said, he's been around for forever essentially. And so even though Retold is a completely different game than old AOM, it's still he's still very established in his thinking of the game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
old versus
it's
new.
kind of old versus new, exactly. But man, one of the things that I think I'm most excited about here is what we saw from Mini Yeti in the qualifiers was a player who knows what he wants to do and just goes for it. There's no like, oh, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Maybe we'll do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No, he goes, no, this is the strat we're running with, and he goes and tries to just execute it really, really well. There's the confidence thing, which is, I don't know if this is something that's kind of we don't see very often or not, but with Mini Yeti, I know that he's going to be prepared. He knows what he's going to be wanting to do. Magic, on the other hand, he's a guy who's made a career out of just good decision making. Onwards and onwards. Every single time you watch him play a game, it's like you're never gonna. Whenever he loses, it's not because of a bad decision. It's because like the game sort of went one way, and maybe he got unlucky. Maybe something caught him by surprise, and he wasn't ready to like defend against it or something like that. But yeah, so you're gonna have this situation of Magic having to kind of really deal with someone just throwing something at him and trying to deal with it. But nonetheless, we're almost going to be jumping into the game, so not too much more harping on. Let's talk about the matchup. We got Zeus versus Loki on Ghost Lake, mate. What do you think?
I think that, I don't know, maybe in the back of my mind, I have Eric. I have people like Eric who are like, oh, Zeus sucks, and then everybody else, Norse OP. So if you listen to, chat, if you listen to Twitch chat, Discord channels, etc., This is going to be a complete blowout for Loki. I still think that there are plenty of options for Zeus with restoration and whatnot, but I don't know. It'll come down to, like you said, what these guys plan on just executing. Decisions to be made.
Exactly. Well, let's jump into it if it's ready there. First map, playoffs, Ghost Lake, Zeus versus Loki. Are we somewhat close? I'm not actually sure. Okay, looks like we're going to have a little bit of a remake just because something went wrong. So we can talk a little bit more about this. You already touched on this, that, you know, Zeus has got this restoration sort of thing going on. But on Ghost Lake, you might have to deal with, obviously, 2 gold mines in the main base, which kind of means that an early sort of restoration doesn't really change all too much. But what does come for Zeus, which is very, very powerful, is actually that underworld passage, which, you know, can be kind of scary as a Norse player, right? Because you've got this flaming weapons you want to use, or maybe like I guess you've got Walking Woods, which is less scary to use, but nonetheless, flaming weapons that can get clicked, and then all of a sudden the enemy units are just not there anymore. Do you see that becoming a thing in this game, or is this maybe not going to go that way?
I don't know. I think that in the past, players always went Underworld. They always went Apollo for Underworld. But I think in Retold, we're seeing so much more usage of Bronze. And I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe you know more about this regarding, is it a stats change? Is it a fact that you have just bigger armies, bigger populations? You can Bronze a Hydra, you can Bronze myth units, that sort of thing. Bronze is stronger, absolutely, compared to what it used to be. Is it stronger than a flaming weapons? Because there, you're right. That is a big question that Magic needs to answer, is what is the solution to flaming weapons? Because it's so strong. It's still so strong, especially with Loki. Yes, you can Underworld out of there. He could save Underworld for, I don't know, some type of gold starve aggression sort of thing, rather than flaming weapons. He could use Bronze to try and counter flaming weapons. So I don't know. There's a lot of options. I don't really lean one way in terms of Underworld and Bronze. Maybe a little bit Bronze, because it feels like it seems like Bronze is the easier value to get rather than an Underworld. An Underworld, you have to make something happen, whereas Bronze, it lasts for so long, you can just go and make something happen, whereas Underworld needs a little bit more execution, a little bit more finesse, you know?
Yeah, Bronze is the sort of just get a ball of dudes, click the button, hit A move, and just kind of go like this, right? A bit of a fingers crossed and hope. Whereas your Underworld is a little bit more strategically based. But in terms of potential, both have got potential off the charts to sort of make it work, so to speak. You did touch on like Legacy Bronze versus Retold Bronze a little bit there, Maiden. I think that the idea is that Bronze is in Retold is a area of effect god power on a small area, whereas Flaming Weapons is a global god power. So in order to get like max value in this specific matchup against Dionysus with Flaming Weapons, you're looking to get global pressure happening when you click Flaming Weapons. And that's going to be able to find advantages against Bronze, which, as you touched on, is a little bit stronger than Flaming Weapons just on that one usage, right? So there's ways around it. On the map Ghost Lake, there's a lot of room for movement with the middle of the map being all ice. So you can kind of make that sort of, both players can make that sort of thing happen where they're trying to pressure a specific area. But you can also make the converse happen where you're pressuring many different areas. I don't know where I was going with that, but yes.
Well, that's a fair point. But the trick with that is, if you're going to get value from that, like you said, that global value, let's call it, you have to play in that style. Whereas Bronze is more singular push, and Flaming Weapons, yes, you can. That is more guerrilla valuable, if you understand what I mean, all over the place. So I guess it's down to Mini Yeti to execute, like you said, execute his decision and try and force that singular push to get the value from Bronze, if he gets there.
Well, looks like we're going to be finding out very, very shortly exactly what's going to be happening in this one because we're getting into game number 1 right now where we've got in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color playing as Zeus. It is Mini Yeti, the 67th his opponent today in the red color, one of the veterans of Age of Mythology. He's been around winning a lot in his career, and we'll see if he can continue it right now. I said that completely wrong. Magic is on the right-hand corner playing as Zeus, and on the left-hand side, it is Mini Yeti playing as Loki. Getting confused by colors and things. Maiden, take it away.
Boyd has color dyslexia, people. Chromolexia is that dyschromlex? I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Welcome to the game, everybody. First things first. We were talking about gold mine potential. That's always, in my opinion, that's always the number one important thing on this map. We can see that it's a singular gold mine map in your base. The other, yeah, like Vodka just pointed out, the looking at blue magic, his gold mines pretty exposed there, Mr. Boyd. So,
Yes.
before the game started, this is this is like a triumphant gold mine on top of the hill. In terms of getting the heroic age causing problems for magic, playing against flaming weapons, I think that these gold mines are going to really make things difficult for him. That's where Mini Yeti can really get some value with a flaming weapons push on such an open gold mine. However, that also means that Magic potentially could have get a lot of value from his god powers at the same time. But there's a big but, and then I'll pass it over to Mr. Color Dyslexia. Look at that gold mine, dude. Look how forward that gold mine is. That is music to Eric BR's ears. Look how forward that thing is, man. You don't have a back gold mine, a second gold mine in your base, so an Athena rush looks like it could be crazy valuable, no?
Yeah. There's no room right now for Mini Yeti to play careful. He has to wait. No room for greed. Excuse me. That's what I mean. No room for greed. Mini Yeti's gold mine is out in the middle of nowhere. Kind of big sore thumbs. Now there's a big flag to Magic saying, "Excuse me, Magic, please attack me here." Mini Yeti is going to need to effectively ensure that he's spamming units out and try and defend this position. So, I mean, as a player, you look at this from the perspective of, okay, well, my opponent's got a big weakness here. How do I maximally exploit it? The simple solution is to just spam units onto it. But then if you extract that out even more and you say, well, maybe it's possible for the Loki player to defend if he just also spams units. Maybe there's some sort of, like you already said, some sort of movement god power wise, trying to get like the bronze, trying to get the underworld, maybe even trying to go for a lightning storm, maybe even doing something absolutely insane and grabbing a town center and saying, hey, you have to worry about gold mine. I'm just going to take a town center. Okay, but I think knowing Magic, he sees that and he is going to be trying to play some very aggressive gameplay. He's already getting himself hand axed.
Oh,
what does that mean?
Sorry. He's looking to go real aggressive, and he's getting an economic upgrade. Woo!
Well, okay, all right, man. What does this mean? What does it mean when he's getting an economic upgrade? It means that he is staying in the classical age, and he is going to be spamming buildings because he's not going to be going for a town center because he's not going to have those resources.
Yes. Okay. There we go. Okay, he's up at 4 minutes. He's already got the Minotaur headed across. Which did he get the Black Lotus? He got a relic. Jason picked up a relic real quick. I think it was Black Lotus. I think, and there's the first hoplite, the first military academy. There it is, Black Lotus. We'll see if that actually comes into play since it's a farm enhancement. You know what, Boyd? Oh, Minotaur going after the troll. What wins? I'm pretty sure the Minotaur wins, right?
Yeah. The Minotaur's going to be able to push forward here, and with a big headbutt, I don't think he has that up. He's going after a villager. This is a big bolt there as well onto the hearse. Mini Yeti going to have to work a little bit of his own magic here to make a hold. It looks like he's managed to prevent most damage there, wouldn't you say? I think he's completely fine, right?
Yeah. For now, yes. Even though he has that second hearse here out to kind of mitigate the Minotaur. I was going to say Restoration versus Healing Spring. It all comes down to execution by all means. In the past, I would say Restoration by a million miles. However, Healing Spring's a little bit better these days, and so trying to defend that forward gold mine, I don't know, man. It's troll. What
This is kind.
buildings? What?
Okay. Well, it kind of makes some sense, right? We were already
What?
talking about how Mini Eddie needs to spam units to hold this position, but if he forces some fights or forces, yeah, I guess fights up on this spot, at least he's not taking damage on his gold mine while he's sort of getting magic a little bit distracted. I mean, if he loses
Oh
those
my god.
buildings, that's obviously not very good, but it does kind of put another point of attack, another decision that Magic has to make. Uh,
Yes,
and yeah,
bro. I'm so stoked about this because it's like, where's Magic going to attack? Is it going to attack the gold mine? Probably is what he should do. But it's like a ploy. It's like a distraction. You know, he's like, well,
yep.
hello, there's a gold mine over here as well. Come and get me. And so let's see what Magic is going to do. Is he going to go chase that little side position if he even sees it, or is he just gonna, or is he gonna just defend his caribou?
I guess he's probably expecting some raids to come through. He's playing against Loki. It does take Loki somewhere. I mean, you already see the technology coming through Hall of Fame. This is the technology that you're generally waiting for with Norse before, or with Force City before you can actually start really getting that movement speed advantage and getting those raids in. Your Berserks get faster, your Hersa get faster, your Herdmen get faster. So Magic is probably waiting for those units to come, trying to catch those raids out, get value there, and then capitalize on that is my guess. But
Yeah.
I guess the longer he waits, the more almost the more powerful Mini Yeti is going to be feeling here. So I don't think Mini Yeti is worried about anything at the moment. Maybe he is. I'm not exactly sure. What do you think, Maiden?
Well, it kind of comes down to just kind of classic theory of Athena, using restoration on a second gold mine, on a forward exposed second gold mine. This is just classic gameplay against Norse. What I think Magic is doing here is that he didn't really get a lot of early initiative. Mini Yeti handled that really, really well. And so now Magic needs to hold on a second and kind of regroup, get himself a solid army so that he can keep those valuable hero and minotaur units alive, and then he can start push out and start threatening restoration, which we possibly could be seeing here.
You know, Magic, he sees this army. I'm not sure he really wants to fight. He's trying to pull back and get good positioning to start the fight off. These Tron Axemen are going to be really, really big, man. But Restoration is now popped. And Mini Eddie just says, all right, time to retreat back. We'll get out of here. Maybe engage afterwards. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. We'll just run away.
Oh my god, man. This is like he's losing his troll, he's losing some HP. What is that position of that healing spring? We got mini restoration mini restoration from a mini Yeti here with a little bit of mini micro going on at the same time. I don't like this fight, boy. His units were half dead after fighting the restoration for a little bit, and now he's just lost his entire army. It's 8 to 43, 6 to 43. Are you kidding me? Mini Yeti looked up. What?
Oh, that was a fast game there, Maiden. Oh my god, dominating. Before, like, Magic is just decisive. We were talking about how decisive maybe Mini Yeti was feeling in the qualifiers, but that was just, all right, let's go. And then Mini's like, okay, oh, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. We're dead. GG. Let's go next.
But wait, there's more. Like, wait, there's so much more left in that game. But wait, what the heck, dude? Like, okay, I know that Healing Spring is a mini restoration, but it's not strong enough to just take that fight. Are you kidding me? That was insane. Oh,
Yeah, I guess like the forward base. I think the plan there with the forward base was to get that army out of position, and he maybe Mini Yeti felt like he had Magic out of position, but then almost Magic did a little mini maneuver inside of it to get himself in arguably a good position. Restoration forces the retreat, and then on that pullback, you're just getting huge damage. So you can't really then turn around and
yeah,
fight after that. Maybe the better
yeah.
play would have been pull back into
Heal
the
up.
main base, drop Healing Spring, wait,
Yes.
allow that forward base to go down potentially, and rebuild and just keep playing a little bit longer. But
Hmm.
yeah, it obviously didn't work for Mini Yeti. A really, really strong start for Magic.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I expected, dude. Run away from restoration, go back into your base, even though a couple of the military buildings are not there yet, or are not there. Go back into your base, send your raiding cavalry out, maybe go try and raid, something like that. I don't know. But taking this fight was just a huge disaster. In terms of decision making, Mr. Boyd, Magic clearly made the better decision to continue pushing. That was a bad decision by Mini Yeti.
Yeah, taking that fight on the defense just does not quite work. But man, fast game one. Magic, he wants to get this one sorted out quickly. We're going in onto the next map, Alfheim here. This is, you're looking at the God picks here for Magic. I'm looking at the God picks for Mini Yeti. There was one game that's sticking out in my memory of a really well played game by Magic on Alfheim, which was Chronos versus Set, and it was the Misters Set. And Magic managed to really control that game really, really nicely. Now, I mean, maybe Magic's not going to want to pick Chronos against, say, Gaia or potentially even Uranus. Maybe not a good matchup. Maybe he is. I don't know. We actually do see him going for the Chronos. Wow. Wow. Okay. There you go. I was going to say maybe we're going to see a Ra was my more like maybe, but then again, do you want to pick Ra into Atlantean? I don't know. So it doesn't matter because we're going to be seeing Chronos versus Gaia Maiden. What do you think about this one? This is kind of a difficult matchup for Cronus, in my opinion.
Well, yes. I'm not super. Let's see. What did? Okay, wait. What did he think? What did Magic think Mini Yeti was going to pick? Because he's either playing against Set or un-Atlantean. So yeah. Did he expect Atlantean? I think I recall the same game that you're talking about, or maybe it was a similar game. Maybe I feel like I'm remembering a Chronos game of Magic's on Alfheim. I feel like it was against Isis though. Maybe it was against Rappel's Isis. That feels like it's ringing a bell.
That's coming back to me as well. Yeah.
Well, anyway, his execution was just chef's kiss. Fish kiss. It was so beautiful. And so it's like, yeah, maybe if he plays against Set, I think I would really favor Magic's Chronos pulling that off. However, against Gaia, dude, I don't know. You play a lot more Atlantean these days. Chronos against Gaia. Yeah. I don't know. I want to say that it's just Gaia because of how solid and strong her eco is, how difficult it can be to kill her, but I don't know. People seem to pull off things with Chronos that I completely don't expect. So I'm not the expert here.
Okay, so I'll do some mini theory crafting because there were some recent changes that affected both of these gods, but one more so than the other, and that was Rhea. Rhea got a really big rework / buff, and I think that really helps out Cronus in this matchup because the hard part is dealing with Bite of the Shark Murmillo and just like lots and lots of infantry units. Because you can't really build the Kyra Ballister a whole lot. Terma exist. They kill off those really easily. Life gets challenging. But with Rhea, you now get yourself access to Mail of Orichalcos, which is now boosting up your infantry hack armor, I believe. And that can be enough to level the playing field. But even saying that, you've still got the boosted Gaia economy. Gaia's also still got Thea with the Dryads. So there's a lot of sort of landmines to avoid in the matchup. Especially also Gaia Lush, which can make life very, very tricky as well, giving that health back to the Gaia army if you fight on that. So Cronus wants to be aggressive, but Gaia wants to be defensive. So you're like, well, this is it's going to be a challenging one. I'm really excited to see what Magic is going to cook up for us here. But Mini Yeti's got to be happy about playing Gaia here.
Well, having said that, Boyd.
Yep.
Kyra Ballista also are stronger than they used to be.
They are. Yes, they did get a big boost.
Well, so having said that, I had Soup stream up just a couple of minutes before.
Me too.
Okay, he was playing. I was only listening and eating breakfast, blah, blah, blah. But I heard him talking at the end of a game. He was playing against Tunison. Tunison, what was that? I think it was against Norse. I think he was playing whatever into Norse. I know that Norse is not the same as Gaia, but still, you're talking about infantry, you're talking about Bite of the Shark.
Yeah.
And Soup, the army composition that Soup was talking about, he was praising. Suffice it to say, he was praising Kyra Ballista. And so, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's maybe a little bit of this comes down to execution. Magic, I think that there is maybe if you agree with Soup, that there's plenty of options for Kronos to fight against Gaia. I think ultimately the economy is going to probably dictate how this game goes because it's on Alfheim. Alfheim,
Mm.
I'm, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know if there's a lot of aggression that Kronos can actually put onto Gaia to close it out early. So
There
I
are
think that
the two
Eco,
types of Alfheim maps, right? So you have a very you
yeah,
see the
true,
one that's on the picture, right? Or the thing. This is a type of map that is the really defensive map with all the cliffs kind of blocking off areas with the forests. And then you have
yeah,
the other type of Alfheim where all the cliffs are sort of around the outside. If you get the cliffs around the outside variant, I would expect to see Magic try and be pretty aggressive,
true,
right?
true.
But if the cliffs aren't there, then I would expect just to see Mini Yeti say, "Great, we'll give the Kronos the tiniest advantage given the mana boost to Kronos that allows you to build buildings faster, get that town center up a little bit quicker. We don't mind as the Gaia. We'll grab our town center in a normal pace, but also then get all of our economic upgrades, then go heroic age, then just have more resources and try and overwhelm." Um, but I guess to go back to the touch on how good Caraballists are now, there is some world where going for Caraballist at Terma could be a real good option for Magic because you have, well, what beats Caraballist at Terma? What beats Terma? Terma. So you can get both, and there's not going to be a easy way to break through that, I guess. But then you have no pushing powers to Chrono. So there's a big I don't.
Prometheans.
Yeah, Prometheans could be an interesting thing to mix in for sure. So lots of
And
little things that can go on here.
I think I honestly, I've seen Soup have a lot of success with his style of Chronos. I'm a believer, man. I'm a believer. It comes
Yeah.
down to a little bit of a style and execution and whatnot. But but I think I don't know. I think that Guy is the safe pick, and Kronos could be really strong here if you're able to pull off kind of the vision, the Soup vision.
Supervision. Well, he's definitely the best Kronos that we've seen recently, right? Like, if you're going to learn how to play Kronos, he's a guy to go watch. Magic's going to show us his version. I mean, if it's going to be anything like it was a couple of months ago in, I don't know, Genesis or, Wrath of the Gods, Magic was going for the early fast second town center and playing from there with Kronos, which has been very popular. But, I mean, matchups change the way that you change the strategies that you go for and all that stuff. But yeah, I guess it just depends on what he's seeing right now in the matchup. It is Alfheim. Points and weaknesses can be very differently. And
Well,
I mean,
we'll
even
find
then,
out.
even saying all that, Maiden, there is like a late game advantage, slight late game advantage for Cronus with time shift, which we haven't really touched on.
Well, after how fast game one was, I can take
Yeah.
a long late game two. I'm okay with
Yes,
that.
please. We'll take
Fair
a
enough.
late game. We both guys boom up. We'll have like a 40-minute, 50-minute game. It's going to be great. But we're going to be getting into game number 2 right now on the map, Alfheim. Spawning in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Kronos. This time is Magic. And on the left-hand corner of the map, we do have Mini Yeti playing as Gaia. And Maiden, I'm looking at the mini map, and we have got ourselves a very defensive Alpha.
Yes, but there's another big booty but. Look at the gold mine positions. Look at the town center positions. Yes, Mini Yeti on the defensive side of things in the red. Yes, he has one town center tucked by on the bottom side. He's got that one settlement tucked down in there. Yes, you can take that safely. Yes, but what does that give him? A little bit of farming real estate, a little bit of that tiny tree line. Everything else, all the resources are just crammed into the center here. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I think that Mini Yeti in game one and now in game two, I think he kind of got map screwed a little bit. What do you think about that statement?
Map screwed? Never. Yeah, the maps are perfectly balanced, and there's never anything that can go wrong in that sort of side of things.
Not
um,
I don't mean like map screw as in,
I,
oh, it's a bugged map. I mean a disadvantageous map.
yeah, there is a little bit of that going on here, but both players are kind of locked off from their own towns, and are both players of third town center, I should say. There's forests in the way, so yeah, the both second close town centers don't really have anything close to them. I would expect them to not get picked up here. Realistically speaking, there's not a whole lot that can be done from the Gaia side to deny a far second town center from Magic. So if Magic wants to grab a forward town center here, right in the center of the map, he can, and he can take access to all of the resources around there with one or two walls. Mini Yeti, on the other hand, arguably can do the same thing, but he has to play into it with a very specific opening, and that is Hero Citizen. So, like, the big weakness, obviously, is that the big thing you have to be worried about is Prometheans coming through. How do you kill those? Well, Hero Citizen, they can shank back, maybe hold on that, but yeah, it's
Speaking of a shank,
we're gonna see some. Oh, is he? Oh, I thought he was gonna walk over there and shank it down, but no.
oh, I think he was thinking about it, dude, because he's got vision. He sees a temple coming in.
Is this a really quick advance time for Magic here?
Let's see, 3:30. Yeah, pretty fast.
It's pretty quick. Mini Yeti's going for the
Prometheus.
420, it looks like, or even later.
Nice.
Jeepers. This is really, really greedy, but are you going to get any damage done against the Gaia heroes? Part of the strategy here, we saw it quite a lot from Mister and Rappel and Recon with Gaia, was to just heroize all your citizen when these sort of attacks come in, and then those myth units, they can't do anything. So maybe this is Mini Yeti's plan. He's got a little bit of resources in the bank. He can slowly start converting those units. The construction to come down on the temple up the top here to delay any sort of carnivora.
Carnivora.
Sorry, Galadriel.
There we go. Okay. I think that
I get those confused. They both start with C. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, Boyd struggles with C words. But as we see the Prometheans get a little bit of damage here. Nothing too intense, honestly. This isn't very scary. Not a lot of hero citizens like you mentioned before. Ooh, no hero citizen here, actually. Boyd, but the guy Lush is just gonna heal those suckers back up, no problemo. This is nothing scary, honestly. Mini Yeti can chill.
Yeah, and Magic's just going for the back town center here, Maiden. This is a little bit. I would say this is a little bit safe for Magic.
Yes.
You could definitely just go to the much better forward town center. Maybe it's a little bit far from his base, but the one on the south, the one on the north, it doesn't really matter which one. Yeah, both are very, very good. Cutting the map in half. Maybe he's scared of like an all-in from the Gaia, a whole bunch of military. We are actually seeing military buildings here for Mini Yeti. So I guess he's making a good call after all.
Interesting. Excellent. Perfect vodka. Keeping an eye on that TC going up. Excellent. Honestly, I'm not, and the TC is completed. Yeehaw. I'm not a huge fan of the 2 TC play here, man. Maybe. But the resources just aren't. I think that kind of opens the door up for Mini Yeti to find some value, because he's going, you know, he's not going for a town center himself. I wonder if that's what Magic expected. I wonder if Magic expected him to go for, you know, Gaia. Of course, Gaia going to go for Eco, going to go for 2 TC. I'll just match it and do my thing. I'll have, you know, eventually more myth units or more this, or but I don't know really what the idea is. But yeah, I guess this isn't too bad of a position here in terms of resources, but still, it's not that great, man.
I mean, it kind of just looks like Magic is in what maybe we call tournament mode. This is him being very cautious, just trying to ensure that he doesn't lose to any sort of like just straight up eco problems, and he's going to just try and outplay from this position. Mini Yeti here, if he is going to play this, how well he was playing and how good his decision making was in the qualifiers right now, he's going to do a lot of damage with this one town center sort of idea. He's getting Murmillos, which is going to be really tough to deal with. The Terma are going to be countering these Takara Ballister, so Magic can't really build those at the moment. They're very expensive, and the Terma are going to clean them up. So he's going to be in for a lot of trouble here. However, Magic is already out on exposed food, and Mini Yeti is allowing this. He needs to be cutting this sort
Yes.
of stuff off and keeping magic in his base. One other idea here, Maiden, which is a little bit wild, but Dire
Ooh.
Forests to start locking magic's base off here. If you go down to the south of the map, the south
Oh.
exit where that one forest is, maybe at some point here, the very of the blue base, you'll see that uh, you can drop the southeast exit. It doesn't matter. But you could drop some forest down there, lock off that bottom, and then just stay at the very top here. As we do
Yeah.
see the army coming through, going to be able to prevent at least one villager from getting away here. Good snipe there from Mini Yeti. Every little bit here matters. And a wasted valor as well. It's
Oh.
kind of interesting, but yeah. Great damage here from Mini Yeti. Magic knows what's coming for him now, though.
Yes, true. I think what I now realize what Vodka was showing earlier, looking at the oracles. The vision of magic. I don't think that magic really knew what Mini Yeti was doing. I can't remember if. Thank you, Vodka. I don't know if he saw the military buildings or not. But like I mentioned, his oracles,
one.
magic's oracles, were not in position on settlements or resources. They're just chilling there, getting favor, right? And so I don't know if he expected the military from Mini Yeti.
Yeah, I mean, Magic is a player, and you can listen to him. He gives his thought process a lot. Great content. But he's a player who is very much. He knows the game at such a deep level that sometimes you can just get away with not scouting. So I'm sure he knew to some degree what was coming for him here. But
Yeah,
now it's
fair.
confirmed, and those Caraballas here he's got to be so careful with. They get one hit by that amount of Terma. It's a lot of resources there.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so speaking of that, look at Magic's army now, okay? Yes, the Carballista are, they're fragile, okay, whatever, but he's got the upgraded Prometheans. Excuse me, he's got the upgraded Prometheans out. He's got 4 oracles generating favor. Okay, it's a little bit light in terms of oracle numbers, in my opinion. Soup would be up at 10 oracles at this point in time. Anyway, I think that Magic is starting to close the window on Mini Yeti. I think that there's still plenty of potential for Mini Yeti to get value with those awesome Bite of the Shark Mamillo, plus the Goldmine position. But still, there's a market as a potential. I think that window of opportunity is closing. He hasn't really found a lot of value. Yes, he got that citizen kill, but he hasn't really found a lot of value going 1 TC.
Yeah, I kind of think he should be trying to pressure that bottom gold mine in the base of Magic at the moment. But to some degree, I don't think Mini Yeti is on like that much of a timer. In fact, I think he can kind of just wait. I think he can just wait for Magic to finish up on this gold mine and take a big fight. Like he's got to have to make himself. He's getting this upgrade heroic. I've just forgotten the name of it, but he's getting that upgrade, which makes his Murmillo cheaper. Murmillo here is cheaper. Now he's going to convert them. His army is going to be very, very powerful here against what Magic is making. Micro is going to be important, but Mini Yeti here looks like he's going for a big attack. This one might be a little bit too overzealous, but we'll see how he's going to go.
There we go. That's one Carballista down, man. The other 2, what is it called? Carnivora to take out the, what are they called? The Carballista. This is not a bad engagement for Mini Yeti here. It's a little bit overzealous, maybe, fighting under the town center, but this is possibly a really good fight for him to take to deplete the numbers of Magic here. But
he's got to be getting this. He's getting some good damage done, and this is going to force Magic to spend some resources. At this point, I think Mini Yeti can just take this win, retreat back, and start looking for that gold staff setup.
Hey, indeed. Well, still, look at the citizen number difference, 70 to 44, man. And you got a market. You have a market in the classical age.
You do have a market.
Yes, you do. Okay. You have a market in the classical age, so he is able to sell some of those extra resources that he's getting in from all the citizens. He is able to sell those and stay alive. So this, I mean, I agree with you that the timer is not necessarily the same, but it's not the same as it used to be because you have the market potential.
Yeah. So the one thing here that I know that Magic is really good at, and this is going to be the tricky part for Mini Yeti to play around, which is why I was talking about trying to block the path off at the bottom of the map. What Magic's amazing at is these movements from bottom to top to bottom, while the army of the opponent is sort of just trying to get around there and dealing with that sort of stuff. I have this feeling that this is where this game is going to go, and it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse sort of situation. And like you say, Magic has got the economic lead here, but he hasn't converted that lead into a military lead just yet. So there's a little bit of worry here, and you can already see he's on the bottom gold mine as well, with a couple of blue dots on that position. As you do see the mana getting taken down at the top, but Magic is getting what he needs here, and this is exactly what Mini Yeti needs to do, setting up a wall here and preventing citizens from sneaking through.
Indeed. He also, I love that he dropped that forward grain or economic guild, so he also gets the lush as well. And we do have heroic coming in, so maybe he wants to wait to take an engagement before, or so that he can maybe combine Myth Unit God. But it's just his heroic capabilities got Rhea coming in. Like you predicted, a little bit of an engagement here, boy. But the Kairos are looking fairly safe because there's a lot of Mermillo and Prometheans as a front line.
I'm a little bit surprised to see this one, Maiden, because like at this point, this is the moment he needs military units. Right now, the village, Mini Yeti, he's going to the heroic age, he's going through Rhea. I'm a bit surprised on the Rhea as well, but nonetheless, he needs military units right now. This is 1,300 resource he can't really be affording to spend, but we'll see if he can win these fights here. At this point, there's micro to snap down the Carabalster, but it's not very much here, Maiden.
Yeah, indeed, dude. Let's see who has Bite of the Shit. It's Red who has Bite of the Shark. Okay. I was gonna say the Merms are pretty sick, forcing that whole army back with Red, but it's actually Red with the Bite of the Shark Mermillo. And he's, like you said, he's the one that wants to be putting on pressure here, but he's retreating all the way back to his berries. Another Carnivora coming in. That's gonna force Magic back.
I mean, Mini Yeti's still got a 1,000 resource advantage in the military right now, but he doesn't really have any Carabalster out. I'd love to see a couple of those. Now he's getting Arcus out, which, while they're decent against everything that Magic's building, it do take a while to sort of build up and get the numbers that really feel impactful.
Yes. Okay. However, turn on the Cairo.
Love that.
Oh, he converted one. Yo, that's one way to get Cairo Ballista out. Just steal him from your opponent.
Exactly. And I think this fight here is going to go Mini Yeti's way ever so slightly. Yep, heroes for those. Not really that many Prometheans, but doesn't really have the heroes.
Bro, what is happening here? We're talking so much about Magic's decision making. What kind of a decision was this? He fought under the Carnivora. The Terma are just sniping his Kairos one by one. Is this not a bad fight? I mean, sure, it's he's able to produce, and ultimately Mini Yeti has to go back and regroup. But still, that was not a good fight for Magic to take, man. Maybe he has the ego to support it, but still.
Not a good fight for him to take, but any fight that he's taking which isn't on his gold mine should be fine for him, right? Like, he's still getting all of his income. You double the income right now, which means any units he loses are going to get reproduced twice as many as what Mini Yeti can produce. We're now seeing his own heroic age coming through. He also chooses to go through Rhea. I was already surprised to see a Rhea from Mini Yeti. I'm not surprised to see it from Magic, though.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
I guess he has the. He's now got the. What do you call this thing? A behemoth to break through the position. Those walls aren't going to mean anything to him. And now he's on top of the gold mine, and this is what Mini Yeti's been setting up for the entirety of this game.
Yeah. Here we go. Can Magic hold here? Maybe his economy. He's up at his citizen limit, basically. Maybe his eco is strong enough to just spam his way. This is the only gold mine he has. This is why I was worried about Magic losing so much army, because he only has this one gold mine left over. Yes, he still has the market. Yes, he can maybe do a little front switch, possibly. But Rhea's not gonna... Oh! Maybe Rhea is gonna give him a big power swing with the stealing that behemoth, man. But is it gonna be enough to hold the gold?
Yeah, it's just a nice trader onto the behemoth. All of those Arcus now are sort of targeting down a behemoth. There's 2 more behemoths to come for Kronos here. Magic is now, for the first time in this game, getting a population lead here, but the military resource value is still slightly favoring Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti needs to win this fight. If he loses this fight, the game is effectively Magic's for the taking, as I mean, those Termor are still doing great to take down the Caraballister on the back, but he's and a great Carnivora there as well. This is very, very tense at the moment.
I agree! I'm freaking out over here. Is this gonna be the conclusion of the series? Or is Mini Eddie gonna live to play one more game? The behemoths are down, boy. The Kairos are... He's doing a good job mitigating the Kairos. Magic has got to keep those suckers alive, man, and he's doing a good job. He's kind of doing a good job trying to heroize him, but it kind of... Look, bottom left corner of your screen. Look at the snipers. You said how the Arcus, it takes time to get those numbers up. The numbers
time is here now.
Up. Yes!
The time is here, and guess what, Maiden? The other thing here is this gold mine is almost expired. The longer this fight goes on, the closer Magic, and he has to leave, the closer Magic gets to getting gold stuff. He's managed to sneak a gold mine, quote-unquote a gold mine at the top of the map, or below? No, it's at below this position, and going to the top of the map there with a palace. This is what Magic is so good at, but we've also got Mini Eddie doing exactly the same thing there.
It's a palace war. Oh boy. Who's gonna... And they both have 3 citizens building it each. Oh, that's so exciting.
Oh, but there's the big destruction.
No
and also, one big thing here, Maiden, is when the game gets to this position, there's nowhere forward for Magic's economy. Mini Yeti, every second that passes by here, he's going to be catching up on villagers. He was down by 50 population before. Now he's only down by 30-ish, right? So it's still very, very scary here for Magic, even though he's got that economy going for himself.
Yes, good point. Okay, here's the thing. Whew, I'm starting to sweat, boy. Oh boy. Oh, really, boy. Okay. Speaking of Murmillo, okay, strong Murmillo, right? Those things are heavy, as we can see already. I don't know if that's... it's a little bit sketchy because of all the snipers that Mini Yeti has. And oh my god, he can maybe just sit on that gold mine and just snipe his way to victory. Possibly. Who has the advantage right now, man? Is it an equal-ish game? It's hard for me to tell. Heavy archers for Magic as well, but he's struggling for gold.
It's the hard part right now is there's a palace here, but the good thing here for Mini Eddie is he can just stay outside of the range of this and just keep on firing. He's also got a couple of destroyers to come in and tank, which means now Magic has got a micro really, really well to get damage. I guess so too is Mini Eddie.
Oh my god, dude, look at all those idle citizens. The economy advantage is completely nullified because Gaia's eco is Gaia's eco, and it's working this whole time. Magic has the citizen numbers still by a little bit. He has the citizen numbers, but they're not working. It doesn't even matter, honestly. Mini Yeti can push this to a third game.
Yeah, and now Mini Yeti's got 2 town centers as well. It's giving him extra population. Magic, however, he's up to full population now. I think he's got to be kind of fine, right? I think there's going to be another Carnivora to be used, though, for Mini Yeti, but Mini Yeti needs tech.
He does need tech. Yes, I think he is okay. He's kind of okay, but he's only kind of okay. I think that, Magic, by all means, Magic's been in, he's seen this before. He's this ain't his first rodeo, so he's completely fine. But is he? He's jumping from gold to gold to gold. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 4th gold mine that he's been mining from, dude. That's kind of the struggle of Mini Yeti, is that there's so many gold mines that he needs to kick Magic off of. It's cat and mouse. This is exactly what you predicted.
And I guess the other thing is now the map is getting cut off in a really, really weird way. We've got a town center, we've got a palace, we've got all the half of Mini Yeti's army fighting on one position, half trying to hit a palace on the bottom here as well. The destroyers here in a fantastic spot, but Magic microing really well there. And there's no destroyers on this palace. A Carnivora is going to be a big help, but those units need to be hitting Magic's army here.
Yes. This is so... Dude, this palace is so clutch. I think that Mini Yeti could maybe sandwich all those Arcus right now, but the palace kind of forces him to stay underneath there. What just happened? Did he just convert? He traded an Arcus?
I've got no idea. I've got no idea, Maiden.
Okay, whatever. The sandwich has begun, man. The sandwich has begun. The Arcus numbers are dropping. It's 80 to 50 population, 76 to 48. Okay, the palace is still up, but there's only a couple of citizens here that are weak to actually repair it and keep it alive. Bro, that Carnivora might be able to do it. What does Magic just continue throwing citizens forward? Are you kidding me?
Well, guess what, Maiden? For the first time in this game now, well, I suppose too soon. For the first time in this game now, Mini Yeti is actually in the lead on the economy. He's got the lead in the military. He has been playing this game in such a strategical, tactical, aggressive way, and Magic is just not able to hold it together. Bottom of the map, palace set up. Gold mine down there as well. He's got an eye on it, but will he notice these villagers going for a sneak? We've seen this time and time in tournaments of players managing to keep their hopes of winning a game alive by just going to a gold mine that just doesn't seem to be possible to get to. But it looks like now Mini Yeti is going to be moving down to the bottom side of the map. Magic needs to get himself back up to full population. Though Mini Yeti can grab a third town center. He could go to the Mythic Age. He can do whatever he wants. Now we see that guy for us. I wanted to see this yonks ago, Maiden. This is the idea. This is really, really cool. He can start blocking these sort of positions off beautifully.
Oh, dude. He's even blocking them from a retreat while he's sniping on the other side. Man, this guy's been at sniper school. Great job by Mini Yeti, man. I love it.
Yeah, and Mini Yeti is in the lead on the score. He's in the lead in military. He's got the full center of the map. Third town center coming up as well. This game has been just I want to say, I want to go as far as to say this is like a masterpiece from Mini Yeti in just identifying huge potential weaknesses in this map and in this position, and then just going full send, full commit on the strategic idea. It looked dangerous for a long time here, but now Magic has really got to find something here to pull himself back into this game.
Indeed, indeed. He is just hanging on by a thread. Vodka, when you get a second, down on the south bottom corner, it looks like Magic has successfully snuck some citizens way down there. I think that Mini Yeti might have had a wall, though. Has it been spotted?
He did have a wall. He did have a wall. It was sniped, but there's an oracle there to see exactly what's happening. I'm sure there's going to be units getting sent down there very shortly.
But look at the mini map. Look at the mini map. It's kind of hard to tell. That blue doesn't really pop on the gold mine.
It's kind of true. There's a couple of Arcus going down there, and he's got to push off the top. This is nice here from Magic to try and distract around both sides. But the next part here for Mini Yeti, I'm sure he's only got 10 villages on food right now. He's not really spending that much food. But this probably just means there's going to be a Mythic Age coming through pretty quickly. Actually, no, it is not. He's going for heavy Contarius and wall upgrades. Mini Yeti says, Mythic Age,
yeah.
I don't need that. I'm just gonna keep sending it, because why not?
No. Mythic would be a mistake here, because what is it gonna do? What is it gonna use? What value would Mythic give him? That's 2,400 resources that he could otherwise spend in exactly what he's doing. He's already winning the game. He just needs to close it out. And I don't think that waiting a couple of minutes and thousands of resources is the answer to it. If anything, he just needs to take another town center, get more population to have more army all around the map, controlling the map. That's my call.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, you've got to spend your resources. So much snipes to clean up the rest of those. Magic is in the main base of Mini Yeti. He's trying to assert some multitasking to try and make Mini Yeti cause mistakes here at this point, basically, is what Magic's trying to do. But when you're doing these sort of things, the risk is so high of your army getting caught out and you're just losing everything. We'll see. We'll see if he's going to manage to make something happen here. But I'm sure a fourth town center has got potential here for Mini Yeti, and once all that population gets filled up, it's almost impossible to win against that army.
Yeah, exactly. He's already succeeding. Dude, let's see, what is it? The chess quote, you dropped this quote last week, something about, when you're ahead, get further ahead. I think that Mythic would be too big of a step forward, whereas he just needs to keep, marching forward instead of jumping forward. And the town center, just doing exactly what he's doing, he'll be able to close out this game, man.
Yeah, he's got those destroyers in as well. If he gets maybe, 4 more, he can now start thinking about just walking in and just killing off that second town center of Magic and just forcing him out of this game.
Oh yeah. Man, Magic is a fighter though, dude. He's a fighter! So he's not giving up. One could argue maybe he could or should give up. But the Cantarius, if the Cantarius don't work, then I think that's a bye-bye. I think that's game 3.
More Gaia Forest to come down to try and lock up that top spot. I love it. I love it. A great sort of transition here for Magic, though. He's going into Contarius. This obviously completely counters the Arcus normally in an open space, but on a map like this with all these walls set up, it's going to be really, really hard to get any solid engagement and actually pull units off. The Arcus is going to be carrying still through even on this moment.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Magic can maybe use a deconstruction. Boom, deconstruction. He can maybe jump in there, take out the palace, and it's like you said. The Arcus are going to struggle to kind of defend this position without a front line like destroyers and Nerms, something like that.
There is Atlas on the way though, and this could be the end of Magic's army completely here. He's got 0 gold in the bank, mind you.
Yeah.
So if he loses his army, he can't get another one. It's going to be very, very tough. I don't know if he started a trade route or not, but this is a pure gold control. Arcus in a fantastic position. Ontarius getting absolutely melted. And I don't see anything left here for Magic in this game.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The end is nigh, friends. Look at the score, 50k to 30k. Numbers are dropping, 146 population, 0 on gold for I don't know how long. An implode. At this point in time, there's going to be nothing to implode.
Yeah, that's right. There's going to be nothing. You could implode citizens, right? Drop that onto the main base. All the villagers get sucked in and get taken down. I love this here. The Arcus raid into the main base just to say, Magic, I got some more units over here. Can you deal with these? He's going to turn around and start shanking there. He's a fighter, mate. He is a fighter.
Man, I think Magic wanted that 2-0 to kind of make a statement as one of the favorites to be in the finals, if not win the game. And there we go.
Citizen's going to be getting melted in the main. Look at that citizen count getting... Actually, not that big. 6 citizens going down. 6 population of citizens. Boom, brutal.
Well, I mean, okay. What else should we really talk about here? Because Magic has literally been just exploded. His main base, his eco's exploded.
Oh, he lost a lot of manas, so he's gonna have to get those back up, which costs gold as well, mind you. And now we have access to fire siphons for Mini Yeti, so he can just really rip down these buildings if he wants to. This is the trader. He gets traded back. And everybody gets a little bit of acid spit here. Look at the unit. Okay, we've got a game number 3, mate, and this is what we were hoping for. I mean, you always want the best for the players, but realistically, we want the best for us. We want as many games as we could possibly get. That game was it. That was so sick.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. When Mini Yeti was just chilling with his initial army in the middle of the base, and Magic's just tootling over on his deer, just eating the deer like no problemo, I was like, bro, you're walking on thin ice here, sunshine. He's gonna have to make something happen. Mini Yeti did make something happen, man. I think that it took him a second to really get those punches flying, but once they started flying, oh buddy, they started flying. That was great, man. That was really great. Really well done.
It's such a risk, right? This is where this style that Mini Yeti is displaying it. Sometimes you don't see it too often from these top players because it is risky, right? Like if one thing went wrong for Mini Yeti in that game plan, one really bad engagement, 1 minute too much on a gold mine there, then man, Magic wins this game, like without a doubt. But
Yes.
I think he orchestrated this beautifully. This fight under the town center was a question mark for me for a second, but as soon as the Carnivora drops down on the Cairo Baluster and there's not really anything to deal with these Bite of the Shark and the Miller, you go, I don't care about a town center at this point in the game. I got the units, I got the composition. We'll get some value pulled back, force Magic to stay in the classical age, and all of a sudden you've got a lot of problems coming in this one.
Yeah. I honestly, as we just saw in that clip, that Carnivora actually took out 2 freaking Carballista, dude. Are you kidding me? When every individual Cairo is valuable and you get 2 from a reusable god power like that, that's so sick, man. I think that Mini Yeti did a pretty good job keeping those Cairo Ballista mitigated. Like he forced Magic, as we just saw right here. He forced Magic to use the Valor to try and save the Kairos. Boom! He just picked off 2 right there as well. That's pretty much the story here. Is that the Kairos were mitigated, and that allowed Mini Yeti to just continue fighting, continue fighting, continue fighting. And like you said,
Yeah.
yes, it was risky, and if he lost one of those fights, he's going to lose the game. And this is exactly what we're seeing right here. But again, keeping those Cairo numbers down were clutch.
And it was just so close.
Yes.
This is on a knife's edge for the entirety of the game. That Valor, you wouldn't think using a Valor, such a big god power, heroic age god power on a human unit is like something you like goes through your mind. But a Karo Ballista, that's 200 plus resources. That's
Yeah.
like converting like 2 Sphinx, right? Like that's super value.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, plus in the previous clip we saw that Carnivora picking off 2 Kairos, plus
Yeah.
forcing a Valor on the 3rd one to even stay alive. Just key to victory, dude. Cairo numbers.
Okay, here's the honest part. You were looking at that fight right there, and it did kind of look like the game was going into Magic's hands. But
Yes.
something I don't know. Maybe it was the Arcus numbers were able to come through, and this
Yes.
tech, which I was actually questioning in the moment, turned out to be 100% correct. Get to the heroic age, get those Arcus out, and all of a sudden, like what can the Chronos player do? You don't really want to build Terma, do you? At that point in the game, so now you have to go heroic age yourself to get your own Arcus or get your own Contarius, and by that stage, Mini Yeti had just started really getting damage done. He's killing off all the army. This trader was beautiful for Magic to give himself a little bit more time, but in the end, just didn't do that much.
hmm Well, I think what I wonder might have been a problem for Magic. I wonder if he had a sick eco. Like, look at his resources. He's not floating a ton of resources, and he has some imbalance in his army or in his economy. But I wonder if this might have been an issue where he had the eco, but he didn't have the production. Because Ragnarok's made a comment in chat about how every fight should be good for Magic because he's so far ahead in economy. And I think that is an apt statement to make. However, if you don't have the production to take advantage and utilize all that extra economy, then it's kind of mitigated, honestly. And I think that's partially why Mini Yeti was able to continue fighting for so long. Is I think maybe Magic had like look at his resources right now. Look at Magic's resources right now. Hundreds and hundreds of each resource in the bank, and he's not quite
Uh,
popped.
I think I could be wrong. I think Magic have at least 7, 8 military buildings at this specific moment. I think
Okay,
so.
okay.
I'm not sure. I think he was just strapped for gold the entire time, right? Like he was producing nicely, but he's just couldn't. Like he's got tons of food because where else can he put his villages? He's got tons of wood. Well, I, I, I don't. I don't see Magic as a player who is making like those sorts of those sorts of mistakes. I think this is literally just a strategic game, and this is the sort of positions that sort of happen when you play like.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. I mean, ultimately, his switching, map switchings, front switching, really kept him
Yeah,
alive for at least 10 minutes longer than anybody else would have been. So,
100%. Yeah,
well,
I love the cat and mouse that Magic does. Like he's so good at it, and it makes it so entertaining. And with this, like if Mini Eddie just makes one big mistake, or not even a big mistake, one small mistake here, Magic just wins because of the position he managed to get from the early game. But
uh,
Aiden, it's 1-1 now. We're going to be going in onto the map Step. This is a new map with the Chinese DLC. It's going to be Ra versus Uranus. Thoughts?
I'm on a high from that Alfheim game. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with this map. There's not
Yeah.
much to be familiar about, but if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking about resource positioning. I think that I'm thinking about resource positioning. Is Sphinx play all that decent against Tyrannos? Are we gonna
Okay.
go
So
more?
Let,
Go.
let's touch on resource positioning first. So
Yes.
all of the Chinese maps are like this. Every single one of the competitive Chinese maps have got a theme of resources are around the outside of the map. You've got a little bit of hunt in the middle for Step, but the gold mines are on the outside, the wood is on the outside, the town center's on the outside, the relics are on the outside. So this means that you're going to have this huge space in the center of the map, which oftentimes goes like, it's not that important, right, to secure resources, which means there's going to be some strategic positioning where you might be able to randomly put up a forward base and then be able to attack a main base with something, right? So that's the unique part about Step. In terms of the Sphinx play against Uranus, I've seen it work. I've seen it fail. So execution-wise, yeah, and work for both sides. It's a tough matchup on both sides if that's the way that it happens, because you've got to make really good decisions the entire way through.
The reason I mentioned Sphinxes is just because I've only seen this map a couple of times, but I think that, I mean, obviously the middle is really open, and so I think there's a lot of options for Sphinx to get in and start to find some value. There is some walling potential around the edges, depending on the map generation, but that's kind of where my head is at, is Sphinx play, potentially getting some damage, forcing Uranus to play defensive, while Ra, does Ra things.
I guess the other thing is, generally Uranus with the Sky Passage to kind of keep himself alive will have the entirety of the map to put up a Sky Passage on. But on this map, if it's just around the edge, you don't have to worry about the center. Equally, if this game goes that way, you can just chuck a Sky Passage up right in the front of your opponent's base where there's nothing going to be there, and all of a sudden you've got an entire army just charging in there to kill off all your farmers or kill your hometown center, and you're like, hang on, wait, we're supposed to be fighting at the top. Why are you in my base? Sort of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of landmines in this one, I think.
Well, having said that, if you think about the previous game, Magic was forced to go kind of cockroach mode, go, cat and mouse mode, right? And I think Mini Yeti was going toe to toe. He was, he dropped on the top side, he had citizens on the bottom side, he was starting to drop buildings, and it's not like, I think that he did a good job eventually taking over map control and just slowly constricting. So and it seemed like he was able to, pay attention to a lot of different parts of the map at the same time. So having said that, if this game turns into a game kind of like the previous one, I wonder if.
Wait, what happened? We're not seeing.
Apparently, Magic forgot to put spectator on. So, okay, everybody, we have a little bit of a problem. We have to go into the other series, Koth against Loki. Okay, Magic made an oopsie. Okay, that is the one negative thing that you have to add spectators. So we're actually sorry, Boyd. I guess I'm going to take it away. We actually have to jump into the other series that is being played right now. It is currently 1-0. I know this is a little bit jarring. I think we're going to have to go back to. They're not responding via message, so we're going to have to go back to that game if I'm not mistaken. And I guess we'll just we'll go with Loki and Koth right now. Anyway, so Boyd, let's just get into it. Koth is currently up. We're looking at Loki right now in the purple. He's going Loki on Anatolia. Over on the blue side, top side of the map, we already saw we got Koth in the blue going for Hades. So we have Hades against Loki. Hades against Loki playing Loki. How about that?
Well, we're going to be jumping into this game. I have no idea exactly how that first game went for either of these players, but Koth taking the first one. Going to be riding that win, saying he's feeling good about it. But this matchup, probably not something that I think a lot of players are super used to. Like in terms of what was the standard here. So oftentimes the way that the tournament works with the draft format is you sometimes get a lot of the same matchup on specific maps like Anatolia. So hybrid water maps. So you're going to see a lot of Zeus here. You're going to see a lot of Hades here, like Koth's pick. In terms of other gods, you might see some Freya, you might see Kronos here, but seeing a Loki is slightly offbeat from Loki, which might give him the slightest of advantages in this game because he's obviously prepared for this, and maybe Koth isn't. That being said, we do see both players go on the same side on the bottom of the map. Uh, Sometimes you might maybe you're the Norse player. You can tell me what you feel about this, but do you feel like more comfortable when you get the opposite side of the water to kick the game off, or what do you think, mate?
I hate me personally, my style. I struggle so hard on Anatolia, dude. I am not the one to give advice on Anatolia. I struggle, dude. For years and years, I've struggled on Anatolia. Anyway, I mean, that's a little bit because of, playing Norse on water in the vanilla days. Anyways, I don't know, dude. It seems like I personally always struggle with it, but it seems like at the same time, whenever players are able to take map control, it seems to usually, especially with shooting docks, it seems to pay off for him. So I mean, if you look at all both sides of the map, Loki's taken he has such forward docks, which can be good, but at the same time, that gives a huge target on both sides for Koth to pretty quickly get some value from either a Minotaur or a Cyclops, and heroes going to take out one side. So I don't know. It's good to like take an advantage in terms of fish numbers and whatnot, and just the map overall. But at the same time, he gives us Koth a big target to pretty quickly attack at the same time. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I've started to play conservative on Anatolia personally.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. Like, if say this was Zeus rather than Hades, I would be like, okay, this is the hoplites going to come in. You're right. The forward dock's not a good position because they're just going to get a big fat target. They're too far forward. You can too hard to kind of defend them, etc. But he's playing against Hades. Hades doesn't have that building killing potential. It's going to take him double the amount of not double, like a little bit more time to actually kill the dock off, which will allow Loki the time to get over there and defend. Plus, the hoplites being slower means I don't think that Koth is going to go that route. So maybe this is just really good for Loki.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that I think that the hoplites eventually make a difference, but initially it's going to be the heroes and either the Minotaur and Cyclops, and we see Minotaur. We know Athena's coming in for Koth, and even those three units alone can still cause enough problems and start taking down docks as well, especially the Minotaur if you can keep that thing alive. So
Yeah,
yes, I agree with you. There's not the same building killing potential, but that doesn't mean that you're chilling on the Loki side of things.
totally. Well, we're going to see if Koth does opt in to get a couple of naval ships out early. It's always interesting because, there is a big risk when doing this that your opponent can just say, well, we're just going to go straight to the heroic age, have a Kraken or two, or a Skylar or two, or a heroic age myth unit or two to deal with all of this. But, the way that players are starting at the top level to think about this is we get more units out, we get ourselves access to heroic fleet, with those triremes and bonus damage versus myth units, then all of a sudden it's not as scary to deal with a Kraken. We are seeing Loki going straight to the heroic age, so Koth, he's got to be prepared for this. We'll see if he's just going to say, okay, no units coming out, let's just pump the trireme, get prepared for dealing with Kraken.
Interesting here, in my opinion. I mean, this dock is basically already down, man, and there's Heroes Minotaur picking it off along with the Juggernauts as well. There's honestly, I don't. Do you like him going straight heroic? He's not even clicked up just yet. Bragi's not even in, and there's already one dock down. He's gonna quickly take out this second dock on this bottom side. Like Luki's got to get going heroics pretty quick. Okay, he just started now. He can't delay that thing too long, man.
I think this is maybe. I think it's just like a straight up. Just Loki just maybe forgot to get his armory up because the resources we're in. He has a random longhouse up instead of maybe going for the armory first, and maybe just the timing was slightly off. He's going to try and get over here and then maybe rebuild a dock on this bottom side. The Kraken is spawning on the top of the map, however, and picking up that Minotaur is really nice there as the Hearths are going to come through. The big thing that's scary for Koth realistically here isn't going to be like winning water, losing water. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal in this game. It's going to be trying to get that center.
Indeed. Ultimately comes down to gold, huh?
Yeah, it's always, I mean, it doesn't matter how much food you've got if you have 0 gold, because what are you going to build?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Dude, honestly, are you kidding me? Koth just lost his Minotaur basically for free. Ajax and Achilles almost dead as well. He's lost way too much of those Hersier. Loki got a ton of value out of those Hersier right there. Really well done by him. And is he going for a town center?
It looks like he's going for town center. He's just going to say, hey, I'm probably going to just give up on the water here. I'm just going to grab town centers, get a whole bunch of villages out. There is a pretty wild strategy, which I haven't seen anyone use, but I want to just float it just because maybe the Berserker Rock. Bring that back a little bit. It's really good against Atlantean, but maybe not so great against the Hypaspist of Greek. We are seeing heroic fleet coming through here for Koth as well, as he's going to be saying, well, if you give me the bottom water for free, I may as well just invest a little bit more in to try and take out this top water. And there's really not much here for Loki many resources here for Loki to use to defend this top side. So it looks to me, Koth gets all the water. Loki gets a second town center and a heroic.
I don't know, man. I know that you said that ultimately it comes down to the central control of the map and which Loki is establishing right now, but there's 2 gold mines in the base of Koth. Yeah. If he gets both sides of fish, he's gonna have so much food to work with. He can sell some of it to get an army. I don't know, man. Hades is still OP against Norse, but he still needs an answer. Ultimately, he needs an answer for flaming weapons. I'll give that to Loki.
The interesting thing, right, is the natural sort of reaction to getting access to the entirety of the water is, okay, how do I maximize my gain here? And that is basically, how do I get to tier 3 fishing upgrade, or tier 2, I guess the tier 2 fishing upgrades. You can only get these by getting to the Mythic Age. So Koth here probably is just going to sit in his main base, put a fortress up, hurdle, give the entirety of the base over. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just going to stick it out in the heroic age, but give the entirety of the map over to Loki, and then he's going to have to try and push through it.
Well, here we go. Speaking of pushing, Berserks and Hersier are heading into the base. Sentinels and Towers say, I don't think so. Here's the thing, Boyd. Talks don't cost a lot of gold. Hypaspis really don't cost gold.
Nope. Neither do Peltas, which are also great. You have to kill off those Hypaspis somehow. What do you build? You build raiding cavalry, Jarls, but most people want to build those Show and Axemen with Loki with that bonus to counter damage.
Yeah. So
nice little raid here with Battle Ball. Oh, he doesn't get anything though.
Well, I think ultimately things are gonna, I think that map control is gonna, obviously that's kind of the name of the game, one of the names of the game. But I think that there's plenty of options here for Koth to fight back and gain himself, if not control of the middle eventually, at least get himself a gold mine. Because those Hypaspis and strong archers, they're tough, dude. They're tough. Ultimately, he needs an answer for flaming weapons, but if Koth can get past flaming weapons, then things might start looking good for him. But that's a big question he needs to answer.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right now, Koth hits heroic age. He gets the big boost right now. Is now he has Persane. So those fishing ships, they are working close to as fast as villages for Loki. They're maybe 0.1 slower or something like that at the moment in terms of food. So Koth's eco here, only being behind in villages by about, I would say 6 roughly, 8 right now. This is a huge amount of food for him to use. Problem is he needs to invest tons of wood into fishing ships. Can't invest that into infrastructure right now. I don't know how many military buildings he has, but getting these units out is going to take a little bit of time. But he's very, very close to being full population.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. It's one thing to win water, but it's another. He does still need a little bit more investment in order to truly take advantage of it. This army is looking a little bit small out here, Boyd. However, there is a bunch of infantry for Loki and a lot of Hypaspis. They're not yet heavy Hypaspis. How do you like this fight that he's taken? There's the flaming weapons and the curse all at the same time. At Resto!
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult fight there for Loki, being down population, then gets hit with a curse, then gets hit with a restoration. Loki now very, very far behind at this moment, I think Koth's going to be able to move forward. He's going to be able to slam a fortress down, and he's got the favor for Sentinels if need be.
Nice. Honestly, I think that was in terms of decision making. We've been talking about decision making with that Magic series. I think that was not the ideal decision to be made. A Berserk and is he going to get a bunch of villager kills here? Possibly. Boy, I think that the Berserks and Huskarls, that could have been a good army composition if Koth was classical and had hoplites. But he got up to the heroic age and he mixed in those Hippospis, and they just completely melted the infantry.
Sometimes this game, Age of Mythology, is more about taking your opponent down a line where you're like, okay, I built some berserks, so there's that sentinels, and this gold mine in the center is going to be very, very tough to hold. You take your opponent down a line and you say, okay, we'll build berserks. That means he's going to build out a Haspis, but we got to be ready. So he's now say, okay, I've got to get ready for raiding cavalry or for an axe. At the moment, Koth is just in control, mate.
Indeed. Maybe the battle boars can just buck his way into a decent position, but he's got to get an answer to the Hippospis, man. The one good news for Loki is that those Hippospis are not yet heavy. So heavy, ooh, dude, Nemean lines are so sick now.
They are so cool. Everything gets stunned up and they can't do anything about it.
Well, I was gonna say, the heavy throwing axemen are, doing a good job countering the Hippospis, but not when they're all stunned. Are you kidding me?
Totally.
Aye.
Well, I mean, at this point, Loki is fighting for his... Well, it's not his life. He's still got another... If he loses this one, he's got 2 lives in this... Everyone's got 2 lives in this tournament. So Loki, he doesn't want to... He wants to force a game 3 if he can here, but he now has to give up the entirety of the middle of the base. Yeah, he's still pumping out human units. These Showan Axemen are going to get totaled by Peltas moving forward. Catapults, Metropoli at the back, they're going to take down town centers and everything else. And things are going to get very, very tricky here. It may be impossible at this point for Loki. We'll see if he can figure out maybe some way through. Maybe Koth can make a mistake or something. You never know.
Well, I mean, what did Loki have? He does not have fish anymore. He doesn't have map control really anymore. He doesn't even have a land villager advantage. So taking that earlier second town center, it maybe gave him a little bit of something, but at this point in time, that something is nothing, if that makes sense. Not a little nothing.
Well, I guess the one thing here is Koth just has to decide where he wants to attack. Does he want to go down to the bottom and kill the town center down there? Or does he take this beautiful cliff right next to his fortress and just clean up the town center at the top? I love it. This is really nice. Gonna take out the town center and take that for himself and start increasing his population advantage.
I mean, that's good, boy, but town centers don't make as big of a difference as they used to in terms of population in the game overall. Since you have more houses, then, losing a town center, obviously it sucks, but, Loki, he still got his 1 TC, he still has a gold mine. That's more important for Loki as a god, rather than losing town centers. So actually, he still has 2 TCs. Yeah, good call, Vodka. Thank you for that. One is very on fire. Anyway, as long as Loki, as long as he has a gold mine and he can churn out some battle boars and whatnot, I think that's maybe the key to getting back into this game, is maybe getting some battle boar numbers out, keeping that gold mine safe over on that far left side, and maybe praying a little bit. That could help.
Maybe, yeah, just a little bit of the praying is good. He's gonna have to take this fight right now as he's charging through. He does have a really nice rock giant that he got that spawn. That can be the difference maker a lot of the times, especially with those throwing axemen. But it looks like here, Loki, he is too far behind. He taps out, and Koth goes on to win this game, win the series, and he's going to be moving on next week, mate.
Very well done by Koth, man. Very well done by Koth. Honestly, it's hard to say where really Loki went wrong. Maybe he was a little bit slow to the heroic age, so his Kraken play didn't quite pan out, and he pretty quickly lost both sides of fish. It wasn't the worst thing in the world since he had that second town center, but he really didn't go into the heroic age with a lot of strength.
No, I still think that these water maps and the strategy that's involved in them is still a little bit in its infancy, right? We saw a
Yep.
big like push towards the heroic age, fast heroics. We see like Hades players, Zeus players, even here Loki player going for a fast heroic and trying to make it work with the minimum amount of resources spent. Um, but realistically speaking, the way that Kavoth plays this sort of a hybrid ish, he builds a couple of units, not really that many, just the heroes, a hybrid ish push, does enough pressure, and he's able to deal with those myth units kind of fine. So,
Yep.
I mean, maybe there is something to this idea of maybe you just have to go for more of a fight on the water, and maybe as we see more players going into this style, we'll actually see the classical age water fights start to get extended a little bit.
Maybe. I agree. I think there's some potential there. I think it's very unexplored at the very least. So I think you're right about that. This is and we're seeing the replay here, man. This is where the flaming weapons came in late, and his
Yeah.
army, Loki's army in purple, was already half dead by the time flaming weapons came in. And so the resto, the curse, I mean, that was just two nails into the coffin of this fight. He wasn't
Yeah,
completely dead, but
I think Loki's in that position. He just kind of panicked a little bit. That army
yeah.
of Kavoth, it's scary, right? But you don't have any reason to really fight there. The villagers aren't there yet. Maybe he wants to prevent the fortress from coming up, but I would say that generally speaking, with flaming weapons, your best bet is get to full population. He's on 3 town centers, so you can go up to like 210 population, is it? Or 215
Mm,
population, and then click flaming weapons. All of a sudden, the curse, that doesn't mean as much. Like losing 800 resources value, that's not going to make any difference really on a fight when you've got all your units doing more damage. And even if
mhm.
there's a fortress there to help defend, you're like much more happy to take those fights. I think Luki just panicked ever so slightly in that moment, and that just gave Kavoth the ticket there to move forward.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like that game one of Magic against what's his bucket.
Yeah.
It was
What's his
like,
pocket mini Yeti? Yeah, yeah.
what's his mini bucket? You didn't necessarily need to take that fight. He could have backed off, really backed off, and lived to fight another day. He did continue fighting throughout the day, but he didn't necessarily live to fight another day. Um, if you get what I'm saying. Anyway,
Yes.
he could have just completely retreated. He didn't need to force the fight. And once you lose your army like that, it can be really difficult to replace it. And he just kind of struggled after that. It was honestly, I think it was a good job by Koth to finish up that game.
I think so. It was well executed for sure.
Yes, Luki kind of gave him the opportunity. Here's my here's my army. Um, he had to invest god powers in order to overcome that flaming weapons. But anyway, Luki kind of bent over, and Koth took it to him.
Yes, indeedy. We're just going to be checking out exactly where we're going to next here. I think we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and we're going to be moving back into Magic versus Mini Yeti game number 3. I'm really, really excited to see the conclusion of this one. Both players playing incredibly well. Don't go nowhere because we're going to be back very, very shortly.
Coffee break, everybody.
And we are back when we're going to be jumping into game number 3 here. We've been having a very, very exciting little wait for this third game. We've had 2 crazy games leading up to it, Maiden. Going in onto step here now. Ra versus Uranus. You already did a big thing on this already. So we've done all the pre-game analysis. I kind of just want to get into it. What do you reckon? Oh, we got Maiden muted. That's all right. Maiden's going to be fixing up his microphone at some point as we are going to be jumping in right now. Let's go.
I'm ready. Let's go.
This is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. In the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color, playing as Ra. His name is I Am Magic. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Uranus. His name is Mini Eddie. It's game 3, best of 3. This one's for not all of the marbles, but enough marbles that you really don't want to be losing this one. So we'll see how it's going to go. Mini Eddie really riding a big high after executing in game number 2, Maiden. What do you expect to see right now, seeing this map, seeing this matchup, and all of the good things?
I'm expecting some fireworks, man. Like, this is such a crazy open map. It's even more open. I wonder if I'm confusing this map with a different new Chinese map. This one is insanely open, man. Insanely open. So I'm predicting, and as part of that, the gold mines are pretty exposed for both players. Very, very much so. So I think that we're gonna see probably a lot of action. If either of them decides to try and go for some eco play, I think it's gonna be pretty simple to punish that hardcore. So I'm predicting some action, man, some fireworks.
Yeah, this map is interesting, right? The close second town center, the one that is really close to your base, has Hunt behind it, right? Both of them do, and this is fairly standard on step. If we go up to the little bit south or north of the player's base, you'll see that.
Ooh, goat
so anyways, this position
right
here,
there.
you get a whole bunch of gazelle, and it's very alluring. You go, ooh, I get a nice second town center with Hunt behind it. Fantastic. I'll get raided. Happy days. But the problem with this is if you do that, then you've got a very, very long walk time to get to your second gold mine. And you can find yourself in some very, very difficult problems if your opponent decides to go for a one town center aggressive type play. That being said, though, Maiden, the middle town center, the third town center, both of these, they have a fantastic gold mine on them. So if you want to go for the more risky play, yes. Let me walk you through it. For the Ra player, you want to go for this forward town center. If you want to, mind you, you can go ahead and get Citadel here. Big fat defensive thing. Throw down a couple of Migdol strongholds, and all of a sudden you've got yourself secured gold mine. So there is an angle for defensive boomy play here, but it has to be that forward town center, otherwise, or a really, really solid 2 town center defensive, get that second gold mine somehow sort of play.
Okay, hold your horses there, buckaroo. What about the gold? Dude, I disagree that the forward gold mines have really good gold mines. They don't have really good gold mines.
Look at the one at the top there. It's good.
That's not a really good gold mine. Yeah,
that's in the same screen. That's great. For a Ra player, I'm happy there. Give me that town center, give me 2 Migdols, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, but you gotta get there, bro. Okay. You gotta get there, though. Like, what if... dude, what? We saw... Okay, I am making comparisons for this map between this map and the previous game. Not the previous game in this series on Alfheim. Like, Magic had sketchy gold mines, and eventually he got punished because he went for eco play. And Mini Yeti was able to execute the 1 TC. Is that not relevant on this map as well?
The last game with the gold mines were like all sort of
on Alfheim,
difficult to grab. Yeah.
Yes.
I guess it's relevant to some degree, but you've got a Citadel here for the Ra player. I don't know what.
But you gotta get there, dude. And wait.
He's going for a 1 town center play, I think. He doesn't have the villages on. No, he's got 7 on gold. He might go 2 town center here. We'll have to wait and see. Hey.
Well, hang on. You're talking about
Stop. Yes.
You're talking about a Citadel. A Citadel cannot go in hell. Like, the gold mine is not in range of the Citadel. As we see some nice little Promethean, aggression here, which is cute. I disagree with you so hard on this.
Well, I mean,
Am
we'll
I?
see. It looks like Magic. It looks like Magic's now pulling units off of gold. He's got 300 gold in the bank. He might be going for a far second town center here. I don't know if it's good or not, but the options are somewhat there. I think he's actually no. He's going for two. He's going for one town center classical fight. He's going to throw barracks down. He's transitioned his villages away after seeing what Mini Eddie's throwing his way. I think
Can
this is
we
all
check
just a
for
reaction.
monuments real quick?
I think this is all just a reaction to what Mini Yeti's done. If Mini Yeti didn't go for this aggressive play here, I think Magic would have gone for a second town center.
Really?
That's what he was. That's what he was looking like he was doing with the villager placement and stuff like that.
Boy has bigger balls than I do. Like, it is confirmed. I just confirmed it just now.
Anyways, it's going to be Wadjet. It's going to be Slinger. It's going to be Spears here for Magic, and Mini Yeti going mass Terma. The Terma got nerfed recently, Maiden. These are now only move at 5.0 speed, but that sort of speed difference, it only kind of matters when dealing with, say, I don't know, cavalry. The cavalry are going to be able to catch up to this unit much easier. Against these Spearmen moving at 5.0 speed as well. Good micro. You can take these out over and over and over again. It can be really frustrating from the Ra side of things.
Is the 5.3 speed with after the I can't remember what the upgrade is called, but after that Uranus upgrade comes in?
The Uranus upgrade boosts your Murmillo speed up to 5.0. So
it doesn't do Terma?
It doesn't change anything else. Just Murmillo. Maybe all infantry actually. All infantry.
Has it been the case for all of Retold?
Yeah.
Oh my god. You learn things every day, folks. Okay. Well done, Boyd. Well done. Boyd's been studying while on the toilet. That's what it is. I haven't been doing my study. Retold didn't come with a manual like the old AOM did. Okay, anyways. Let's get into this game. Boyd, quick distracting me. Armory is coming up. We got 4 Wadgets that are already out for Magic, which is looking pretty good for him. Cairo's already popping over.
I think it's real. I love Cairo Ballister now, but I think it's really risky to go Cairo Ballister against Egyptian. Because the slingers are so powerful. But oftentimes we are actually seeing medium slingers already coming through for Magic, so he's got this idea already making them. But sometimes Egyptian players can want to avoid building the slinger and just replace that slinger with Wadgets. But when you're playing against Cairo Ballister, the Cairo Ballister can get heroized. So, yeah, you have to build slingers here. Magic, obviously, he's an Egyptian main from way back. He's going to know what to do here. He's going to know he's going to have to build those slingers. He's going to know how to create all this stuff. And at this point, I think he's in a decent position with his army comp with what Mini Yeti's building.
We can presume, as we see the Spearman running for his life away from the scary monster. Oh, hey! This is a pretty good-looking army, though, for Mini Yeti. Yet, compared to Magic, yes, we don't see all the Wadgets yet, but man, with the upgraded Prometheans, man, it's we know that Ra can struggle against Myth unit spam. Not the best priests around. However, the Wadgets with a little bit of the Wadgets maybe doing a great job. Plus the priest, dude, this is a really great fight. Mini Yeti losing a decent number of units here. Maybe gonna lose Kairos as well. Ooh, the hero Cairo, that hurts.
I'm not sure exactly what Mini Yeti was expecting to see here as Magic moves out of his base. He's got a decent composition, but he needs those heroes. Those Wadgets are very scary. You have to position a great shockwave hitting literally everything there. And the Valors to come through. But the Slingers, this has been a story of this series with Valor. You click Valor and the unit immediately dies, Maiden.
Indeed, the priests were idle for so long, dude. That is very true. How many, let's see, he got 1, 2, 3. Did he get 2 or just one single Wadget kill? Bro, look at those 2 Wadgets. All 3 of the Wadgets, they're so close to being dead. That was a crazy shockwave, but he didn't have the hero numbers to try and pick off those the Wadgets. So those puppies are still alive and he can heal them up immediately. Whew.
He didn't have the
Wow.
heroes, and Magic takes that fight and immediately clicks up to the heroic game. I think this was his plan all along, but it's just in terms of AOM fundamentals 101, win a fight, do something extra. And he just says, all right, off to the segment. Going to take a forward gold mine here as well. Very little risk in this, given that he's just in front on the resource count for the military. Mini Yeti kind of needs to just keep slamming his head in right now and trying to make something happen.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, with another shockwave, I know he's got a little bit of a countdown. He's got 4 oracles generating favor. Shockwave can go a long way, man. We saw if he had the heroes, that previous fight would have been really brutal for Magic. I think I agree. Just keep investing into it and try and go for the gold pressure, the gold control, I guess.
The gold is really exposed. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Magic here, he's going to have to deal with Promethean, Miller, Irma, Carabalista. Mini Yeti is slightly behind on military population, which, I mean, that's enough to make it very scary. But, you know, Magic still has to get himself a gold mine. He's got enough gold in the bank here to get some more units out. But every second that Magic's not getting gold, this is a win for Mini Yeti.
Very true. We got some spears heading out, trying to go for some distraction tactics, I guess. Looking at a second town center potentially. Town center is not going up, by the way. Mini Yeti's staying on 1 TC. Magic is doing a little switcherooski up to the top side. Do we see? Is that a sky passage? I think that Mini Yeti's dropping.
Yeah, sky passage at the top for the gold mine. That's just up there's a sky passage. So we'll see. Well, great raids to come in. This is turning around and fighting. He does have Valor, so he can just convert if need be. Shifting Sands from Magic Maiden.
What? What? With the Scarab going after the main base? Okay. Dude, all of the goats are still there. He's going to have to evacuate this. I'm pretty sure the town center is probably going to go down. It's going to take a long time for her, Mini Yeti to get in there and try and pick off this Scarab, right?
I don't think it matters. If he's fighting underneath the town center is fighting under 2 towers, the villagers are going to come out. This fight here could go really south for Magic really, really quick. There's also a shockwave here on the cards, 1 favor more needed, but he can click that if need be to delay the town center from going down.
Oh! Okay, fair point. Fair point. I overestimated the shifting sands, man. I overestimated the shifting sands. Those Kairos are just smoking the army. Dude, those Kairos are still so just completely alive. The Terma are melting to the slingers, but the Kairos are completely alive. He didn't even lose. Oh my god. He didn't even lose his town center. So now at this point in time, he's down as shifting sands.
Yep.
Go.
That was a gigantic throw from Magic. He gets a gold mine now. The Mini Yeti is now just in front in nearly every single category in the game. The only thing that Magic's got going for him is a tiny villager advantage, but I don't know how much that matters here, given the position that Magic's got.
This is a 3-citizen raid right here.
That's
this is
a great raid.
Really good raid.
Great raid. He's got to get the little victories now to try and buy himself some time because he's about to get chaosed. There's going to be Satyr coming. There's going to be maybe a tech switch into Contarius or maybe Catapultis to deal with those Camel Riders as well, but any sort of tech switch, Arcus, etc. I guess on the one saving grace that Magic's got right now is that Mini Yeti doesn't have any pushing power with Karabal, so these things don't have any value if Magic doesn't build any infantry.
Yes. And like you said, Catapultis are coming out. He is just starting to upgrade them right now. So nice little raid here.
Raid.
Is he going to get some kills?
These offsprings. These little dudes just like bashing away.
Okay, he gets a kill. Sick. But the idle time more impactful, obviously. Anyway, yeah, I completely agree. There's a bunch of Kairos left over. Sick. There's some Promethean children getting a raid. Sick. But it's going to take a little bit of time for Mini Yeti to really punish that Shifting Sands play. It's going to take him a minute.
Yeah, he doesn't really have to rush here. There's no like, I mean, the scary part always about playing against Ra or Isis, I guess, or Uranus is Osiris. And kill off Son of Osiris, really, really challenging. That's not anywhere close in this game.
Indeed, at least not anytime. Well, like I said, it's not close, not anytime.
Chaos. Look at all those slingers are basically dead right there. He does have a priest or two. If he can get back into his main base, he can start healing those back up. but this will mean that Magic's Migdol stronghold is going to fall here.
Yes. Presumably, he just has a bunch of... another little Camel Raid. Camel Raids could bring him back into this game to really, just distract Mini Yeti and whatnot. Yikes, what did all those Terma just die? See all those Terma bodies? Anyway, Migdol going down. Gold Starve potentially happening once again. The aggression from Mini Yeti is maybe going to put him through to the next round.
All these Caraballists are going to just die here, though, so Mini Yeti's population is going to plummet. But I assume now Mini Yeti goes, all right, I need to build not Caraballists, I need to build Contarians. So he's forcing out all these Slingers. These Slingers are amazing against the Caraballists, but they're really, really bad against Contarius. Catapeltis are even fine. Actually, maybe with the Slings of the Sun, the Catapeltis can be somewhat dealt with. But yeah, Contarius are going to be a big, big problem moving forward here.
Indeed. I mean, that's a fair point. Yeah, with good eye, Constantine. Down on the bottom side, we got Magic relocating his villagers on the gold mine down there. I think there's an Oracle, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm pretty sure Mini Yeti is heading right to it. Okay. There she blows. There he blows.
He sees it, and not the problem, but the one saving grace here for Magic moving forward, he is in a good spot, I think, right now with his population and the army composition. But the one saving grace that he doesn't have to worry about for just a little bit longer is no chaos. Only 30 favor in the bank. Going to take maybe 2 more minutes for that favor to come back in, 3 minutes maybe, and he's not going to have to deal with that anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point, but he may not need it because the Contarius... Ooh, big shockwave again! There are no Contarius numbers over here to pick off all the Slingers. Ooh, and a nice counter raid. Well done by Magic getting the counter raid, but still, can these Slingers with Electrum Bullets keep him mining gold, honestly? That's the big question. Can he mine gold here? Yeah, good raids, good counter.
Half of those units not being in this fight does give Mini Yeti a little bit of life in this fight, and I think his army quality here, like you said, those Slingers, they're just not very... Electron Bullets is good and all, but they're not designed to deal with these units, and now Mini Yeti wins this fight, and Magic has to leave this gold mine. He's going for a sneak here, but Mini Yeti sees it.
Does he? He does. There's an Oracle down there. The Oracle's moving around. Yeah. Oh.
Bring around the Rosie, mate, and he's going to get back. He's going to get out of there, it looks like.
Ah, come on, Mini Yeti. You can't let him do that. He let him do it.
I mean, the thing is, though, like, these fights, they're going well for Mini Yeti, but Magic's getting raids, and like, the name of the game for Ra against Uranus, a lot of the time is just survive. Just survive. If you can survive, then you get Osiris or you get Horus, and you get those big power units with the big power like upgrades for your units. The Camel upgrade, Desert Wind, or get your infantry units to get like super units, and like it's really challenging for the Uranus player. But whether Magic can get there or not, that's the big question right now.
That feels like, dude, Son of Osiris feels like a long way away, man. He's barely hanging on to gold at this point in time. Another big engagement coming in. Magic's even bringing the Pharaoh during rain, dude. Does he have Skin of the Rhino, maybe?
He must have Skin of the Rhino. Those villagers look very, very strong there. Skin of the Rhino is the technology which boosts the villagers' armor up, and they can actually feel very much like a real military unit, but... Sending the boys.
Dude, he's only on one town center though, so it's not like he has villagers to spare. He might have a couple villagers to spare, but not that many.
No. Now we see the Slings of the Sun completed, which mean those Slingers are now very, very powerful. But given the army composition which Magic's got, I don't think Mini Yeti needs to make any infantry units for a little bit. So this Slings of the Sun's not going to make a huge impact.
Indeed. You don't want to know what's going to make a huge impact? Killing all those villagers, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not dying as fast as they usually would. Actually, Mini Yeti needs to be careful here, dude. Yes, he's getting Vil kills, but still that's allowing Magic's army to kill his army. So he's just sacrificing economy right now, which might really work in the end. If Magic ends up with a huge army, then suddenly Mini Yeti, like, what?
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you go, we're going to sack some some eco for now, but this is going to be translated into eco damage onto Mini Yeti because Mini Yeti's not going to be able to defend this. What Mini Yeti needs to recognize now is he got eco damage. He's got a delay. Guess how you delay? Sky passages all over the place. Get to the top, get to the bottom. Just get away from this army. Don't lose anything. Get away from this army. Get a little bit of time to get yourself your units in and deal with this.
Shunk. There we go. Scott. Does he only have one sky passage?
He looks like he does only have one sky passage here, Maiden, but he will be making his way down to the bottom the old-fashioned way.
Good old-fashioned walking.
This game is absolutely insane, man. These guys they're an inch away from death, both of them.
Oh yeah, dude. I thought Magic was gonna was toast. Like, I know he's a fighter and whatnot, but at this point in time, he has a score lead. I don't know if you can necessarily say he has a clear advantage, but you know, just look at, he's a little bit behind in economy. The military numbers are looking fairly equal between the two, so it's a good recovery by Mini Yeti. The Contarius are pretty tough, man, for him to try and fight against.
They're really. I'm surprised we didn't see a Valor. Yes, it's 9 favor at the moment, which is pretty expensive. But those Wadgets, they're hanging up quite a bit here.
Yeah. There's only one left, though, man. Is there only one left? There's only one left. Heavy Slingers are in, for crying out loud, dude. Heavy Slingers are in. That's a lot of villagers going down, man. 46 fills left over. Is it worth it for Mini Yeti to just keep taking this fight? I can't tell.
If he sets up these sky passages, he's got all the time in the world, right? Like, it's just so hard to chase around the villages, but he hasn't set them up. So Magic might be able to just shut gold off here. But here's Magic. Magic is falling very much into a difficult position here. He's got the military lead right now, but he needs to do something with it.
Yeah, I agree. That is one difficulty that, yes, Mini Yeti can zip around the map with sky passages, but at the same time, Magic's army is not very fast. He doesn't have the camels anymore, right? He doesn't have those Migdal units to zip around the map and go raid and whatnot like he used to have.
Yep.
His army's slow right now.
This is absolutely wild. And I guess Mini Yeti just sit back. I mean, the thing is, Mini is so like, he's so like, I'm going to fight when I want to fight. Let me go. I'm just going to do it. But at this point, he needs to have some patience and just wait it out, because that's get himself to full population, and then he's just going to win these fights. This is where Egyptian is the strongest. There's these really scrappy sort of engagements where the speed of the unit production starts actually being the advantage. And yet he throws away a lot of units there. Magic is still going to be keeping this, going to be able to keep this pressure on. Magic's going to be able to grab a town center here as well.
Oh my god. Okay, that's I think that's clutch for Magic to grab a TC. He's been sacrificing some villagers, so he's got a small military advantage that Mini Yeti keeps giving him. And so if he can take a second town center and get on equal footing, economically speaking, I think that'd be pretty sick. Can we check his farms real quick, Vodka? I want to see how many farms he's got going. Okay, fine. It's important to see
Slinger Raid coming in, but he does make his way down to the bottom, and it looks like, yeah, that's what we want to see. Sky Passage now queued up at the top of the map. This is a little bit of out of sight, out of mind for Magic, you'd think. Why would there be villages up this side where my town center is and everything else? Nice little Contarius raid, but that's not going to be able to deny anything. And Magic gets his second town center at 23 minutes into this game. Absolute chaos from the start to the end in this game. I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. Mini Yeti had to qualify. Magic was invited directly into the main event. Mini Yeti had to qualify, and he did so in very excellent fashion. He's really complicating things for Magic here as the underdog, man.
Yeah, we'll see. This is what Mini Yeti needs, though. What's happening right now is what he needs. He needs the time to get this economy sort of working. I don't exactly know what Mini Yeti's economic upgrades or Magic's economic upgrades are looking like at the moment. Maybe they're all on tier 2 upgrades at the moment, but I guess, yeah, this is the tense moment. Because if I guess Mini Yeti now has to do something, because Magic is forced the issue by getting himself a second town center.
Well, that's one Sky Passage going down. How many more to go? Probably just one.
Yeah, now Mini Yeti's at the top of the map, and like I said, I think this gold mine is a little bit out of sight, out of mind. One thing that we see from a lot of rail players now is they get the obelisk up everywhere. The Mini Yeti here, he needs to continue putting little sneaky sky passages all over the map, but now the army is looking terrifying. That's a full load of heavy Pontarius here, and he's got the units behind to deal with spearmen.
Yo, when did all of those Cantarius numbers hit? Heavy Cantarius at the same time? I look away for half a second and boom! That's a lot of Cantarius. But at the same time, that's also a lot of units for magic as well, man.
There's a ton here. Remember, he's got Citadel Center, so he's got 200 population now to play with rather than just the 190. So he's a significant amount in front here. And the military differential is gigantic. Even though magic is only slingers here, I don't think it matters because there's just such a military advantage. Cooking. I mean, what else can you do? Like these units are there's just more of them.
Yeah. It's the horde of Egyptian classical fight or barracks units rather. With the upgrades, dude, those slingers are doing a really decent job against heavy freaking Cantarius. Those upgrades, man. He got slings of the sun, right? Plus he also has
slings of the sun. Yeah, it's almost as if with these slingers, you don't actually want to build any range unit. That's where they're like, yes, the slings of the sun are going to deal nicely versus the infantry, but it's not like a good trade. It's like they're doing a little bit better. So there is a world here where maybe going into Murmillos isn't a terrible, Murmillo and Contarius isn't a terrible idea. He's actually getting himself more Termor out at this point, maybe.
Really? That's a little bit interesting. How do you feel about dropping a palace, going for some destroyers?
It's probably okay. You do have to worry about, I guess, the divine damage factor. There's only a tiny bit on the slingers, but it's going to be enough to whack them out. Well, at least the slingers are going to be doing better against a destroyer than, say, a chariot archer might be doing.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. That's all I'm thinking about is, because
some
it
sort of
seems like
frontline.
magic is exactly a front line plus something to kind of to add another left turn into the game, because it feels like magic is stabilizing. He's up at 83 villagers. He's getting rain again. He's at 3 town centers. Magic's looking sick.
But there's like, just because you stabilize, that doesn't mean that Mini Yeti is like, I wouldn't say that he's behind here. Mini Yeti's now getting himself his second town center. He can go for a third town center if he wants. This game's still going to come down to making some really good decisions, taking really good fights, and trying to just, play some RTS. You know what I'm saying?
Right, bro. Play some. Yeah, no, but remember what you said. The longer the game moves on, the closer he gets to Son of Osiris. See you later, Pharaoh. But the closer he gets to Son of Osiris, that's when things start to get pretty uncomfortable on the Aranos or the Atlantean, but the Aranos side of things. So I agree with you, but still.
Yeah. Even saying that though, there is room for, like, we've seen it with a vortex plus shockwave to snipe a Son of Osiris before. There are some tricks for Aranos, but it's difficult. Right now, Mini Yeti is getting pushed kind of all around the map at the moment. He's not gold staff just yet, but it's a little bit scary for him. He could just jump through the sky pass, kill off all those slingers. There's no defense for these at the moment. Like, all these Contarius out for Mini Yeti, all the spearmen at the top of the map. These slingers might get caught out and all get picked off here.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to go through the sky passage. He can just he can just catch him right here.
Magic's going to be pulling back into the tree here. It's a nice little kind of 300-esque defense, but I don't know exactly how well these slingers are going to do here. I don't think it's going to be amazingly.
Ah, man, they're really not doing too shabby. I think that was a little bit too greedy.
Not enough units here. Yeah, maybe not enough units for Mini Yeti. He could have sent everything.
Exactly. Well, but still, sending the slingers over alone, it's a little bit cheeky, I suppose. You could say, as we see another spear raid, a little cheeky to send him out alone like that. When Cantarius are on the field. And bro, he actually took that fight pretty well, man.
Not a terrible fight, and he's getting economic damage in the main base, but at this point, Mini Yeti is nearly full villagers. was almost taking the town center down. The citizens here trying to repair this one up. There's killing the town center off. Do we really mind that much? Probably. Better not to lose it than to lose it. But this is some good, decent damage now for Magic.
I agree, man. I agree. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. That's like 4, 5, 6 citizens killed, something like that. He still has town centers. He can still recover from it, but still, this is nice by Magic. I like it.
And now Osiris for Magic. He's going to have that defensive powerhouse unit. It's going to be really difficult for Mini Yeti to actually push for quite some time. I don't actually even think that Mini Yeti's going to be able to get to the Mythic Age here. It's a lot of resources, and he does not have time to wait for those anymore.
Uh-huh. I completely agree at this point. And I mean, dude, there's gold mines all around the map that Magic has. He's got Migdals around. He's got his town centers. He's got Mythic. He's got production. He's got full villagers. He's used his rain a couple of times. So has Eco. I think that's partially how he was able to get the Mythic, was using, I think, like 3 rains at this point in time. Keeping him,
I think he's used 3. Yeah, exactly. Maybe 3.
Yes.
Maybe 2 rains at the very least.
I can't remember. I don't know what the actual favor increase is. Anyways, but yeah, at this point in time, I have no clue what Mini Yeti can do to get back into this game. I agree that Mythic is probably too far out of his reach. And so, Cantarius raids on gold mines? Just stay away from Son of Osiris, I guess? And wish you can get Mythic? Pray for Mythic?
I mean, yeah. The secret to killing off Son of Osiris is catching him away from stuff. So if you can catch the army out of position, away from a Migdol, away from any sort of like thing, there's the beautiful chaos, and this is it. If you can get onto that Deuterino and get that damage that he's charging for, but I don't think it's enough. Those units are melting. Champion Spearman comes through as well during that fight. All of those archers are going to be really nice for the Spearman. But this army here for Magic is looking brutal, mate.
Dude, 8 ancestors from those 2 mummies. Are you kidding me?
There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more coming through. These things keep going.
You gotta be oh my, I hate this so bad. I hate this so bad. Oh my god. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, what a finish. Oh, what a finish. That was brutal, dude. That was brutal.
that was a game right there, back and forth for the entirety of that game. Mini Yeti had his chances. Magic managing to prevent any sort of complete losses here, and just that back and forth for the entire game. Very, very interesting one. But Magic does manage to keep his 2 lives alive. He's going to be going on to the next weekend for the next stage of the playoffs. Mini Yeti, we're going to have to see him play a little bit more today.
Woo! I mean, yeah, that is a silver lining, honestly.
Always nice.
Well, dude, he put up some sick games. These were sick. The game number 1 on Ghost Lake was, a little bit of a oopsie, but games 2 and 3 were super entertaining games. And honestly, Boyd, if I said that, was this where the shockwave comes in? I think, is this where the shockwave comes in? Possibly. Anyway,
maybe.
I think Mini Yeti gave away this game. What do you think about that?
I think Mini Yeti. I think both players had some good chances here, and I think both players made mistakes, and they both had. It was a messy game, to say the very least. Right, this is that moment you were talking about, right? This moment here. If there was, say, I don't know, 3 hero Terma or something here, all of those Wadgets meet their demise, and all of a sudden, this fight probably goes the wayside of Mini Yeti, and Magic is in a really tough spot.
Yeah. Or even if that one Cairo hero was alive, and if Magic like Miss Migrode or something like that, he could have. I mean, look how weak those two of those. I mean, all 3 of the Wadgets are weak, but 2 are so easily pick-offable. Anyway, if he was able to kill those Wadgets, we could have maybe seen Mini Yeti moving on and Magic down into the lower bracket. But anyway, here's a little raid here from the Spears. I think, honestly, throughout this game, I think that Magic did an excellent job raiding.
This was the moment, like right before the shifting sands. I thought Magic was solid. He was in a fantastic spot. If this shifting sands came in with, let's say, 3 scarabs, all of a sudden
Even
I go,
2.
wow. Maybe even 2. I go, wow, this is a really cool shifting sands attack. But 1 scarab, just takes so long to kill the town center. That town center is doing gigantic damage to this army, and he's out of position with everything else. And then Yeti can come through and kind of clean this up. And all of a sudden, now Mini Yeti's the one in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah. Dude, with all of those, he had all of the slingers, all of those ranged units just tucked into that little pocket. I thought that was such a sick position. Sure, he's under the town center and the tower fire, but still, the slingers have really good range to hit the Terma, the Kairos, etc. It just did not work out, man. It was a cool idea, but
Yeah.
it just did not work out.
No. I think where it did work out was Magic does use a distraction to set up his Migdol stronghold on the front.
Hmm.
Uh, to some degree, I don't think he really needed to do that. That's why I thought he was in a great spot without doing that. But he gets the position sorted, and now from this stage onwards, he has to snipe units and try and just do his magic. Do like he has to pull the rabbit out. I mean, both players here were just pulling out tricks throughout the entire of this game to keep themselves going.
Well, okay, but hang on. Remember, from this point in time through the next like 5 to 10 minutes, Magic was just grasping at straws for gold, if that makes sense. Like he
Yeah,
lost that miss. So the shifting sands play to try and get a gold mine. Yeah, he built a Migdal, but he did not secure the gold mine. There's a difference there.
exactly. Yeah. What I guess from a completely like tactical map movement, sort of trying to sneak gold mines and things like buying time. Obviously, after throwing away the villagers, grabbing the top position with the Migdol allows him to go down to the bottom of the map. He does some nice movement onto Hunt with his villagers, so he's in a good spot. But the game's done. We're moving on to the next one here. Magic's got to be feeling a little bit of relief there getting past that one. But now we got the big boy. Currently, the victor of 3 S tier Age of Mythology Retold tournaments. He is the man to beat. And look at this. He's picked Arena as one of his maps. I don't know if we're actually going to see it or not. El Matador is going to have to win a game, I think, for Mister to have that map pick. But our first map here is going to be Loki versus Zeus on Alfheim. What? Would you expect these gods ever to come through on this map?
Well, yeah, on this map. I mean, the Loki map, the Loki pick is not a surprise. On Alfheim, yes, it is a surprise. I guess playing Greek on Alfheim, I mean, that's not the most far-fetched idea in the world. I just think it's interesting to see Loki versus Zeus. Again, everybody's gonna, we're gonna have Loomberg in the chat just crying at me, Norse OP, Norse OP. I don't know, man. I think that I've seen so many instances where Zeus, that restoration push, is just so brutal against Norse. Maybe I'm scarred from it, but I think I don't think it's just a straight win for Mista. If anything,
It's always difficult beating Zeus, right? Zeus is always a tricky god for Norse to beat, but on a map like Alfheim, with all of those choke points and delayed sort of things, right? You can make some shenanigans happen, right?
yes, you can also at the same time there's trolls, man. The trolls are really strong, so those
Yeah,
those little choke points, you got to be
exactly.
careful with those choke points if there's a lot of trolls. If those Greek heroes can't get into to hit those trolls, I don't know, man. There's some choke pointy
It can be very
positions
difficult.
where
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
exactly.
I mean, we've got about 20 seconds remaining. I just taking a quick look at the draft. Shenong for the Mister Ra, Isis. We've got Uranus, Hades, and
Freyr!
Freyr to look forward to. Your god right there. Got some excitement there. A little bit. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think maybe Mister expected Freyr to be the pick on Alfheim, and he feels comfortable playing Loki against it. We're going to see a completely different matchup though as we move into game number 1 here. On the right, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Loki, his name is the Mister. On the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Zeus, it is El Matador.
Well, so we didn't really talk much about El Matador, and this is, I think that El Matador's from Age of Empires 2, right? He's like a mix, he's like an AOM, AoE 2 player. He's a dual player kind of. And I don't know, I'm really excited to see what he's going to pull off. I think is like ultimately his strats and his creativity and his whatnot, his prowess. It's going to be really tested here against a player like Mista. Mista's such a good player that if you make a small mistake, he's going to take advantage of it, and you're going into the next game. You're toast. So I think his strats are going to be really tested here against Mista.
Yeah. We got just the slightest weird thing happening. Haven't seen this one before. It's we've got a little bit of an odd UI
UI
problem. We're
thing.
just gonna deal with it. Not sure what's going on. First time I've seen it. First time everyone else has seen it. So we're gonna ignore it for the time being. In the it's Alfheim. Back gold mine, it looks like, for the Mister. So he's gonna be a little bit happy about that. Not gonna have to deal with any sort of crazy positioning there, or
True.
defensive problems. Maybe El Matador. You see the bottom town center, the bottom settlement, excuse me, for El Matador. There is a nice
Mhm.
gold mine behind there with a little wall. He might be able to make that a point for defense, where he's going to be like, maybe take the game more macro-ish rather than an aggressive Athena against the Loki. Might be able to find some value or something there. But I know Mel Matador, he's the multitasking guy. He's the RTS kind of huge APM. I think he's got the most effective APM on the ladder. So I know he wants to
Hmm.
use that and try and maybe catch Mr. out, but I mean, I've seen Mr. play. You're not catching him out ever, it seems. So we'll see, mate. And what do you think?
He's been caught out before, man. It's nobody's perfect. That's a high bar to be setting. Nobody's perfect, but you're not wrong, man. You're definitely not wrong. I don't know. I mean, Zeus doesn't really cater to that style, though. At least not against
Yeah,
not against Loki.
defensive is it's difficult. It's difficult. I'm just looking at, like, are you really going to get the aggression? Maybe you just do it, but you kind of contain and go for the second gold mine stuff, second gold mine sort of control, like we saw with Mini Yeti versus Magic. Maybe that's the idea here. Very difficult, but maybe it's possible.
Well, look at the gold mine options for Mista. Like he does have an
Yeah,
option on the bottom and top side, but it's really far away from his base. There's some terrain in the way. And so, what is he going to go for? Yep, right there. It's wallable, but it's very far away from his main base. Are you going to go for this bad boy right, smack dab in the center? I mean, you're just kind of begging for a little action right there, even if it is technically closest to your base. I don't know. It's going to be tough for Mista, but I don't know. I don't know. I get the feeling that things are going to be pretty chill until about the 10-minute mark, 9-10 minute mark. Once these gold mines start to get low and run out, I think that's when things are going to get really spicy. But until that point in time, it's gonna take a minute. These guys are going to be careful. Matador's a good enough player. He's a good enough player that he's not just going to blindly or I'm going to say ignorantly just go aggressive and bash his head into against a Mista wall. I think he's going to be careful, not take bad fights and whatnot, and kind of bide his time. Same thing for
yeah.
Mista. So
Mister is the one who you see it time and time again. He orchestrates the perfect fight. If he can, that's what he's going to go for. He's got the vision with spy. He's already dropped his spy onto, what did he drop it on? Maybe this on a villager. So he sees the main base. El Matador hiding buildings a little bit. I don't think Mister sees that forward building going up with the current spy position, but um,
you can expect it.
yeah. Of course, you're going to expect to see you're going to expect to see hoplites and Zeus, but it's nice to
Yeah.
confirm these sort of things.
Well, the more important thing to see is like, is he going to go, one military academy, one archery range, double archery range? Unlikely, but no archery ranges.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, he is getting doing a little bit of pushing across the map, trying to get a little bit of that early pressure done. This is dangerous when you're playing against Norse. Like, you can kind of make this happen, but if you get yourself caught out, you lose your Minotaur, you lose your hoplites. It could be very, 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 very difficult. So he's got to be careful. But El Matador getting some pressure, looking to maybe take out a house, taking out a tower here to open up this gold mine could be very big.
Yeah. Goldmine's not in a bad position, but if you allow a couple of buildings to go down, things start getting a little bit sketchy. Okay, Hearser coming in, Boyd.
This is that move. Mister just walks forward. Does he? I don't think he's got. I don't think he's got that Hall of Fames just yet. But good amount of damage. You got the healing spring come through. Ensure that he gets all his units back at the full HP. El Matador has to turn around. I think we have to see a restoration here, but El Matador's not going to want to be using that. It's a great fight here for the Mister, doing huge damage.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. I think that Matador, he maybe, Matador missed to kind of set a trap for him. Walk into my base, and no, the Minotaur goes down before he can resto. That's a bummer for Matador for sure.
Mister is just going to build on this advantage. He's just picked off so much HP, so many units. He's going to try and snipe the hoplite as soon as the town center starts firing. He says, all right, time to back out, take his win. And now, what does he do next? This is what I think makes Mister one of the best Age of, well, obviously, this is why I think he's the best Age of Mythology player right now. He is so good at punishing mistakes and then building on that advantage that he's made. So I'm really interested in what he goes for next. And it looks like his decision is, let's just grab tech. Medium infantry, medium cavalry. Great. Now, and then you go into the next stage.
Hall of Thanes also coming in. He's got a good number of RC right here. Instead of allowing Matador to just chill, his RC are all very full HP as well. I'd like to see a little bit, and there he goes, sending out those raiders. Perfect. Go just make sure Matador stays in his base, is not hunting outside of his base. Go poke, go prod, etc. Not allow Matador to just recover and recoup after a little bit of a sketchy start.
Yeah, look at how sneaky Mister is right now. He sees those villages. He had to spy on them, and he goes, "I know exactly where I'm sending my guys." El Matador is like, "I'm moving my villas out. I'm on this." They're not spied, but he sees that. Where else could they be? I guess, and he goes, "I'm going to hit this position," and he sees the villages, and this is going to be damage done. As one villager goes down, and the other three now caused to be idle, back into the main base.
She deserved to die. She was just chilling, enjoying the views.
You can't be watching a mountain in a game of Age of Mythology. You got to be, get me the food, get me the wood, get me the gold. It's busy time. Busy time to be an Age of Mythology Greek villager.
There's things to do. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. I want to keep an eye real quick on just a quick span over Mista's base. Do we see armory? Do we see market? Any sort of potential view at heroic age? I don't think so, but just keeping our eyes on it. Okay.
Yeah, one interesting upgrade coming through now for the Mista is Eyes in the Forest. I love this upgrade. I think it's so cool because it gives you it just gives you vision. So you send these raiding cavalry around the map, which normally have no line of sight, and all of a sudden, not only do they have what seems to be near infinite line of sight, but also the vision that they get lingers for a little bit longer. So as you walk through, you get to see that area. If we go into Mister's perspective, you might actually be able to see it happening, right? Oh, he doesn't have the upgrade in now, so we have to wait for it to finish. But you'll see it happening a little bit later.
There we go. Here it comes. Oh, nice. Anyway, we also have Sarissa coming in. Speaking of good upgrades, we also have Sarissa coming in for those hoplites, those Zeus hoplites. So they're going to get that teensy bit of extra, what is it? It's 0.5 range, half range or something like that boost to those
so
hoplites.
It's actually, it doesn't, like on the surface, you hear that and you go, what? Range for my hoplites? I mean, I guess they get to attack a little bit earlier, but realistically what it means is pathfinding wise, when you get a lot of hoplites, I'm talking like 15, 20, 30 infantry units out, all of a sudden they start fighting, like their pathfinding becomes amazing, and they just like start fighting super early and get all the advantage. So it's a really, really big technology.
Oh yeah, very much so. There's a decent number of raiding cavalry on the map for Mista, so that's going to be a pretty valuable tech once they actually take an engagement. Mista's pre-queued her for Bragi. He's pre-queued Bragi, so he's trying to get up to heroic age. Matador, I think Matador resource. Oh no! That's Mista's resources we're looking at right now. He just needs a little bit more gold, and then he's going to be headed up to the heroic age. It's not quite
Yeah,
there.
and I love this already. Mister sets up the gold protection already. He's got the walls there. He's completely safe on that bottom of the map, slowly starting to expand out his base. El Matador, on the other hand, I really like what he's done here. He's really given himself some room to operate in the walls here. He grabs his own gold mine. But yeah, he's actually really able to move around his base, and it's going to be really difficult for the Mister to actually make anything happen here. Getting a nice fight with this army with the flaming weapons. I don't really know if it's going to be easy. Like the wall down, sure, but then you walk through and you have like a really weird sort of position to fight on. I don't know. Let's see if El Matador can hold here. He does have restoration and a bolt in the bank.
Exactly. That's
in
what
the
I was
God
just
Power
going
pool.
to. In the God Power Bank. It's a bank.
Yes,
It's a bank.
okay,
You can buy. Of course, it's a bank. You can buy
True.
God Powers. Of course, it's a bank.
True.
In the God Power market.
But yeah, look
I
at
think
the next thing. The next thing is super interesting about what Mister does is he's always sort of got his range units and his melee units kind of in
Ooh.
different sort of groups, and he's able to just snipe little bits of things here and there, and he gets the positioning really nice.
This is the calm before the storm. Like I mentioned, I thought we had a little bit of a bolt on a troll. We had a little bit of that aggression early from Matador, and he had to back off right away. We haven't really seen much, and here we go. Heroic is in. Flaming weapons is possible. Restoration to try and counter it. It's a big looking army here, boy.
El Matador's army is looking really, really powerful. He's got to be at full population
Yes.
here. But I imagine heavy cavalry is already coming through. See a nice tower coming up. This could be a big help for garrison micro and things like that to keep himself alive. But Mister has to break through this other wall to actually break through here. The throwing axemen, though, for the Mister are doing a huge amount of damage.
Absolutely. There's the flaming weapons. There's the restoration. The Minotaur's dead. A bunch of units went down from those throwing axemen, like you mentioned. But the Talks, man, look at the Talks. They're just sitting back in that little corner, sniping. I don't know if it's going to be enough, and it's not. Matador doesn't think it's enough either. Boom. Mist takes game one with the flaming weapons in a fiery fashion.
Yeah, that was vintage Mister, to say the very least. Like he takes that tiny advantage. El Matador kind of overly aggressive early on, pushes forward, trying to make something happen, and classic Mister sets the trap, pounces, picks off a bunch of units, builds on that advantage beautifully. Great little cheeky raid with the raiding cavalry, the sixth sense, so to speak, to know that there'd be something there. And then he just says, "All right, I'm ready to go," and he breaks through. El Matador just needed a little bit more time maybe to get himself to the next age. He had the army, but just wasn't enough to hold in that moment.
Well, he got kicked off. If you remember, he got kicked off the deer. He got kicked off of that hunting spot. It took him a while to go out to the hunting spot in general. We weren't really paying attention to Matador's economy. And actually, looking at the units killed real quick, 9 villagers killed. That must have been in that last little fight. I think he only got the 1 villager kill. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now, is that Mista's economy was untouched completely. So all those dwarves on gold, he was able to hunt no problemo. He got heroic a little bit faster. And that's kind of all she wrote. Here's that first engagement where he lost the Minotaur, all the HP on those units. Great start for Mista, man. Really great start for Mista.
Yeah, this early game, like there's maybe there's still a little bit of that, we call it legacy bias remaining, where early game Zeus pushes forward with, if you remember, Jason Odysseus, and it was just such a brutal thing for Norse players to have to deal with. But in Retold, it seems like the Norse actually has that tiny little bit of an edge at that 6-minute mark. And I think, Mister, he just finds all of that advantage, and this setup here to break through this wall as well with the throw and action to allow him into this position and find a really good fight. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh yeah. And I mean, it's good army positioning there by Matador, trying to keep all those talks alive. It was awesome. But still, there's 1, 2, 3 trolls, all those throwing axemen. They just shredded right through those hoplites pretty quickly, despite Sarissa. And yeah, after the hoplites fall, it's too much.
You almost have to just pull your hoplites all the way back to your Toxotes. You can't really take any fights. Like you can't just let them fight because they're throwing axe when you're going to clean them up. So there needs to be just that little bit more positioning movement from the hoplites to get something happening there. But nonetheless, a quick first game. We're going into game number 2, and guess what we're seeing, Maiden? An exact replica of what we saw Mini Yeti and Magic. Ra, Uranus, the Mr. El Matador. What's going to be different here? Are we going to see the same thing, or is it a little bit of something new here? What do you reckon?
I would like to see something similar because it was such an entertaining game.
Yeah.
So I'm down for the same thing. I also want to see Arena. I want to see how Arena is played just at such a high level. So I wouldn't mind if El Matador decided to just win game number 2. No problemo. I'm pretty sure that both players, I don't know if they were necessarily actively watching the stream, but they could have watched Mini Yeti against Magic, like you said, to see the dynamic between those two players. I don't know. I mean, Matador and Mist are very different players, but I could easily see something similar happening. I don't have much of a different opinion from before, honestly. I still think you're a little bit of a nut job with the whole Citadel idea in the middle of the map, but I mean, okay, possibly you're the raw player after all.
I'm not gonna bring it up again. We'll just, if they do it, they do it, and then we can go. Okay, it's a possibility.
You can gloat. You can.
I'm not gonna gloat. No gloating. I would be surprised. Like, so Mystery is a player who does what he practices. We know what he practiced for Red Bull because we saw it. For Genesis because we saw it. For Wrath of the Gods because we saw it. With Egyptian, he loved going for a one town center classical fight with Wadget's classical army. He just loves doing it. So maybe he keeps it happening. The Wadget was nerfed, and the monuments were nerfed. So there is a little bit like maybe this style is not the best anymore. But Mister's going to be that player that's going to try and figure that out. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go with Sphinx. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a completely different style that we haven't seen yet either. The mind of the Mister, only the Mister knows, and maybe some of the players who practice with him might have a sort of inkling, but it'll be interesting nonetheless.
Well, in terms of the monument nerf, we saw Magic get out 4 Wadgets or 5, 4 or 5 Wadgets like that.
Still a healthy amount, yeah.
It didn't have much of an impact on the actual execution of that strat. And I don't think it'll have a huge difference on Sphinx numbers either.
No. It realistically the nerf more is aimed at that 4th monument strat where you got a huge crazy amount of favor. Like you clicked the classical age and you had like 60 favor in the bank or something. But yeah, now you still do these old strats, quote unquote. 6 months old, 4 months old, whatever you want to call it. I guess we'll, I don't know. I mean, budget. Okay, here's the other question. Mini Yeti went Prometheus in his game. Oceanus is definitely valid and a completely fine option to go for here as well. It gives you the access, very, very important access to cheap Momilla heroes, which that can be the answer to a whole bunch of myth unit spam. What do you think?
Well, just the other options going to be strong as well. Yeah, I think that's a good point. You don't get the Valor, but we didn't really see Mini Yeti take really good usage or advantage of the Valor in his instance of this matchup. So I guess maybe Matador could, but I don't know. Caladria to maybe stop some Sphinx action could be good. Bite of the Shark. That's just generally going to be strong. I think that'd probably be a little bit of a more comfortable option. Honestly, the healing is going to be nice, but the Valors and the Prometheans were pretty good. Honestly, those little Prometheans, it was a nice little front line that Mini Yeti had throughout that game for a good portion of that game. I don't know. I think either option are pretty decent.
Okay.
Apparently, they're
Well,
uncertain. Like if they're still waiting to actually create the lobby, apparently they're very uncertain for what they want to do. Mist is thinking hard, or rather, Matador is thinking hard. You know, how is he going to take down Raw here?
yeah, I think we might have a game lobby issue actually.
We have a is that to be confirmed, boy, or is it confirmed?
I think we might. We might. Anyways,
Did you just say coffee break? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think we might start. Maybe we just start talking about we'll go off a completely different tangent here and start. Have you had your have you had your favorite coffee? What coffee beans do you like?
Bro, I don't care. I like everything, man. That's not true. I don't like everything, but I'm very picky with I'm very picky with my like ratios in coffee to water ratio. But in terms of like bean and whatnot, I don't really care. I don't really care about that. I drink it black. I don't add like sugar and milk and all that fun stuff. So the actual like amount of coffee flavor is what's important.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know where we're going with this. We're just like, oh dear. I mean,
Why don't we let everybody know? Okay, why don't we let everybody know? It is, if I'm not mistaken, it is confirmed that they did not enable spectator mode, so we can't spectate Game 2 live. Yes? So we have to wait. So buckle up, people. We gotta wait a little bit. Should we just say it outright? Yes. So we got a little bit of time.
I think that's what's going on. All right, yeah.
So let's just do a break.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back a little bit later and sort out what's going to happen next.
That much later, boy. You make it sound like it's a big break. It's just a little
5
break.
minutes,
It's just a little break. Stay tuned. We're still chilling. We're still here.
Wonderful.
Right?
Alrighty, we're back. We're going to be taking a little look-see at the second game of Tunison versus Ulysses. Currently 1-0 Maiden. We're going to be watching an Odin versus Thor on Marsh. It's the Norsemen, yes!
I am ready. That's all I have to say. I am ready. We got 30 seconds, so I thought we were going to jump straight into it. We got 30 seconds, so I'm still ready.
I'm still ready. Well, Odin versus Thor. All I can say is going to be aggression from the get-go. There's some really, really fun strats for Thor, but they're a little bit risky. I don't know if we're going to see it from Tunison or not. He might know. He might go for it. On Marsh, definitely works with a very quick 3:15 advance, but the Armory opening is so popular. We're going to see very, very shortly. We get into game number 2 here, Maiden.
If we're ready to go, let's go.
And here we go with, in the top of the map, in the blue color, we have Tunison playing as Thor. And in the bottom of the map, Ulysses is going to be the red player playing as Odin. As I believe I already heard an armory sound there, Maiden, so we're not going to be seeing any fun shenanigans here.
Yeah, looks like Tunison's doing the Armory build. There's his Dwarvies on gold, Armory in front of the gold, Copper Shield's coming in. If you're unfamiliar, everybody, most people know at this point in time. If you're unfamiliar, Thor these days gets free dwarves from your Armory. That's why we see an Armory so quickly. Boy, here's the thing. You were talking about fun strats, but you were talking about fun strats that Tunison could be doing on the Thor side of things. I want to know some. Okay.
Okay.
What about Odin? What is Odin?
Odin is equally fun. I'm excited to tell you some ideas.
Okay. But what is a legitimate idea to fight against the Thor eco and the dwarf build? What's the meta for Odin first?
From what I've seen, Odin players, the advantage you have is that you're getting more food than your opponent, right? That's the big advantage you get from playing Odin. You get like a big food boost, and you also get great hunt, so you don't have to leave your base for longer, no walking time. So you're going to have a bit of an short little timing to make something happen, right? So we see Odin players going for the forward base. We get them sending units in to try and raid, trying to get some early pressure onto that later advance coming from the Thor player. If you go for a Dwarven army, you're probably looking at 4:15 at the very fastest, but more likely a 4:30 advance time. So generally you can get in and get a little bit of idle time caused, and you can build on that, right? The fun strategy for Odin is, hear me out on this, rushing for a very quick either 10 favor or 18 favor. And that's not going to be what we're seeing here, because we're seeing Heimdall. Completely different, completely unrelated to what I was going to say. The fun strategy, you get either very quick Disabort or your Valkyrie, so that they can go in and 3-hit villages, or you rush for a second Valkyrie out so that you don't care about damage you're taking under town center fire while you're getting raids in. You go and heal them up afterwards. Get 2 very quick Valkyries out. And you get those by killing off your chicken, eating all your hunt without shooting it with your town center, and all that kind of cool stuff. But yeah, we're seeing Heimdall here for Ulysses, so a completely different approach.
Well, okay, so before we get and Freya just barely coming in for Tunison, he's about 30 seconds or so behind. Is Heimdall the thing with the Armory build is that it means your advance time is later, and so is there success to be found with a good old fashioned Heimdall rush?
I mean, I've seen some Heimdall rushes attempted. I know that Soup would be a king of this, and I don't really see him doing it all too much. So if he is not doing it, my inkling is that this is something that's very difficult to make work. But this might not be a Heimdall rush, Maiden, because you know what? Heimdall, while it can be used to break through a wall with the undermine or break down some towers, the the safeguard idea, you get a whole bunch of town centers up, or he's gonna miss it. He's gonna miss it. I think he missed it. I don't think he saw it. He's going straight to the main base. There's no Hersher in the main base, man. This could be very, very painful for
Oh, he
Tunison, off
didn't
of
see it.
Ulysses here. He needs a Herser in his
Oh
main
my.
base right now. The Valkyrie is going to get some big damage.
Could, if she finds anything. So, excuse me, ma'am. She's going the wrong direction. She's looking like outside the base for Hunt, or where is she going? I don't know where she's going. She took a left turn. Oh, maybe looking for a back town center. Is that what Tunison is anticipating? Well, joke's on you, buddy. He's in the middle of the map. Man, that was so close, man. That was so close.
Yeah, he gets very lucky, and we're seeing another unit moving up to the top there as Tunison is trying to figure out what's going on. The Valkyrie going to find a villager here, immediately retreating away. Not going to be able to get any kills there as all the other units have to pull back. One Hearst are going to be there to say, all right, we've got this situation under control. Ulysses will get up a second town center. And I imagine he is going to be working towards a very quick Rigstula upgrade, which is a huge economic boost, but it'll take a little bit of time to pay itself off.
Okay. I think that he, rather than prioritizing Rixdula, obviously that's going to be sick, but he took the forward town center, so he needs to. Ooh, are we going to see a Vilpic? Speaking of Disablod. Oh, okay. A disengagement rather. Huh. Anyway, I think he needs to be. I think Tunison just found the town center. Swing.
Yeah, he
I
sees
think
it.
he needs to make sure he keeps this alive.
Yeah. One
without me.
idea could be you just put your military buildings around this town center, make it very, very tricky to hold on to, right? Like if or not hold on to attack. If you put like a longhouse on the front, maybe a great hall on the side, and another like an armory or a longhouse on the bottom, then all of a sudden there's not that much service area. You have to kill off those buildings as well to break through. But Ulysses has got all these buildings behind the town center. It's going to be I would say, fairly attackable, wouldn't you say? Like difficult
Yes.
to defend. Difficult to defend.
Yes, I agree. I do. It's he's got medium infantry coming out. How much favors Rixdula? I
20,
bet you
20
know
favor.
off the top of your head. 20 favors. So he's
20
not
favor.
quite there. So he's gonna have to get military in order to get the favor in the first place.
Yeah.
But anyways,
like
yeah,
this,
just like that.
I like this from Ulysses going into Herdman really quickly. He sees the raiding cavalry. He's seen Freya. Freya, well, you want to build raiding cavalry, right? But Herdman are so good against cavalry units that it's kind of difficult to even take fights against them because they're just so effective.
Yes. Yes. And just picking off those numbers really quickly. It might not give Ulysses pushing power, but he's got the second town center immediately. He just needs to he needs the defensive power to begin with. So I also like it, making sure that any RC that are just raiding around the base, trying to poke in, whatnot, he's just able to pick them off really quickly. I'd eventually like to see a transition away from the herdman, not to rely on him too much, as we see. And I mean, yes, the 2 TCs is nice. Can't be losing vills like this though.
Yeah, not at this point. Losing vills at this point is very, 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 very difficult. He's now got the favor for that Rixdal attack, but gold is a little bit of a difficult resource to come by at the moment, it seems. So it still has to wait on that. But just spamming out units and trying to hold here because Tunison, I don't know if you know much about this guy's play style, but he loves aggression. He is going to throw everything he has at killing Ulysses, and Ulysses is just going to have to hold on. He's going to just have to just grab onto the all body parts inside the ride at all times because he is going to be on a bumpy ride, I think.
Yeah, and Vodka just pointed out we got Bragi pre-queued. He's not quite there just yet, but it's pre-queued, so he's thinking about it, man. He's just he's poking and prodding the economy, trying to find a little value here, there, and whatnot while he's waiting for a flaming weapons push. Would you, I mean, if he gets a decent Bragi timing and 2-3 minutes from now, using flaming weapons to push through this position and gain map control, you like that idea?
Yeah, it all depends on what Ulysses does. Ulysses has got some options there. I don't think he's going to be able to hold that given how long he's been on the town center. He's probably going to have to sack the position and just run his villagers, keep them alive, and try and just play off one town center behind. That would be my guess is a good way to continue. But yeah, it depends on how well Tunison can execute as well, because maybe Ulysses, if Tunison doesn't execute perfectly, he might be able to just hold the town center and just win straight up on that position.
Yeah. I mean, it's losing that forward position isn't the worst thing in the world. He can just retreat, keep the villager advantage, and then just continue on happy camper. He's already up by 10 vills, so that dwarven armory
Yeah.
build has been mitigated, eh?
He still hasn't got Rick's Thula yet. Like, if you grab that tech nice and early and then you click up through to the next age, you actually pay the technology off instantly because you get the town, you get the god, the Skadi to come through immediately. But it looks like there's not going to be a timing here, Maiden. Frost is going to
Yeah.
be in.
So that's one way to keep your town center alive, or to counter a
Yeah.
flaming weapons push, is with the frost.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's going to be chilling on 2 TCs. The game's going to continue 2-1 TCs.
I'll tell you who's going to be chilling. It's going to be Tunison's army because he's going to get frosted.
Oh man! Oh man! Bravo, Boyd.
I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody. I apologize to everybody involved.
Okay, hang on. Riggs Thula's coming in just now. The army is coming in just now. There is maybe a little bit of a timing here. There's the Broggy.
Yeah.
A flaming weapons could happen right away before Scotty comes in. I hope. Oh my God, is Scotty? I hope he's researching Scotty from that main town center. Otherwise, oh boy, oh really boy.
I think he is, but anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
It's going to be coming through, and I mean, the question is, do you click it now, or do you just have to wait? There's a couple of villages falling. It looks like Ulysses is trying to hold on to this position. The town center is going to be falling. The military advantage is pretty significant here for Tunison at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's 53 to 44 villagers, so it's not like that gave him a huge villager advantage. Look how weak those vills are, dude. If he lost all those vills, that would have completely nullified that forward town center. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's a good little concave, though, for Ulysses. He's got defender's advantage. The military buildings all sitting here. The Frost Giant being very, very nice. Sniping down those Hearthstones is going to be huge, but it's still a gigantic military lead for Tunison.
Yes, and look at those weak vills. Oh. There we go. The frost has happened.
And we talk about this so much, Maiden. Like, sometimes you just have to commit to an idea. If he's going to click Frost, just click it, like, at the start. But right now, Ulysses is he's clicking this because he's basically dead, and he knows that if he continues here, it's just going to get worse. But, man, we'll see, because there's going to be flaming weapons on the table now.
Indeed. I mean, we got 20 seconds. So honestly, Tunison doesn't. Hey, I don't see a huge group of army. Maybe the second army is coming in. Okay, there's a couple of units. It's not like he has a huge follow-up. The flaming weapons is going to be big, obviously, but this isn't. I don't know. Okay, what I'm thinking is that maybe Ulysses can just run away and force Tunison to use the flaming weapons and maybe not get a ton of value, maybe take a fight inside of his base and maybe stay alive and just sack the whole position. I don't think Uli is necessarily completely dead, is what I'm saying.
He's definitely not completely dead. The villager differential is still completely fine for him. He's got an economy. The way that he loses the game is he loses his army, right? So if he can somehow keep that alive, he's going to be smooth sailing. So
Give me laughing, mate.
some good. You're going to be laughing, mate. He is throwing his units away into the forest fire, though.
Yeah. Who's laughing now, mate? Are you kidding me? He just lost like 10 throwing axemen or something like that. Ay. Forest fire has range, man. You can't get too close to those to the flames. It hurts.
Yeah. People were saying it doesn't do much, so I got buffed, and now you can see that it does do something.
Ay. Holy smoke. That was bad, man. If he didn't lose all those throwing... There's the flaming weapons. If he didn't lose all those throwing axemen, he'd be in such a better position.
Wait, where are you? Where are you walking, Ulysses? What's happening to your army? Where are you going?
Dude, what? He just loves the forest for some reason. He's running into it when it's burning. He's running into it away from flaming weapons. Wow. Yuli does not want to win this game. He's just giving it to Tunison.
Oh dear, that's gotta hurt. I'm sure he was clicking on the other side there, but the units just wanted to go the way they wanted to go.
Blame it on the pathing. Ay. Come on, devs, pathing.
And Tunison does manage to walk away with this victory and the series, Maiden.
Yes. 2-0, man. That's a good solid win against Ulysses. Ulysses is a tough competitor, man. 2-zip is a good win. Tunison's popping off on Retold, man. He's really bumped up his game. He's doing great.
Yeah, he's always been like a really solid player, but the way that Retold is kind of shaping up, it's really giving him a lot of power to kind of do what he does well. And this one, just all out aggression, he loves it, and you can see how well he executes. And in order to defend that, you have to execute at the same level or higher, right? Probably
Yeah.
higher most of the time. And unfortunately, Ulysses just did not have that killer instinct on the decision making. I think if he did click Frost straight away on this fight here, sure, there's going to be the flaming weapons to come through, but Ulysses is going to have that. Maybe he could set up a wall to retreat back through once the flaming weapons comes down. He can sack position. He can keep his villages alive and working, get himself up to a nice amount of military units and continue along in this game. But yeah, unfortunately, a little bit indecisive, and he takes just too much damage here.
Indeed. I'm really surprised how quickly that town center just about went down. I think that Ulysses sent a bunch of units running after a couple of raiders of Tunison, and it just pulled his army away. Tunison then attacked on the front. It was just a little bit unfortunate for him. I want to see those throwing axemen waltz into that burning forest fire. There they go. Oh
Yeah, this was
man.
so brutal. You see the HP just go down.
Uh,
Oof. Oof.
oh, it's like half of them, dude. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
Sheesh. He was still kind of alive there, man. Like, it was still going to be really tough for him to fight. But if you lose just half your army like that, oh my goodness. And then, the second time. Brutal. Ouch, that had hurt.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well,
Boyd, do you think that going straight to TC Rigsthula is decent against Thor if you take a back TC? Was the problem here that he took the middle town center?
I mean, with Norse, does it really matter? Like, if you take the back town center, I'm sure Tunison just takes the center control with buildings, and then you've got even less room to retreat. I think I like the idea of like a Heimdall 2TC, and then you kind of just say, okay, if you're going to come and kill me, no worries, I'll just run. But I don't like the idea of taking a 4 town center, getting hit with a 1 town center sort of timing, and then saying, let me try and defend it. I think that's tough. I think that's very tough. And huge shout out to Mr. Husk Soup with the rating party. Thanks so much.
Welcome, everybody.
That's right. We're going to be now moving in on to back into our series with the Mr. versus El Matador on the map step. Ra versus Aranos. We already talked about this matchup into the ground. Second time we're going to be seeing it today, Maiden. Any final words before we jump in?
I don't know. No, we've already chatted about it enough. Let's just do it. 5 seconds. Let's go.
Let's go. In the top of the map, playing as Ra. His name is the Mister. His opponent, the man who's got a big challenge in front of himself. He's going to be playing as Aranos for us. It's El Matador.
Indeed.
Anything we're seeing different here, Maiden, than we saw on that other one? Is there maybe a better sort of town center? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Much worse, actually, on this map.
I know. Well, I mean, you could maybe argue that El Matador's town center on that left-hand side, his forward one on the left side. Yeah, the back one's really far away, but it doesn't really protect much. But yeah, this guy right here, you could maybe argue, oh, there's a couple of town center or gold mines, behind it. You could maybe make an argument there, but I don't think the same argument could be made for Mista. The gold mines on Mista's town centers are, just eons away. So I don't know if your fun little Citadel idea is going to win in this specific instance.
I don't believe it on this one.
Yeah.
But there's also another big problem in Mister's base here. His gold mine is sticking out like a sore thumb. So I think he basically is almost forced. No, I think he is forced to play some sort of 1 town center classical fight idea here. Now the question becomes, when you have these sorts of situations, on the other side, do you say, well, there's a big weakness, let me try and apply pressure to it? Or you say, hang on, my opponent knows that's a weakness. He's going to be trying to cover that through strategy, maybe we can take advantage of that and say, well, maybe we should go for our own second town center and try and say, you have to defend that. I'm okay to do this. And we play a really strange game that probably wouldn't normally happen.
Well, and then after that, you could say, well, Mista knows that the gold mine is forward, predicts El Matador and maybe scouts it that he's not going to go aggressive and punish it. And so Mista's going to predict the prediction, and then he's going to look ahead and say, okay, what am I going to play? And that means he's going to go for a 1 TC fast heroic into a Veil Rush. Or, sorry, not fast heroic, a 1 that would include the Scarabs. He's just going into a 1 TC Skin of the Rhino Veil Rush.
I love it. I love it. Let's see it happen. I would love to see a 1 town center villager Skin of the Rider, right? Just get that relic. What's it called? Big Malian statue. Let's do it. Yes. Let's send it happening. Let's make it. It's just full send. Why not? Do we have any? Do we have it? No, I don't think so.
Those are good
relics on the map, though. They're all great. They're all fantastic. Not going to be upset with any of those. But then again, are there really any bad relics anymore?
That is true. There's most all the relics are good these days. These are particularly good ones though.
Well, ooh, this is interesting. We've actually already got a second oracle, or fourth oracle coming out for El Matador, which does kind of indicate he's going to be going for some Promethean shenanigans. Yeah. He wants to make Prometheans, I think.
Yeah. Well, he saw. I wonder. Again, we're the previous conversation about the previous match is that both Mini Yeti and Magic, they both had plenty of opportunities to actually finish off the game, but ended up just battling it out. So I wonder if El Matador saw that and he's like, I could do that, and maybe pull it off in a bit more refined fashion. So hey, man, we got Prometheus, we got Ptah coming in. It's kind of a repeat. Only one monument for Mista at this point in time, and like you said, the additional oracle for El Matador already. So maybe we're going to see a similar thing, just slightly refined.
Yeah, Mr. He's not making it. He is not like.
There's the second one.
How do I put this? He's not messing around with the opening. When we were watching Magic playing, it kind of looked like with the amount of villagers on gold, he was going for a town center. And he started moving things around when he started seeing the mass Terma coming. Mr. Nice quick advance time, 415, has 2 monuments. He's going to go straight into this double barracks, Wadget shenanigans. And are these double military academy? Is it a counter barracks? What is El Matador going for? Because you already know these barracks are coming for the Mista. It's double counter barracks, so El Matador is going to open up with Terma. And we are going to be basically seeing a replica of that first game, it looks like.
Yeah. We got the Promethean upgrade coming in. I can't remember. Alluvial Clay, is that what it's called? Already coming in for those Prometheans. They're going to be a little bit stronger. Yeah, it's already in. Anyway, Alluvial Clay, there we go. That is one of the most awkward looking thumbnails in the game. I don't know about you, but that's just like my opinion, man.
Well, oh, I love that movie. It's a good movie.
Oh, the Big Lebowski.
The Big Lebowski. Sorry, we gotta focus here. Oh god.
Get a hold of yourself, right now, boy. This is serious business, okay?
Well, right now we're seeing Mr. Opening Spear Wadget, and for the start of this, he's searching for oracles all around the map. He does see this one hero oracle making a break for it. I think it's gone outside of the sort of situation, but Mystery is on the hunt. He is so close to it. He says, look at how good his vision is. His vision is impeccable. He's going to get over there. But I think if El Matador's sending units this way, it looks like he's not. He might be able to get some value back for it, but that's going to be a dead Deuterino, as El Matador is spending a lot of time killing off those forward deers instead of trying to defend his oracle. So good, nice little first pick here for the Mister.
Yeah. If he can finish it off, sheesh, just the Terma, what a late reaction there. I guess El Matador is like, man, seriously? Persistent guy. And he is going to get it, finally. He earned it, man. He earned it.
Yeah. But he has to get all the way back here. Mister's going to try and slide off into the corner of the map. Not sure that El Matador actually spotted this. And that was so smart from the Mister. He's going to be able to pull all the way back to his home base and not really loot. Oh, maybe he's going to get spotted. It's going to be a little bit of damage. Tiny bit.
See, the Microbial Matador is going to take some micro. Those things, those spears, going to have some little damage if you can catch those Terma.
Yeah, this is some insane control from the Mister. But in the end, I think once you snare a Terma, it looks like you can't even catch up. But these Spearmen are very, very good once they actually get some damage done. But El Matador, he's going to have to micro very, very well to move forward. He's getting some Caraballaster out as well, which will be scary for the Mister to deal with. But like we saw in the last game, if the heroes aren't there, those Wadgets are going to be a big problem.
Yeah, but hang on. Mista's going for straight spears. Whereas in the previous iteration, we saw magic with more slingers rather than the infantry. There's only, what, like maybe one slinger? 0 slingers, maybe? One slinger is
many
out.
for the moment.
Yeah, big difference there. If you can keep those numbers down, keep the Kairos alive, that's going to be huge, man.
Yeah, I kind of almost think that if he just builds, I don't know, let's call it 3 Caraballaster and just heroizes them all, that's enough to make this like a defensive position, which the Mister's not going to be able to push forward in. So El Matador can do this poking with the Terma, retreat back to his Caraballaster, and just keep that sort of tug of war situation going.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be an interesting... He did heroize that one Kairos, so you're right about that. There he is, the chunker. Yeah, it's like the calm before the storm. Nobody necessarily wants to engage. Mista's kind of pushing to think that we aren't quite seeing a lot of action like we saw in the Magic Mini Yeti game. Maybe a little bit of some action here. I want to see what that
incredibly greedy forward gold mine from El Matador. No, he's just like, I'll put a matter up and we're going to try. This is going to be a point of weakness now that Mister's going to try and punish.
This is like the Ghostlight game with Mini Yeti. This is just a ploy. The real gold mine is on the left side.
Him and charging for the Carabal's getting huge damage, huge shockwave onto those Wadget there, Maiden.
Yes. Is it enough though? There's only 4 of them. The Prometheans are doing a pretty great job. The spears are gone, man. There's only a handful of slingers.
Fantastic micro from El Matador. All of those Carabals are still alive. And it looks to me like maybe Mister is going to inch out a tiny victory here, but I think El Matador can just retreat back and just call this a victory and then move on to the next sort of fight.
Yeah. He still has those 4 Kairos, but ultimately, yes, all of those slingers and spears, they, for the most part, all went down, but the Wadgets are still completely healthy and alive. So that's still a big crux.
That was a beautiful Valor there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Keeping that Caraballaster alive, sniping off those slingers beautifully. This front line here for the Mister is just melting. It's looking really, really good for El Matador.
But there's still 5 Wadgets, man. 4.5. That guy's half dead. And that one hero Carabalist is just about dead himself. I think Mista's got to retreat a little bit here, no? Get back closer to his barracks, to his production buildings? He's more confident than I am.
No, I don't know if he can retreat, because if he does run, then the Terma just chase, right? They're just going to chase, get more damage done. So he's got he does manage to stay here. It's still okay. But those look at the resources in the bank for El Matador. He can just go heroic now, go Thea, and then all of a sudden go into a crazy amount of Contarius if he wants to.
Wow. Is that what he's going for? We're looking at his Q. He can maybe stop those Merms. He's producing some more Merms. So he's just floating res, cancel a couple and go myth or heroic.
It's dangerous. Mister is going to spread out onto the map here.
Yeah.
El Matador losing a citizen on the left. It looks like. I guess this can get a little bit dangerous in terms of trying to hold all the gold mines, especially when you're splitting up like this. There is room for sky passages, but maybe the best play here for El Matador is just to slam down more military buildings and go for a gold staff himself.
Yeah, true. It's like, yes, you could invest into heroic age, which, adding Contarius would really complicate things. What? 7 Wadgets? Speaking of going for a gold staff, I think we know what Mista's doing.
In a way, this is a lot. Obviously this is a lot of Wadgets. He's got a lot, but The problem for El Matador is he's spending all of his favor, it looks like, on Valors and Prometheans, which means he doesn't have the favor to really manually make heroes. He's got the resources to turn a whole bunch of Murmillos into heroes, and they can completely carve up those Wadgets, but he needs to have the Murmillo out.
Dude, I think this is such a big misplay by El Matador here. He neither went heroic nor spammed military. So he's sitting there with, 1,400 resources in the bank while Mista's spending all of his resources. And now this is turning into a sketchy little situation for him. Hero Kairos are down. The military numbers for El Matador just plummeted. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this
it.
looks like the simple story here is that El Matador just didn't spend his resources. He's got 7 Murmillo in the bank, or in the queue right now. That's like you add onto the economy. It's like he's floating like 1,000. Well, he's already floating 1,000 resources, but it's like he's floating 1,500 resources at the moment.
Yeah. And he's sniffing heroic age, but he was just so close to going heroic, didn't actually do it, and now it's maybe too late, man. Yeah, Recon saying he doesn't know why no sky passage. Indeed, Recon, indeed. It's too late now.
You can easily move from one side to the other. They're still shifting sands to sort of chase. You kill off one sky passage, shift over the other, and maybe you're okay. But that's not even relevant when it comes down to El Matador just not getting the units out. Like he has the resources, so he just needs to get them out.
Exactly. I mean, dude, he needs production buildings. I don't know what he needs at this point in time. Still a lot of resources. Losing more units to those Wadgets, man. Ay. Just look at the military pop difference. 32 to 112, 114. Ay.
Yeah, and now the Gold Staff is created, and he's the type of player. You see, he's even healing up his Wadgets. I love that. He's the type of player, if you look at Mr's line of sight right now, he probably sees the entirety of the map. He's probably set up the entirety of those obelisks all over the place. On the other side, he sees every gold mine on the map. He sees everything, basically. Spearman set up as well. There's not going to be any sneaking going on here for El Matador.
Indeed. Honestly, Sekhmet just come. Oh, that's for Mista. So yeah, exactly. The awkward thing is that Mista invested all of his resources into producing military. He's got a nice advantage now. He cuts the production. Boom, his eco is untouched, and he's able to jump up heroic. Whereas El Matador, he was stopping production, but then kind of not completely. But then he didn't quite get heroic. But then now he's dead.
Well, yeah. The only thing he can really make is Prometheans, right? Zero gold income. Yeah. He's only got 3 oracles. Prometheans are decent, but full army for Mista. Sekhmet coming through, and it's going to be a tough one for El Matador to really make anything happen any longer here.
Indeed. Honestly, with shifting sands, like you said, there's like, I hate to be like, there's no hope. There's kind of no hope. If he goes out to the left side and right side to try and just, sky passage his way around, shifting sands is just going to put the kibosh on that right away.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, and he's just sitting in the center of the map as well. He kind of knows that he's got the shifting sands angle. He doesn't have to use it, but he's got it, immediately getting himself heavy slingers. That gives an extra little range for the slingers to take out those Caraballas so nicely. Also slings of the sun to help taking out those Murmillos. And all of a sudden, this army here for the Mister is going to be looking very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's already looking good, but it's going to be like almost unbreakable for a classical age Uranus.
Yeah. Well, here we go. This is maybe the lost loft for El Matador up on the top side of the bracket here. The slingers are going hard. Wadgets are going hard. I mean, I don't know how hard. Ooh, hello. Okay. Boy.
There's a big shockwave, but I don't think there's too many units left here. I think we're about to see a tap out for El Matador as 34 population to 96. That says more than enough right now.
It should be. El Matador agrees. Mista takes it 2-0. Honestly, Boyd, I think Mini Yeti and El Matador, they kind of gave those Ra Ranos games to Magic and Mista. I'm not going to say that Magic Mista snuck out with a win in that regard because, they both played super well. But that was, dude, like I said,
Yeah.
if Matador gives an opening to Mista, he's gonna take it, and that was a big opening.
Yeah, credits due. Mister played this one textbook. He's shown
Mm,
this that he knows how to play this style really, really well. Uh, El Matador with the again, I hate to say this word, but again, but indecisiveness. He's just spending resources, getting everything out onto the map. I feel like in the middle of the fight, the only thing remaining was Wadgets yet again, and getting the heroes through is really all that El Matador really needed to completely capitalize. Like this
mm,
fight was the big one, and it looked like it was going quite well for El Matador.
yeah.
Great shockwave on the Wadgets, gives his Caraballo all the time, and on the Slingers gives his Caraballo all the time there to take down the Spearman. And then following this up, it was a matter of how do I kill Wadgets? And he couldn't do it. So he probably should have just retreated around about, well, once he picks off all of these human units, and then go ahead, slam some more military buildings down, get those resources out, or decide to go for the heroic age, maybe go into dryads and things like that. And he probably can continue along in this game and probably be in a good spot because I think he definitely found himself an advantage
Yes.
from this point.
Yeah. 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 That's the thing. I mean, it's kind of ironic. You're talking one of your comments early on about El Matador just having general great RTS skill. I completely agree. However, an important RTS skill is your macro, is using up those resources, not just banking up resources. And you can see right here, he's got hundreds of resources in the bank. This is kind of too late at this point in time for him to go heroic.
Yeah, if you just
And
think about it from just a strictly like, what does that look like if he had those units on the field? His
yeah,
population would be at like 155 right now,
yeah, yeah,
or he
yeah.
would have like an extra 5 Mamilla heroes, and that's a completely
Hmm.
different situation to be in this fight.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So either go heroic or, spend the resources, but he's just so close, man. He was right there at the amount, but he just wasn't able to quite click the button.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, we expect this from the Mister. He's dominating for so long. He's a very, very solid performance. You can clearly tell he is in form, uh, and he is ready to find some serious advantages moving forward in this tournament. But he's going to be well and truly happy with his 2-0 victory. Going to be moving into the next stage. So this means that we're going to be moving into the losers portion. For today, we're going to be watching Loki playing against Mini Yeti. We've got an Odin versus Thor, and on the matchup we have seen today, Maiden, the Norse mirrors. Obviously, I know you're one of your favorite here. But we've already seen one style of a Norse mirror. With this one, where we got that Heimdall. Maybe we'll see something a little bit different here.
Well, indeed, that's fair. I don't know if Elysium is real. I think on Marsh, we talked about Ulysses going for the forward town center versus the back town center, and that dynamic. I don't know if Elysium. I think there's definitely potential to go for a second TC on Elysium. There's often a really good hunt patch near a back TC. The gold mines are going to be very tricky eventually. So maybe instead of holding on to Ulysses, I had to hold on to a town center position. I think if Loki decides to go for that 2TC idea, he's going to have to hold on, or his big question is holding on to a gold mine at some point in time.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's necessarily going to go for that, but still, there's potential.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like what I was talking about, like early favor plays with Norse. I don't think you can really get away with those on this map because you've only got Gazelle. You don't have any access to those big meaty like boars or aurochs or anything. So those kind of wild strategies might not be on the cards. So, I mean, maybe they are. It's a lot. I don't know. I can't work it out. I can't do the math quickly enough. So one Gazelle is worth half a favor, I think. One boar or auroch is worth like 3 favor. So yeah, I don't think you have enough. I'm going to go ahead and rule it out. There's no craziness here, but there's still going to be a potential for those aggressive plays from the Odin. You might want to be careful about that, and maybe you don't want to go for the Dwarven Armory. I don't know. This map is a little bit strange.
Well,
Very
indeed,
open.
but okay, so it's very open. Odin, let's set aside Heimdall for a second. Odin going Freya, going into thundering hooves, potentially raiding cavalry, that sort of thing. If anything, that's just what Thor wants. Thor likely going to go into what's it called? Into berserks, into Forseti, and that's just asking for some pain, probably.
Yeah.
So it seems like Freya, yeah, you can maybe go for some Valkyrie action like you're talking about. But if that's not as viable, if you don't have the favored generation, maybe Heimdall's the way to go. Maybe some Rigsdula action. Maybe he's gonna pull off some cheese with a straight up rush. I don't know.
Well, I mean, before we jump into this, I just want to take a quick look at the draft here because there are some interesting gods. We've got Mini Yeti picking up that Shenong again. That one's actually we've seen that one a couple of times. Yet to actually see it get picked, but I'm interested in seeing the Chinese gods. I do think they're very new and they're going to take some time to get used to, but I think they're actually quite strong still when you've unlocked their full potential. Zeus and Set in the back. I think Mini Yeti was holding that Set to maybe try and snipe maybe the Odin or something from Loki. Probably not going to see Set afterwards now. Loki with Ranish, Cronus, Hades, just some very solid picks. But we're now going to be moving into game number 1, Maiden. Loki versus Mini Yeti on the map, Elysium. And we're going to be seeing in the top of the map here, Mini Yeti is going to be having that Thor. And on the left side of the map in the red color, we're going to be seeing Loki with the Odin.
Well, so how many deer do you start off with, Boyd? It's nine deer or something like that.
Quick math. Yeah.
Math. 9, 10, 10, 11, 12. Hello.
This is with the great hunt, you're gonna get, well, obviously it looks like you got 13, right? Or 12 or 13? I don't know. So it is a hefty amount of favor you can get from that. Plus, if you go over and whack all those chickens, you can go for early Fizzleblot.
Ah. Okay.
There is that option.
Is that not what you were talking about with the math and the favor and everything? That is what you were talking about, right?
I think you can. I think
so with the chickens, it's not ruled out.
If you want to go over and whack those chickens, obviously idle villager time. Kind of pretend like you're a little bit like a Zeus player having to spend the villager time praying, but instead of praying, shanking chickens. Apparently, the Norse gods appreciate the shanking on chickens. I don't know about it. But well, you're getting them favor, right? They're happy. They want you to fight. Fight
the chickens. What?
That's right. Well, yeah. Apparently, I'm not a Norse god. I didn't make the rules.
Okay. Well, anyway, okay. So let's over on the Loki side of things, on the red side of things. Okay. I want to looking at the town center positions, boy. Are you liking any type of 2TC Rigsthula ideas here? Yes, there is a deer patch behind it, but you don't necessarily need a TC to take that. This TC kind of gets you in the realm of some gold mines, but is pretty dadgum far away from your starting base. I think that can be ruled out for any type of 2TC shenanigans. Is 2TC on your mind at all?
I mean, I liked the 2TC play on Marsh because you've got so many kind of angles to retreat to. If your opponent forces their way through that with like big fat attacks. But do we have any sort of retreating angles here from those town centers that look great for the gold mines? I don't think so. So maybe this is off the cards. But equally, I really, really like Odin playing Freya here against Thor. Like a nice aggressive Freya, forward temple, just send it, full send, and just never stop. Obviously, be smart with the stuff. But we are seeing Loki actually dropping the temple in the home base.
You'd really think that like even aggressive Freya, okay, fine, you can maybe get some early damage, but still, is that not just playing into the hand of Forseti?
I don't think it's playing into Forseti necessarily. I think it's just that's your advantage, right? Your advantage is that you're going to have a faster advance time. You're going to have better early economy, and that's going to get lost pretty quickly when the dwarves' advantage comes through. So getting any amount of idle time, and very importantly, a very smart usage of forest fire to lock off like a safe tree. And right now it's looking like the forest for Mini Yeti are pretty good, but let's just say, for example, you burn the very back tree in Mini Yeti's base, then all of a sudden there's all 3 trees are very, very raidable on the front. You don't have to go all around onto the back to deal with that. So there's something there. So if you go for a forward temple or something, forward base, you can put lots of pressure on.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe.
He is going Freya after all, so let's see how things are. Actually, both of them are going Freya.
Yeah. I'm not exactly surprised to see Mini Yeti going Freya. I do think the Valkyrie are really, really important, but I think you're also right that Force Yeti does have a really big advantage with getting those trolls out. But on a map like Elysium, without any choke points, maybe you're a little bit worried about just getting caught out.
You don't think the Versetti, that like Berserk and Hall of Thanes is a play for Thor here?
Maybe. I think both are valid. Maybe, but maybe the safer call is just to get that mobile army going, so you don't have to worry about it. It's a very open map, so a mobile army get raids, can defend against raids. If you're playing Force Yeti, you don't have that mobile army. It's a little bit more challenging. Berserks die very quickly to throw an Axeman. Can't really make them. Maybe you can make a little bit of them, but I don't know. I think I prefer on this specific map Freya. But we're going to see the Freya, so they're doing what I prefer.
All right. They also are do you prefer, is that Vodka, could you scooch up just a little bit? Is that double Great Hall? We have double Great Hall from Loki in the red. But what about Mini Yeti? Yeah, there's a double.
Mini Yeti. I love this from Mini Yeti.
Okay.
Did you see what he's researching? He's getting himself all his eco-ups. He's getting himself bronze weapons.
Yeah.
And he's just going to say, we're just going to sit in our base and we're just going to defend for a little bit. And we're just going to wait for this to just power us up. Because he gets an extra dwarf for the bronze weapons. Plus, obviously, his units are going to get stronger. But this does give Loki a lot of time. But Loki is sitting in his main base. He's not pushing. He's not doing anything. So Mini Yeti's got nothing but time here.
That is a very good point. And he's got he's got a 4 villager advantage, 3-4 villager advantage already. So, he's got all the upgrades, more villagers, no additional town centers going up for Loki. So it's like, why not?
Well, sniping down some gazelles, getting a little bit of favor here. I like this. You should definitely do this. You get the most favor from using, I believe, I could be wrong on this, correct? Maybe you play a little bit more Norse than me most of the time, but you get more favor for killing Hunt with Ursa. But then again, with Odin, you're also getting more favor for just using Great Hall units. So he gets just a little bit of extra little something as another Valkyrie is on the way.
Oh, that's nice. There's a little something to possibly. That's a good point. I actually forgot about the Great Hall units given. Anyway, that's maybe something going for Valkyrie numbers against Thor. That's maybe a window of opportunity for Loki here, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess where the favor will actually come back into Mini Yeti's side is if he's getting the technology now, Hammer of Thunder.
Yeah,
that's obviously costs 10 favor, but all of a sudden your Hursa is generating favor twice as fast. That's a big advantage, and he's going to need Hursa to deal with Valkyrie. So there's no real bad thing with producing those at the moment. So you build more Hursa, you get more favor, you can build more Valkyrie, deal with your enemy Valkyrie. But Loki is looking for some pressure here. I think Mini Yeti needs to be still a little bit more careful. He doesn't need to take a fight just yet.
Well, he's thinking about the gold. Indeed doesn't need to take a fight just yet. Military numbers. Actually, this is a little bit interesting. Loki's actually got a pretty big military advantage. Looking at the numbers, 68 to 42. So sure, Mini Yeti's got the strength in terms of actual upgrades, but still, often comes down to numbers, man. AOM is big numbers game. Here we go. Full engagement here.
I like this disengagement Forest Fire, but it is on his own base, and this will open his base up, turning back to get a little bit of damage here. Mini Yeti needs to buy his time just a little bit longer. He drops Dwarven Mine in the main base hit. This is a bit more of an economic boost, but only 1,000 gold there.
1,000 gold will go a long way when your
Yeah,
gold
yeah.
mine is already out.
But he's gonna have to move to a second gold mine pretty shortly here. Question is, will he be able to take advantage of all this extra economy that he's been making or getting? And then will he be able to win a fight to get onto the second gold mine? Because this is going to all be decided in the next, I would say, 4 minutes in this game. 4 or 5 minutes.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, dude, like it's great that Loki's got, the veil advantage, yeehaw, the tech advantage, yeehaw, and the military upgrades. But really, he's pretty far behind in total military numbers. He's 30 units behind. It's like 2/3 of the army size. Is this not sketchy? Is he saving up for heroic? I mean, looking at his gold, no. What's going on Mini Yeti's side? What is this?
He's just got more technology. That's literally it, right? Like the technology for Mini Yeti is full bronze, not full bronze weapons, full copper on the mail. He's getting himself thundering hooves. He's got
Yeah.
he's got all of his economic upgrades. So it's just everything he's spent has been on economy, and he's floating 800 food at the
Yeah.
moment, which realistically he can't spend on anything but Valkyrie. And his favor gain here is a bit small. I think he needs that favor, I think.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, here we go. Numbers 103 compared to 70. I don't know if all the units are here, but it's looking. You can clearly see a big numbers advantage here for Loki. Let's see if these. But it's mainly RC here against RC and throwing Axemen. Dude, he's bringing the
And Mini
dwarves.
Eddie
He has
pulls
to bring the
he,
dwarves.
he brings the boys in. I think this fight is looking pretty good for Luki. It's all you like about a technology advantage, but it just doesn't matter if the opponent's got the numbers advantage. And that there, Baden, is the game.
What? 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 What game was this, dude? He just chilled, and then what? We just watched Mini Yeti just tech up a whole bunch, and
Yeah.
okay, well there we go, game one, everybody. There you go.
Mini Eddie his macro looked
What?
like he wanted the Valkyries. He had the resources there for Valkyries, and he's just like, if he had, I don't know, 4 Valkyrie for those 800 food, I think maybe he might actually do very well in that fight, and if not win. But he didn't have that, and maybe the better, more correct option would have been chuck a market down, sell some resources, maybe get some herdmen out to try and shank
Yeah.
down those raiding cavalry mass. But if you take an actual look at the popular units there, it was 21 throwing axemen for 21 raiding cavalry. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's a counter unit. Raiding cavalry counter throwing axemen. And, that's just how it works.
That is just how it works. Well, I mean, okay, this is just a case study number, 758. That number or upgrades are sick, but AOM, man, you got to get those numbers out. You got to get those
Yeah.
numbers out. Bronze weapons. I can't tell you how many games where I'm sitting on bronze weapons with Thor trying to fight against, take a classical fight against heroic. Anyway. Got to get the numbers out, man. Got to get the numbers out. And here's that final fight. Those
And you also saw
RC
there were a couple
hard.
of herdmen sneaking into this fight. I think they actually made a much bigger impact than maybe you might have first thought. Mini
Yeah.
Yeti was trying to snipe down the enemy throwing axemen. He should have been going for the herdman.
I
Sometimes a
see.
little bit tricky to see those in that fight, but they were there, and they got a lot of value in that one. But we're going to be moving on to the next one here, and we get to see a little bit of something now, Mister AOL Iron Maiden. We're going to see some Chinese shenanigans. Shenong against Kronos for game number 2 on Ghostlight.
This is, I mean, surprisingly so. This is the first bit of China that you and I have seen today. There's been a couple other matches that we haven't casted, but this is the first. This is our first little peek into China today. It's a little bit surprising. What's up with that? Is there? I mean, why have players not really been going for a lot of China? They've seemed so strong despite the recent patch that nerfed them a bit. What's up with that?
I mean, stats wise, Noir has had the most bans in this tournament.
True.
So Noir is clearly a pick that players were prioritizing towards the start of this tournament, but we haven't seen any of those bans just yet. I think maybe players are getting quite used to that. In terms of the picks, yeah, we've seen Fu Shi as a pretty popular pick at 31, which is around about where you would expect a god to get picked. That's like a god that is like middle of the road, pretty popular, definitely worth picking in these tournaments. But yeah, Shenong and Nuar are a little bit lower than maybe everything else. I think the reason is mostly coming down to the fact that it's a new Civ, and these players just aren't comfortable picking them just yet. It's going to take time to understand the macro. It's going to take time to kind of understand how to build the army, what the meta is, what they really need to make happen. I think it's just a little bit of the time factor. Maybe they're a little bit undertuned. Maybe they're not. We don't know, because it's just hasn't quite had the time to sort of simmer.
That's
my theory at the very least. That's my theory at the very least.
Well, we saw maybe part of my this is the top 16 players, right? That are in this portion, the main event. Maybe I'm thinking back to the qualifiers. We saw a pretty decent amount of China in the qualifiers, not just not just Nuwa.
I was combining everything with those so far up to this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, indeed, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a little bit interesting. Yesterday, did we have very much China yesterday? Like I said, I was working most of the day, so I couldn't really pay attention to games. But was there a lot of China yesterday? Is it just coincidence?
A couple of Fushi picks.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, we saw Mister picking. He clicked Shenong, so he wanted to play a Shenong game, but he didn't get the opportunity to.
True.
Seeing Mini Yeti picking Shenong, I think it's just that, yeah, like I said, I think these gods are just maybe just a little bit too new. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just not that strong either.
Well, okay, fair enough. Having said that, we're gonna see what Mini Yeti thinks about Shenong. So specifically Shenong against Kronos. Like when we casted the qualifiers, man. China is indeed new, so what's your take on the meta here? How does Shenong look going into Kronos?
Well, unlike Fushi and Uwa, Shenong's, I mean, I think the Baolei, the castle units are pretty strong regardless, but Shenong doesn't have any bonuses going into those. So it makes sense to want to focus in on those kind of barracks units, so to speak. But against Kronos, you have to deal with Terma, you have to deal with Current Ballista. Probably not going to be seeing too many Murmilla getting built against China with the fire archers and the Chuko nukes, shutting them down quite easily. But yeah, you're probably going to need to get into those cavalry units at some stage, I would assume. But potentially the simple way to move forward is just to really go hard in onto myth units, because that's something that Shenong gets a bonus in, right? Shenong's going to get a free myth unit at different parts of the game, just based on the favor that he gets. And maybe instead of building out those Qualfus, which cost favor, you just say, we're going to take a hit to our economy, but we're just going to get stronger army. Maybe that's the way to go.
Okay. Well, having said that, quick little side note here. As we're looking at the winners bracket, this is just a reminder, everybody. This is double elimination main event. So what we're looking at here is the top side, the winners so far. Next week we're going to start getting into the winners bracket quarterfinals. So already really sick matchups across the board. Chemograss, Recon Rapple, that one's fun. Mista Tunis and Koth Magic. All four of those matchups really sick. And then down on the bottom side, this is where we're at right now. Loki Mini Yeti is what we are in the throes of, and then El Matador and Ulysses. That's going to be a sick match as well, coming up eventually. So yeah, the players' lives are not over just yet, but either Loki Mini Yeti and either El Matador or Ulysses going to be going home today and getting knocked out. So the players are starting to drop, boy. Starting to drop.
Yeah, I'm actually. I mean, we're seeing these. We're going to see these two games played today, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Nullus. Nullus is one of those players who has always been consistently like making it really far in these tournaments. But yeah, very, very excited to see that. But nonetheless, we're not going to be talking about that any longer because we're now going to be jumping into game number 2 here. In the bottom of the map, playing as Shenong, it is going to be Mini Yeti. And in the top of the map, playing as Kronos, it's going to be Loki.
Indeed. I'm looking at the minimap right away, boy. I always look at the gold mines, dude. It's like I said it once, said it a million times. Probably sick and tired of it. But Ghost Lake, 1 starting mine, 2 starting mines. Boom, great starting mine. Super far secondary mine. Super far secondary mine. I could see a world where maybe Mini Yeti grabs a town center or and uses a Great Wall, or no, what's it called? Earth Wall around that top left TC. Maybe secure a little action over on that side. I don't know, possibly. But it would be cool. It'd be fun to see some spicy action around those gold mines. Be entertaining. How are you feeling?
Yeah, the far town center for Mini Yeti is obviously very, very nice, right? Especially with that Earth Wall you already mentioned. But
aside from being super far away, if you can get there.
Yeah, if you can get there. But I think I'm really liking town center play just on the fact that the gold mines are so obscenely far from the starting base. Go for a really big one town center idea. That I'm really liking the idea of a lot of myth units here, maybe making a whole bunch of those Yatsu, or taking a really good fight with lightning weapons. Like I actually thinking about it, if executed really well, I'm actually liking the Shenong sort of Shenong game plan against Kronos.
Okay. Yeah, there's no the lightning weapons being a classical age god power. What are the class?
Sorry, I've completely forgotten. There's another god for Kronos. I was like, Kronos goes Prometheus, right? No, automatons are really, really good against China.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Automaton Terma.
Yeah.
That's right. Those pioneers being the hero option for China, so the Terma going to counter those pioneer heroes. That's the idea.
Yeah. And Loki knew he was obviously thinking about this matchup a little bit more hard than I was. This is really, really difficult to deal with for Shenong for China in general, because they've got these pioneers that are dealing pierce damage, and the automatons have got 50%, I think, top of my head, pierce armor. So it's so all of the bonus that they get is basically cut off. So these automatons are just tanking for days, and then you've also got the Terma just clean up the pioneers, and you're just good to go.
Yeah. And considering like that strategy playing into just like you meant the 1TC gold control situation, I think that's I think Luke is probably just tickled at that idea. He still needs to pull it off. But still.
I guess there is an idea of utilizing these wolf deuterinos with the big blade in their mouth as a counter to the automatons. They are doing hack damage, and that's going to be one dead automaton already.
Wow, a call. Yeah, you're just hyping up the automatons, and these guys are dropping like flies already. That was a good eye. He saw that temple right away. He must have scouted that thing coming down. He sent his units there right away. Man, that special attack is so cool.
Where are those villagers going, Maiden? What is he doing? Please explain.
Oh, those villagers.
There's some villagers walking across the map.
Why? Is that a misclick?
It's a Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti does what Mini Yeti wants to do, and he says it's forward building time. I'm sure he's cooked this strategy up. He knows that he's got a little bit of advantage already from killing up those automatons, and now he's got to get something more happening.
Okay. Woo!
I don't know about you, man, but it's looking like to me, Mini Yeti's not really building any Quailfu at the moment. It looks like he's going for a whole bunch of Yatsu.
This is a decent idea, man. Instead of just like sitting back, allowing the automaton numbers to grow and blah, 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 take the fight to the Loki player, man. I like this idea.
This is exciting. Okay, he's also got... Whoa. Why is there a Qualfu here as well? He's just like, I'm just going to put everything forward. What's he going to go for? Now getting the upgrade Son of Long in for the Yatsu. They're going to make those special abilities a little bit stronger. He's making himself what looks to be the Javelineers, Wuzu Javelineers. And I imagine he's just going to be waiting for the opportunity to build Fire Archers. But maybe he doesn't even need to. You can just go for Wuzu Javelineers and be completely fine here.
Okay, this is cool. This is something different. I'm digging it. Where can he find value though? What does he go for? Does he try and engage the army and just keep the automaton numbers down? Try and keep the military numbers down of Loki? What's he trying to go for here?
Oh man, those terms just erase these as he does charge for a little bit of a misclick there on the Yatsu though, as it does miss one of the automatons. You can't really be losing fights here against the automatons because they just heal themselves back up.
Yeah. Losing those 2 myth units hurts, man. And now, sure, the javelins can go after the Terma, but still, there's not a lot of units here left over for Mini Yeti. 10 military population compared to 24. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I guess one idea here is to make out some halberdiers. Halberdiers do have bonus damage against the Terma, but off the top of my head, I don't know what their speed is. I do not think they're fast enough to do much here.
Well,
their 5 speed is actually pretty good, to be honest.
Indeed. Kind of
they're a little bit stronger than a spearman, right? So, yeah, I think they're actually, if you massed out those, you'd be completely fine against them. But they do cost a ton of food. That's the hard part.
Yeah, and you saw he doesn't. It's not like Mini Yeti has a ton of food in options either. I think he tried the same idea, a similar idea against Magic in that first game of their series, and most of us saw what happened there, losing to that restoration pretty darn hard. I like the initiative here, but the execution isn't quite there in both of these games.
Yeah,
whatever
and
he's
now
trying to execute.
Luke is now he's just got a pretty crazy big army, and the economy, given that one, Mini Yeti sent these villagers forward, so he's already hurting his economy there. But 2, he's also not really building out Qualfu, so that's hurting his economy. And 3, he also needs to be making halberdier, which costs food, which it's just tough to build these bad boys.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, it's like maybe these buildings are like distracting him, so it's like, yeah, there's a little distraction, no problemo, but he's not really building up much military behind this, right? So it's not like he's recovering. It's like, dude, let's go. Your life is on the line right now.
Yeah, and for building fire archers out, I mean, these guys are amazing against infantry units, but against he manages to survive, but against Terma, they're just going to melt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, I mean, let's look at this from, like, maybe a realistic standpoint. Is there anything here that Mini Yeti can now do to try and bring himself back into the game? I think, potentially, no, I don't even know if this is possible, but potentially he can sit under his base, hopefully snipe a whole bunch of units, and have those Yatsu get some value taking out villages in the main base of Loki.
Does he have... I don't even think he has any. Does he have any?
I don't know. I think there's some at the bottom right, or the right moving around the map. There's one. There's one on the right hand corner.
Possibly.
Somewhere.
Yeah, I guess if he didn't lose those initial 2 before he lost his forward base, he lost those 2. Okay, yeah, so he does have 2 of them trying to go for some raids. This is a decent idea, but if he didn't lose those 2 early on, he could have maybe been pressuring the economy this whole time if he didn't lose them. So now he could have 4 and on, but I don't know. It feels like too little too late, boy.
Yeah, that unit is like much more of a raider than a fighter. You don't really want to fight with it. So we saw him have a huge amount of value straight away because it was only 1 unit. That's kind of more like you're raiding, right? But as soon as there was a ton of units, it just gets killed off very quickly.
Speaking of get killed off pretty quickly, we might see Loki doing the killing pretty quickly here. Sure, the Pioneers can... Yeah, they can try and snipe on the other side, but...
You still got to be careful here if you're the Kronos. These Deuterinos are getting some big value right now as Loki has to retreat back home. There's no Valors available, right? So you can't save these. This is good value. This is what this is what Mini Yeti needs to do to pull himself back in this game.
Indeed. Look at all those goats he still has, man. He doesn't need to necessarily be outside of his base.
Look at this usage of the farm here. This is Shinong's unique bonus. He can just sit underneath that, can't target those units, and just lives the dream. Picking off an Oracle here. No real reaction to this. No heroes in the main base.
He's converting one of those Terma.
I think Mini Yeti may have. I don't want to speak too soon. There's still a huge army he's got to deal with, but he may have held, and he might be okay here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the eco numbers, 40 to 44, still about half the military population, but I mean, he ain't dead yet, so I'm not going to disagree with you.
Guess what he's clicked up through? This is Rush Shoal. I think that's how you say it. This gives Fey Beasts. A good Fey Beasts?
Ooh.
This thing still hurts. This thing kills a lot of dudes. You can definitely pick off a huge amount of units over here. So Luca's got to be really careful.
Do you go for the military or do you go for the economy? Like, do you try and pick off a whole bunch of Terma?
That's the question.
That is
how many heroes do your opponent have?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to just lose them all immediately with only having a handful of heroes. I don't know. Whoa, who comes in with a huge amount of damage there, but effectively here, I think Mini Yeti has to use it on the army.
Probably. I mean, he's almost in heroic age. Where's the rest of his army? He's getting close. Dude, he can't lose too much economy. He's already behind on military. He can't also be too far behind in army or economy. Are you kidding me?
That Baihu just goes to town on the automaton, but it's about to fall. There's the heroic age in. There's the Fey Beasts, as he's going to be getting that damage done. And we see there's no heroes here at the moment, mate. I think the Fey Beasts are going to be doing a little something here as this army in the main base of Mini Yeti gets erased. I think Mini Yeti has managed to hold, and while his economy is in a tough position, I think he can now move out and now start looking for a gold star. Those Yachts are looking for more kills in the main base. He's doing a great job of keeping himself alive in this game.
Holy smokes, dude, unbelievable. These two Yachts are getting crazy amounts of damage against his economy. I don't know how many citizen kills they've gotten, but it's several. He's still, Loki in the red is ahead in citizens, but he just tanked an army. The army numbers are equal, Boyd, but still he's got a tech advantage, potential tech advantage Mini Yeti does here. Do you think he can pull off a gold starve actually?
Well, he's going to be going for Baihu. He's going to be going for those big power units. Part of me feels like China, like I said, still a new Civ. Part of me feels like China economy is not really what matters. It's all about getting those power units out. I could be wrong on this, but that's what it feels like. It's a completely different civilization to anything else that's been in Age of Mythology. Getting those power units out, where it's a Baihu, whether it's going to be these Yatsu on the raids, he's killing even more citizens with him, just continuing to get the value here. No effort into defending this. Now we see some Terma heroes, but Mini Yeti's got to be careful about getting gold starved. He gets his ballet up, that there's not many units here.
Wow. I'm really impressed that Mini Yeti is still alive, that he hasn't died. After Loki cleaned up this forward base right here that used to be there, dude, I thought he was so toast.
These dogs are getting so much value here as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he's getting chased around by the Terma heroes. I think they outpace the Terma heroes. I think they're moving at 5.5 speed versus 5.3.
5.5.
Anyways.
5.3. There you go. Good call. Here we go. Ballet. Securing the gold mine.
These two Baihu here, these are the white tigers. These two units, if they can get that special attack to like send everything flying, just get damage, just delay. I think he can. I think he might be able to hold here. I mean, at the moment, Mini Eddie needs heroic age. He needs something to break through the castle. So
No. He has deconstruction.
does have deconstruction. You're right. He's got the favor as well. What's he doing? Go and kill him.
He could, right? He could.
I think so.
He's pre-queued. Is that Rhea? He's pre-queued Rhea, but
he's not even close to the resources for that one. So it's just a little fake for us at home.
it's like, here we go. There's some cavalry in. The Bahu going to town. Tons of Terma, dude. Smoking those archers. Okay, what do you... There goes another ballet going up. Those... Oh my god, the Kwafu can drop that ballet so fast.
And here is that lightning weapons god power here to stun everything up. There's just not that many units for Mini Yeti, but these cavalry, these things are going to absolutely wreck the Terma, but there's no answer for the Murmillo now.
True. Very true. It looks like the army is basically deleted, but the ballet's back up. That's at least something for Mini Yeti here. He's hanging in there. Oh, he's got two! Oh, snap! He's got a double! A second one. Okay. That's enough to cause Loki to back off.
I'm surprised he retreats. I mean, I think he's got enough to just keep putting pressure on, but he pulls back, taking it safe. There's no need to throw a lead at the moment. He can go and grab a third town center if he wants. And start setting up. But with 2 ballet, this means 2 production facilities for the White Horse. And these things are really powerful, but he also needs an answer for Murmillo, which is Shukonu. And those get picked off really quickly by the Terma, so it's very, very difficult.
Fair enough, indeed. I think Loki didn't push in because his army was mainly Terma. He had a big army, but it was a lot of Terma. It's not the scariest thing. Ooh, not the scariest thing in the world. Oh, these little doggies are getting so many kills, man. Crazy.
Yeah, these are the things keeping him close in this game, right? But
yes,
it's just keeping him close. He's still struggling.
72 to 48 citizen or eco numbers, so big advantage for Loki in the red. But still, he ain't, Mini Yeti ain't dead yet, man. Those cavalry gonna be pretty strong. If he can get in there and, catch these Terma, keep getting some raids with the myth units, keep catching some of these Terma. I don't know, man. I think Mini Yeti's looking okay.
These are the types of kills he needs. He needs to just get rid of these Terma so that he can feel comfortable building Shukonu. Because if these are out, then they're not that useful. But now he can build them. But does he have any machine workshops? I don't think I've seen Mini Yeti build one yet.
Well, it got destroyed. He dropped one forward.
But that's right. He did. He doesn't have any. He needs to get that sorted quickly here.
Yeah. Oh, forward temple, dude. Forward temple. So the double Promethean, double behemoth is going to be hitting.
Yeah.
Sick.
And you can't fight those Murmillo at the moment. They're going to absolutely rinse the cavalry.
Indeed. I like the idea of the raid here, but most of the gold is over on that right-hand side behind the town center. So there you go. There's the machine workshop for you, boy.
Yep, that's going to be at least a little something. But now with the behemoth, I think that this gold income for Mini Yeti is not going to be lasting for too long. Great little find on those villages, but not going to be able to really do a whole lot there. And the trader onto the Kwafu.
Awesome. That's so awesome, man. He doesn't have the numbers here. He's got 59 military, but where is it, dude? It's not all raiding, is it? That's not 59.
It's all raiding. It's like all raiding. It's just, I mean, he's got one Tau tier here, which is about to fall. Where are the behemoth? Wasn't he supposed to use those to break this position?
Oh yeah, where are they? He pulls the cavalry back. That's awesome.
There they come.
There they are.
You got to be careful, I guess, against the sages. They can stop to those bad boys a little bit.
Speaking of bad boys, these bad boys need to be careful. Okay, never mind. Loki takes the victory. Is that a 2-zip for Loki? 2-zip and Mini Yeti gets knocked out, dude.
Yeah, Mini Yeti's run is unfortunately over. That was his final life fender, and Loki just manages to take it here. Really, really nice usage of Kronos, really nice usage of Leto. Mini Yeti, I think he actually found the sort of way through
Mm.
with the actual like heroic age and how that worked. But because he played so aggressive early on and got caught out in the front there, he just couldn't quite get to a good position, and he was just playing catch up the whole time.
Can we see the military tab real quick before we go into highlights, Vodka? I gotta see how many citizens died. I gotta see it, man. I'm just 19. Okay, that's 19, but that's citizens. So that's not just 19 vills, man. That's 19 citizens. That's
I think
oh,
it's 11.
that's awesome.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Mini Yeti 11 villages. Oh, villages killed. Yes, you're
Oh,
right.
duh!
Yeah,
It's
yeah. No,
villagers
you're right.
killed,
No,
not
you're right.
villagers lost.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
killed. It's killed. It's killed. Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. Still
It's still a
11,
huge
dude.
amount.
That's a
Still a huge
lot.
amount. Mm.
With just a couple of myth units, that's clutch. Clutch by Mini Yeti there. Not clutch enough though. He got knocked out.
And yeah, this defense right at the start here, absolutely huge. I actually would expect now seeing this that we probably won't. If you're ever going to go through Leto, we probably won't see Kronos players going for a Ford Temple. They're just going to say, "Well, we'll just keep our automatons at home. We don't want to lose them. We'll just play some defense."
Yeah.
But
There we go. There's Loki pushing through. Just crushing so many buildings of Mini Yeti. Thinking about the town center, I'm glad, or rather, I'm not glad, but kudos to Loki for not diving this town center and just over committing to it. Because, I mean, 99% of the time, it's diving a town center is not the way to go. And there we see some of
yeah,
those
not,
citizen kills.
yeah. This pressure here was kind of he has to kind of go for it. If he doesn't, then those fairy bases are going to get dropped down regardless. Like you're going to lose units, so he's got to get some value here. He gets a huge amount of villager kills. Like
Yeah.
I think before the army came into Minietti's base, I think Minietti was floating at like 45 to 50. All these guys getting picked off here. This was everything for Luki to just give him that advantage.
Indeed, Fabius, though. Fabius is the way. Brought him back into this game. Brought him back into the game, but didn't necessarily give him an advantage. When is it coming in? When is it coming in? We'll see it any time now. Any second now. There's the Terma. There's the Fabius. Not quite as instant delete like they used to be, but they're still pretty dadgum strong, man. Look at all those that trail of dead bodies.
They're still kind of instant delete. If you don't have the heroes, if you've got the heroes, you can kill these off like in an instant. So
Yeah.
that's the big thing you got to worry about when you're using the Fey Beast. Does your opponent have heroes? If they do, don't click that God Power near them. If they don't, then have at it, get the damage, enjoy your whole dead army, and yeah. So you got to play around that. It's a big power spike. Something to be aware of.
Indeed. That deconstruction was so clutch, but man, he had the other palette behind it. The Quaofu would build so fast, he just drops another one behind it, no problemo. This is an interesting
Yeah,
fight here, man.
yeah, I think I could be wrong. It'd be interesting if you ever wish that you could kind of like just jump in and just see what a situation would have been like if you just made like a slightly earlier call on a god power. Like, what would that have looked like if the lightning weapons was clicked right at the start before
Yeah.
all of those archers were picked off? Because any amount of stun, and then all of a sudden, like that's no units attacking for a hot second, and maybe Mini Yeti holds, maybe the game keeps continuing. You know,
Yeah. Well, there's
those little tiny bits.
honestly, there's feature request, developers feature requests, and Boyd, I know you know, in chess you can actually do that. You can export a
Yeah.
game like a recorded game. You can pop it into your browser, and you can actually continue playing a game against AI from a point in time of the game. So that would be super sick if you could do that in Retold. Pop in a recorded game
cool.
and just insert yourself and continue going from there against AI. That would be crazy sick.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to be moving into El Matador versus Ulysses. I want that feature request. Come on, guys. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in 3 minutes for El Matador versus Ulysses. I'm really looking forward to this one, and we'll see you in a very short moment.
How's it going, boy? Are you still
I'm good.
feeling? I mean, I know it's early in the morning for you, but are you hanging in there? I know I am.
It's only 3 a.m. We still got some hours left in us.
3 a.m. That's no problem. Speaking of 3 a.m., we have a potential best of three between Ulysses and Matador here. Who will actually stay in the tournament? Somebody's going home today. We already got Mini Yeti going home. Will Matador or Ulysses go home? We got 4 minutes before we start. Freyr against Kronos. Finally, we get some Freyr action for the day. I'm loving that. We've had a decent amount of Norse, so yeah, we know how much of a fan of Freyr you are.
I love this god. This god's so fun. Okay, go on.
Well, I think Freyr against Kronos. You would think that Freyr against Kronos would be a-okay for Freyr. You got Golan Bursty for any type of early aggression. Right? You can, if you get an early enough advance, that should cut off the cheesy aggression from Kronos. But there's still plenty of follow up that Kronos has in his bag of tricks after that, and that's where Freyr maybe needs to answer some questions. So it seems like Freyr is a-okay, but I said it earlier today, Boyd. Time and time again, I underestimate Kronos, and people seem to pull out wins where I don't think there are any. So, what's your take?
Well, El Matador played a game of the opposite, the flipped matchup, Kronos versus Freyr, and he lost in 8 minutes or so. So there is some
that's right.
very, very easy ways, quick ways to go wrong in this matchup. There is a build order that Freyr players use, which is to get early echo ops, and it slows their advance time down by 15-30 seconds. You don't have to go for that build. You can go for a standard Norse build and then grab your eco ops a little bit later, and then you'll be able to be in the classical age. You're going to be able to have the defense against early stuff, and you're not going to have such a rough time. So I guess a little bit of adaptability from the Freyr player, cut that sort of weakness out, and then we see exactly what happens. That's my guess on the matter. In terms of what some other crazy shenanigans that Kronos has got access to that Freyr's got to be a little bit worried about, maybe 6 oracles, 7 oracles sort of openings for Kronos into a mass amount of Prometheans with Cryoballister behind it and some catapulties. That can be scary as well for Norse players to deal with. We were talking about it before. We were watching Super Stream. That sounds to me to be very, very scary as a playing as Norse. What do you think?
Yes, of course. I think there's maybe a possibility. I personally don't really believe heavily in it, but there's maybe a possibility for the early Huskarls through Asgardian Bastion to really complicate things in terms of Kyro Ballista. The thing is with Kyros, if you keep them alive, those things can shred Norse, right? But you got to keep them alive. They even if some raiding cavalry get into, even if RC get in there, they can pick off Kyros pretty quickly. Huskarls too, and the catapulties don't counter the Huskarls. So that's where maybe there's some advantage for Freyr in that regard. But you have to get your Asgardian Bastion up. You have to start getting the numbers out, and so on and so on. So I don't know. There's some. I'm kind of liking Freyr here, but like I said, I've underestimated Kronos plenty of times before. So I don't know. I don't want to go too into the Freyr boat.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to be finding out very, very shortly which way these guys are going to take this matchup, because we're going to be going onto the map Oasis momentarily here. El Matador, Ulysses, last chance here. You lose last lifeline, I should say. You lose this game, you go home. You win this game, you're into the next week. Let's get in onto the map Oasis and see how it's going to go. And we're back in the top of the map here in the red color, playing as Kronos. His name is El Matador. On the right hand of the map, playing as Freyr. His name is Ulysses.
Okay, well, I want to see the resource options for Mr. Freyr here. The forward gold mine, that's a little bit sketchy, but there are some towers there, boy. There's some forests there to help him kind
Yep.
of set up some defensive possibilities. We already talked about Golan Bursty, so I'm not super concerned about that gold mine in the short run. Especially if he's able to get a Asgardian Bastion fort up on either this gold mine out here over on the over on the other side. I think he could be laughing, mate. He could also, dude. What about over on this bottom corner? If you look at the mini map, we can see the giraffes, the gold on screen right now. There's a TC down here as well. Um, does he maybe risk dropping an Asgardian Bastion fort down there, trying to secure that entire bottom side? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think the first thing he has to worry about is how does he deal with that forward gold mine? Because
Yeah.
you get anything sent down here, and life's going to be challenging. I think we've already seen him trying to deal with it. Can we click on an ox cart for Ulysses? I want to see if he's got on any eco ops thus far.
Uh,
On
hand
player 2.
pickaxe. There we go.
Can you go
Nope.
to the player 2 perspective?
Wait, you're asking about El Matador?
Ulysses.
Okay, yeah, there we go. No.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, so he hasn't got hand axe. He hasn't got pickaxe.
Oh, I see what you were looking for.
So this is meaning that Ulysses should be able to advance a little bit quicker. Should be able to defend any of this pressure. After that, yeah, thinking about getting something on the left-hand corner of the map, locking that off, securing that gold mine, securing that food over there as well. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
There's Prometheus coming in. There's the temple right in his face. He's not even trying to hide it. Just, you know what's coming. It is what it is. You got to try and figure it out. How about a temple? Let's look for Ulysses' temple. See what his advance time is maybe going to be looking like. Is he trying to hide his temple at all? Is he maybe just dropping it in maybe the backside of his base?
It looks like it's at the very bottom corner.
Oh, he doesn't see it. And the temple, yeah, that Norse temple down in the bottom corner. That's a good point. Very bottom
Everyone's
corner
hiding
vodka.
everything.
There it is. Is it worthwhile to just... Well, what do you think about just drop it in your base? You're gonna expect the deconstruction, but hopefully you can get a Herseer out before he finds it. Is it worth the risk? Because right now that Herseer has a long walk to get to the gold mine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is just a safe play. You're going to take some damage, but you're definitely getting a Herster out. I think that's all he's thinking.
If he has one out, he just needs at least one. At least one.
This one. He has himself Watchtowers pre-queued as well, man. Ulysses is he's playing so terrified of this Kronos thus far, but realistically, he just has to get past this early game and he should be very, very happy. Village is on the shanking action as well. As any small amounts of micro, he should be able to survive one Promethean. And he actually traps it as well, mate.
Nice. Still got to pick up the children Promethean. But that's a nice little bit of victory right there. Dude, Oracle down, Promethean down, Herseer on the other Promethean, Asgardian Bastion in the base. Is he laughing yet, mate?
Is he laughing? I mean, this is a pretty... is this not a pretty, like, overly cautious Asgardian Bastion? I mean, maybe he's just scared. He doesn't want to lose. Just doesn't want to lose the game right now. He's just like, I don't care. We'll just get the hill fort up, get the defenses, defend my gold mine, call it a day.
Yeah.
I mean, you're also right. Like, these Caraballs, so they don't deal with Huskar. Huskar have got all the Pierce armor in the world, so they get bonus damage versus Caraballister as well, mind you.
Ooh. Yes, sorry, very true. He's got to get it up, though, man. He's got to get it up. It takes, yes, the Asgardian Bastion builds itself, but it takes a long time. It takes quite a while to get that sucker up, unless you got a bunch of infantry, working on it. So, double hero Kairo's pretty sick. You can still use a deconstruction if you on one of these towers potentially. Things are still getting a little bit dicey for Yuli, but he's looking.
Look at that damage coming through as well. It's so good.
Yes.
Zerk gets a one banged by those Caraballister hero. Just two of them, one shot, and he's like, bleh.
Oh yeah, Golan Bursty Coming in hot, folks. Coming in hot. Can actually, how well do 2 Kairos do against Golden Bursty?
I,
I guess we won't find out.
I imagine they. Well, I imagine they die if the Golden Bursty gets onto them. But that
Oh
was
yeah, a
not.
little bit of micro.
That was not a great Golden Bursty usage, but it does buy him a little bit of time here.
Sometimes that's all you're asking for, man. Especially when you're getting rushed. That's all you need is just a little bit of time. He needs that hill fort up. Get some Huskarls out. Get a couple of additional Herseer out. He just needs time.
And Hell Matador is just trying to like sneak through here, gets another Hero Caraballister out, but now the Asgardian Bastion is up.
Yeah.
Which means we should be seeing some Huskarl, right?
Okay, eventually. They are heavy on the wood. So he's gotta make sure his wood eco is on point. Honestly, that Golden Burst might have been better used to try and pick off that counter barracks. Maybe even the temple.
Yeah, picking off buildings is it's got a decent amount of damage, like crush damage and everything else. You probably do kill it off.
Yeah. Well, tower's going down. He's still off of the gold, man. He's still off of the gold. He survived. Lily he's survived, but he's still. This is still sketchy, boy.
Yeah, one thing that he does have going for him, it's not great because there's an Oracle over here, but he has cut the map off. So for El Matador to get damage done now, he's got to move all the way around this forest, and then Ulysses can just pull back off the gold mine, no problems, and back into his main base and go to the top and go back. So, or if El Matador wants to play a little bit greedy and send just a couple of units, he can take a fight up here.
True. True. It is, in all fairness, it is only a house that's cutting him off. Like the house and the, yes, there's the hill fort and the tower and stuff, but if he really wanted to, maybe once he gets more, yeah, those Kairos are brutal, dude. Once he gets more numbers, he can maybe bust through.
But buying some time now, you see some raiding cavalry coming out, and now it's scary to be a Caraballister. Getting out like 5, 6, 7, 8 Caraballists, you can't have them walking anywhere without those catapulties staying very, very close by.
And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you can see a couple of those hero Kairos are already pretty low HP, so he's got to hang on to those things for dear life. Look how fast those things go down. Ooh.
Yeah, but equally the raiding cavalry do go down. Oh, nice valor there to keep that down. Equally, the raiding cavalry go down incredibly quickly as well. If the catapulties are on top of them.
Yeah. Indeed.
But like we already said, I have this feeling that if you just make, obviously you've only got 1 Asgardian Bastion at the moment, but you've almost got the resources for 2 with the unique technology. You only need 50, I believe it's 50 favor for a second Asgardian Bastion, and if you could just make a whole bunch of Huskarl, you can just break through catapulties like they're nothing, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Huskarls are a great answer to Lanian before. Before Fanatics and other just heroic and mythic age units come out. It's a possibility. It's going to take some investment, but yeah, it's a possibility. The forward tower.
I love this. I love it. It's so good. We don't see it enough. What the thing that this does, which is really, really great, is now he doesn't need to leave units over here to like deny this gold mine. So he can kind of say, if I put 2 towers down on that spot, I can swing around and I can just say, no worries, I can leave here, it's all good.
Nope. And there comes the second one, coming in hot. I like it, man, I like it. Let's see if those Huskarl numbers are actually going to climb, though. He's had the Asgardian Bastion down for quite some time, but they're pretty wood heavy, man. Huskarls are pretty wood heavy. So it's not
definitely as these raiding cavalry. They're going to try and like delay as much as they can, but I think El Matador, he's starting to get some good damage. I like this here for Yule. He knows how weak these towers are. 2 villager attacks, and the units on this side can now start getting picked off. Great little move here from Ulysses. Might lose a couple of villagers for it though.
If you got gold income, that's really all you're looking for, so sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and do it. Those vills are low HP, though. He's doing a good job hanging in there, though. He's doing a really good job hanging in there. 10.5 minutes into the game. How about Matador? What's at this point in time, Boyd? Like we got the economies are obviously weaker for Blue for Ulysses. His nice citizen pick. His eco's been running around half the time. His gold. But the actual military numbers are looking pretty decent for both players. So, as you know, what's the next step for El Matador? He hasn't quite pulled off the gold starve. It's not working. He's dropping forward buildings. He's floating a decent amount of resources. Is he looking at the heroic age? I mean, we don't see any town centers coming up. It seems like maybe heroic is on the mind.
My I my my sort of guess of like maybe the correct play would be to continue to get out oracles. Only having 3 out at this moment, kind of really slowing down that Promethean number, and he needs Prometheans to deal with Huskar. I think that's the big thing, and giving her a nice front line. These raiding cavalry look like they're going to be overpowering here, as El Matador looks a little bit caught out.
Very caught out, man. Speaking of a front line, he had a front line of Cairo Ballista. That's not what you want on the front line. You want that on the back line. Ay, ay, ay. That was not a good fight for him to take. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but he lost a bunch of Kairos and Prometheans there unnecessarily, man. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah. And Ulysses keep continuing to move back and forth from this home gold mine to the other one. He's sending a unit around there at the moment. The longer this game goes on, the more chance that this is not going to end at a gold starve. So you have to start thinking, if you're El Matador, okay, let's start thinking about what's next in this game. Let's get a town center. Let's secure our own position from raids. Oftentimes when we play for an all-in strat, the game might not end, but you have to be okay with stopping the all-in and starting to like say, I took the damage, I did the damage. Let me continue this game kind of regularly and continue to play.
I agree. That's kind of an interesting aspect, 'cause what you were talking about with Mini Yeti earlier on. He kind of picks a strategy and he sticks with it. He commits to it, which I think is really important, committing to your strategy. But at the same time, you also need to make decisions on the fly. If something's not working out, you got to find out another answer.
Yeah, and now Ulysses is going to start breaking out. These raiding cavalry, they've got free reign over El Matador's economy. He has not set up any sort of defenses for them. He's got watchtowers, but one watchtower is not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah. He sent the rest of them forward.
Watchtower. He has one. And he's a couple of catapults here. How many are there? Just is it three versus all these raiding cavalry? I don't think that's enough.
They are six.
Actually, look at the fight there. That's a great little position. Good control there from Matador. Sorry, from Ulysses, but Matador, I think he actually holds there beautifully with very, very little effort. Wow.
Yeah. Catapulties have so much bonus damage against those RC, man. It's so brutal. Well, there we go. It's 40 favor, by the way. Second one coming in hot.
Yeah,
coming in cold? It's coming in cold.
It's everything with Norse is cold, right? Except for the Inferno. That one's probably pretty hot.
Flaming weapons, that's pretty hot stuff.
True.
Anyway. Speaking of hot stuff, man, and cold stuff, we got 3 Draugr. Now, if you can eventually get an upgrade on those Draugr, those things become pretty darn sick. Early on, they're kind of like trolls. Early on, lower numbers, your enemy can pick them off without the most difficulty in the world. But once you can get them upgraded, more range and whatnot, you get them upgraded, you get those things sitting around one of those hill forts behind walls, you have a front line, those Draugr start to become pretty sick. So I actually really like that Ulysses is getting a couple of those bad boys out. Takes a long time to upgrade them. But still, I think that's potentially a really sick option there against those, against those catapulties. Catapulties doing so much damage against RC.
Yeah,
that's
and I guess also with Ulysses going heroic age now through Aegir, that gives them a little bit more of a boost for those Draugr. So yeah, grabbing that upgrade and actually playing into them makes a lot of sense.
Could be nice.
At the moment, like Ulysses, he's playing Fred. This god, you just kind of sit back and you just say, "All right, just keep attacking me, and eventually I'll overpower you." Right? That's the main thing. Either I'll overpower you or I'm just going to die. So he doesn't need to do anything just yet. He's going to have this Tempest God power, which is going to allow him to probably either defend a position or either maybe win a fight. So I think Ulysses is going to be very happy at the moment.
Well, like we've seen little skirmishes, a bunch of little skirmishes. We haven't seen a really big engagement. Both players have been really cautious not to overcommit and lose their whole army one way or the other. Ulysses just jumping around. But now at this point in time, armies are big enough, units are strong enough. Like things are, crap's starting to get real here. So this is where Tempest is going to really open up the door.
I love this little gate here, this little
Yes.
wall from El Matador. He's able to just completely prevent those raiding cavalry from getting any value. And also, you don't really want to click in Tempest here because the unit's just going to run through the wall and just get out of dodge, and you just leave that front position, no worries.
Okay.
Just some great control with the Caraballister. That's a lot. I tell you, my little rule for Caraballister: 4. No more than 4, just 4. Don't build more than 4 of these bad boys because they're really good. You don't need any more. And I don't want. If I get caught out, then I don't lose the game.
Boy, it's been burned. Same here.
I have been burned. Yep. Oh, this is the Inferno. Oh, not Inferno. Tempest.
Speaking of getting burned, he's getting frozen here. But look how quickly El Matador is able to react and get out of there. Sure, the Catapultes getting slowed down a lot, but he survives that pretty decently so, I would say.
Yeah, I think El Matador is fine here. Like, he's dodged the entirety of that. He's now got some behemoths now to jump into this fight, and I don't think Ulysses is going to be happy with that. Oh my god, those Toxotes getting deleted. Not to throw an axe. What am I talking about? Throw an axeman. Oof.
Oh boy. Ooh, the wall upgrade. That's nice. Yeah, are you kidding me? Boy, maybe you want to make more than 4. Look at that. Are you kidding me?
I think these things that these Caraballister got a little bit of value, I think.
Here we go. Those behemoths pushing in. Maybe can pick off this Asgardian Bastion. This is looking sketch for blue, dude. Oh, and the mountain giant or the rock giants gets tradered. There's a lot of siege potential here on this position. For Matador in the red.
I don't think Ulysses can hold here. He's gonna lose the Asgardian Bastion. He's gonna lose all his units. He's gonna lose the gold mine. He's got a second town center behind him, but he's tapped out, and we're going to game number 2 here.
Dude, things were just ramping up for Ulysses playing Freyr. Things were just ramping up. Oh boy, did that change. Wow.
I was talking about that position with that wall meant that Tempest was not usable on that position because you can just run back through it. You can't get any value there. You have to kill off the wall to get in and get damage off. And Ulysses drops it. I don't know what he was thinking was going to happen, but beautiful reaction from El Matador, retreats back, waits the Tempest out, and then on the retreat, my god, those throwing axemen just melted. That was all he needed, those units to kill off the Catapultes, and then all of a sudden, raiding cavalry not very good against what's remaining there.
Yeah, exactly. Tempest, man, Tempest is one of those god powers that it takes execution, man. It takes a little bit of planning and execution, as we see this around here by the Prometheans. Well done by Ulysses to just go for it.
This early game was just, I think it was really well played by both players, to be honest. But sometimes defending is a lot harder than attacking, and I think you can probably say that this is one of those situations. And Ulysses did a great job keeping himself alive against this early pressure. I think he got himself into a great position, but yeah, this moment here, he catches all of those infantry out, but he's not doing any damage to them while they're running away.
I mean, you can see that, like, there's a handful that die, a handful get frozen, there's some low HP, but in general, that was pretty well countered by just the instant reaction. It's kind of like Lightning Storm. Some of these god powers can be so destructive, but it takes a little bit of prep and execution. I think Tempest is one of them.
Yeah, and this run back, this is the thing which happens with all players. We box click and we run back, go into a formation you don't want the units to be in, and all of a sudden you lose out all of that army. Look at the difference. Ulysses is back to full population at the moment, but how's he going to take this fight? A gate
Look at the mill population
through that wall? Where's the gate? He could have gated the wall, got onto the Caraballister. He might have actually been able to defend here.
Oh my god. Yeah, look at all those RC just standing, chilling. Ay, ay, ay. The Drago barely did anything. Throwing Axeman against the Rock Giant. Dude, this is just poor micro from Ulysses. I'm sorry, Ulysses. This was just poor micro from Ulysses, and dude, he got smoked in that fight.
And that's exactly right. He's going to have to put that one out of his mind right now. He's going to be moving into the next game on Step. Uranos versus Loki here. Tell me what we're going to see here, Maiden, because we got to put that one behind us. It's done. We've got another Atlantean versus Norse matchup.
Yeah, El Matador going for Atlantean again. We see he's been playing so much Thor. It would have been really exciting to see him with Thor, but Ulysses says, I'm banning that guy, first thing. Honestly, boy, aside from what we are gonna see, let me tell you what I want to see. I don't necessarily miss Loki Hall of Thane's Hersier spam. I don't necessarily miss it because it was so annoying to play against, and I just lost against it constantly. But is that viable anymore? Like, this is the reason why I'm talking about it is because this is such an open map, and I just think there potentially is a lot of viability for that here. But is that a thing anymore in Retold? We've seen a couple people do it, but
I think the player who I've seen attempting it the most, and maybe obviously there's other people doing it. Mister's done it, but the player who's probably put the most effort into maybe constructing a really, really interesting way of playing Loki Herser, like pure, is Gubu. This guy, Loki main, he gets himself banned out of Loki every single game. Don't get to see it in the tournaments, but he's really, really good at it. The thing that he does that's amazing, and maybe it's not so good on this map because it's very open, is he's able to constantly be moving his villagers out of harm's way while also inflicting damage with his Herser. And I guess the big power spike from going for a lot of Herser is you can get to the Mythic Age. So it's all about sort of delaying, and then you get a Nidhogg, and then you get Fire Giants, and then you say, come deal with this. So yes, it is possible to go for this strategy, but I think it's really, really tricky. And especially when you're going up against Uranus, who's got access to those Murmillos.
You don't think that the Flaming Weapons push with Hersier is the way? Well, I mean, you went straight to Mythic. What about Flaming Weapons?
Flaming Weapons against Uranus? Do you really want to deal with the Sky Passage? You just run away, right?
Well, yeah.
I'll just leave. I'll leave my base. I don't care. Kill my talent center. I'm just gonna run with everything, wait it out, and I'm gonna come kill you with my Murmillos. Because those Herso don't beat, but they don't beat Fire the Shark Murmillos. Let me tell you that much.
That's actually a really good point. Bite of the Shark, man. Bite of the Shark. That's brutal.
Bite of the Herser. There's a lot of interesting ways to play this matchup. You don't have to go Herser. You can go for like a more standard Norse approach. The Uranus player can open Terma and go into Murmillo. The Uranus player can go straight into Murmillo. You can even try and go for Prometheans if he feels like the Loki player is not a Herser user, right? We're not going to be going. There's a lot of like options, I would say. But anyways, we're going to find out what these guys want to go for. Wouldn't be surprised to see Karabalas to Maiden, but we're getting into game number 2 right now. As we see in the top of the map, it's going to be El Matador in the red color as the Uranus, and Ulysses at the bottom of the map in the blue color, playing as Loki.
Lots of starting hunt. Love to see it as a Norse player. It's just delicious. It's beautiful. Actually, so speaking of hunt, Boyd, who has the advantage 5 minutes into the game? Who has the advantage here? 5 to 6 minutes, who has the advantage?
I don't think that anyone can really get anything significant done at 5 minutes. Like, you don't want to attack the Loki because his units are a little bit stronger. And the Loki doesn't want to attack the Uranus because there's going to be a Caladric hanging around. Mm-hmm. So it's... And all Valors, I guess. So most of the time, you're mostly just looking for little picks onto villages that are out of the way. And if there's an army there to defend, you kind of just say, all right, I'm sorry, I was just kidding, just joking. I'm leaving. Bye-bye.
Well, aside from inflicting damage, part of the value or benefit of being the aggressor and taking the initiative is that you are forcing the opponent to defend rather than attack
Yeah.
you. So you're not
Yep.
not necessarily finding damage, but you're also preventing damage upon yourself.
I guess in that sense, the player who's most likely going to be moving out first,
Yeah, yeah.
it would be the Uranus, unless the Uranus player decides to go for sky passages early. In which case, he's
hmm
just gonna sort of play like, "I'm gonna attack my sky passage, and then I can pop out with my units and kill you."
And here's the part of the tricky thing I think is the scouting ability of Loki. You can only get so much scouted with your one berserk before you have to come back, as we see right there. Yep, exactly. Before you have to come back and build your temple, right? And if you're
Mm.
looking at some of the resource options, we just saw, boom, we see gazelles up in the very top corner. Over on the left hand side, we see another group of some kind of a hunt. So thinking, yeah, kind of in the middle of these two vodka, yeah, right there, another patch of deer. So I don't think Ulysses sees kind of the sensitive spots. So I think there's a lot of potential for the Sky Passage play to get value from that economic value from that Sky Passage play. Because if and when Ulysses moves out, he's going to be doing so very blind. I don't think he's used Spy either. So
Oh
he
wow!
really and
What?
there's or
Okay,
Slay.
I'm a lit. I'm not. I guess I'm not shocked, but I'm also a little bit like we're seeing Prometheus again for El Matador, and I think the reason is
Hmm,
Valor on a Carabalista. That's real value now. That's huge value. So
yeah.
I think this is why we're seeing this. But this does mean now Ulysses doesn't have to worry about that Bite of the Shark Milo problem you were talking about before, and there
hmm
is real possibility for you to just sort of run around the map with Hall of Thane's Hersa. Those Caraballists are slow, they're fat, they have they're built. They're built, okay? They're built. It's muscle. It's muscle, okay? But
It's a
yeah, they
big
move
wagon.
very, very
Okay.
slowly. They move very, very slowly. And I think the Nidhogg's a great I'm talking very, very far in the future, right? The Nidhogg's a great way of dealing with a massive amount of Caraballista in like, I don't know, 20 minutes into the game if it goes there.
There's our awkward alluvial clay. You remember in the Matador? Was it? Let's see. Was it Matador Mista game where we're talking about like countering the counterplay and predicting the counter to the counterplay? That's how far ahead Boyd's thinking. Boyd's thinking. Boyd's thinking about Nidhogg countering Kairos. As we're 4 minutes into the game here, there's still plenty of game to play before we get there. Boyd, you hold your horses there.
I'm holding them. But I mean, okay, what's difficult about dealing with Catapulti's Caraballista? It's that, well, you can't really throw an action to kill the Catapultis because the Caraballista kill them off so fast. Can't really build raiding cavalry to kill off Caraballista because the Catapultis kill them off so fast. So what can you realistically build? And I guess the answer has to be some sort of myth unit, right? Maybe there's something, Huskal as well. Good, I guess.
Yeah, we didn't really see a lot of value from Huskarls in the previous game,
No,
now did
no,
we?
we didn't. No, we didn't.
Well, he's going for double longhouse, so he's going for berserks. Um, I don't know how many he's gonna mass up, but if you can get Hall of Thanes, get some speedy berserks. If there are some random Kairos out around the map, you can pick them off, even though with just a little group of berserks. If you're active and have a little bit of luck on your side, so I don't know. There's maybe some potential as he's pushing into the hunt here.
This is a nice little bit of damage onto the troll. There is going to be a healing spring. Oh, I like this on the back here. This is lots of
See?
berserks coming out actually for Ulysses. He's not going to be able to get much damage done as he's trading away. Those are so powerful. Those hero Caraballista, mate. You can't. They're scary. Imagine this. Imagine you're playing against a Egyptian player, and these Caraballista are 3 axemen apiece. Do you run your berserk into 6 axemen here? Answer: no. Of course you don't do that. That's what they are. These are counter infantry.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. He doesn't. Okay, so having said that, Ulysses he's getting medium infantry right now, and he does not yet have Hall of Thanes. So I think he needs to wait to take some engagements until he's got a couple of what upgrades on his side. then he can maybe pick off some Kairos running across the map, but not before then.
You remember like Legacy sort of Norse versus Zeus sort of shenanigans, right? Where you would ignore the main bulk of the army attacking you and you'd send your dudes into the center of the map. That's 100%
That's what I'm thinking.
the way to go. You just prevent any units, any reinforcements from coming in, and it's really tough to deal with that.
Troll getting smashed, man. Ay. Dude,
Ulysses is sending the boys in. He's so scared. He needs to take a fight right now. These villagers got bonus damage against the Carabalster. It's another one of the weaknesses that they have. Shockwave, though, there from El Matador as he disengages beautifully.
Oh, but the Hersier, did he get kills? Oh, dude. Those things are so low. Go heal those suckers up, man. That's what, 5 Hersier. He's gonna need those.
Yeah. It's a lot, and now the main base gold mine is under attack. He's misclicked him a little bit, charging. No, they are very good at killing villagers as well, it seems.
Oh, dude. Shoot, scoot, smash, shred. Look at those Ursa going down. They're already so low HP. The Prometheans can just punch them down. Oh, but the RC boy and the Vills.
The Raiding Cavalry are in on the back, but there are the Catapultis out. El Matador still controlling those Caraballister beautifully here. One shank away from killing the one on the bottom. But even if you survive here, mate, and you've got 20 villages, 18 villages left.
Go, little dwarfy! Go, little dwarfy! Oh, no.
And that's the series. It's over. It's done.
Okay. What a way to finish the day. Okay. Ouch, man. That had to hurt. Yeah, Hero Kairos, man, can you imagine pulling that off in Legacy AOM? Going straight Cairo Ballista and Prometheans from the get-go and just going across the map.
I reckon Soup would have done it. That was just real. Like, in a way, El Matador, I don't know exactly how much of this was sort of just practiced, how much of it was reaction to the moment, but Ulysses played directly into that strategy. You see this already. There's 2 Hero Caraballister out, and he goes in with immediately 5 Berserks trying to take these back. You're not killing off 2 Hero Caraballister with 5 Berserks. You're not killing. No way are you killing those off. And Ulysses just can't make it work, can he?
Legacy bias, dude. I think that's partially what it comes down to. Legacy bias. He underestimated the Kairos. Sick shockwave right there. And look at that. Boom! The Hersier. Again. Boom! Hersier barely sneak out alive, and they only healed up a teensy tiny amount before they're back in action.
Well, I mean what a crazy day though for Age of Mythology. We saw a bunch of insane games. It was really, really entertaining. We saw some very close upsets, I think, as well. And I mean, what else can be said that hasn't already been said? This dwarf sending in the boys at the very end as well. This is your tournament life on the line. You've got to do something.
Yeah,
just not enough, was it?
Pretty good micro there by Matador to wrap things up and finish them off. But man, threw in the kitchen sink and everything at those Kairos. They're too strong these days, folks. Nerf Cairo Ballista.
Nerf Cairo. As soon as
they get a little love,
has any success in a game of Age of Mythology, it's nerf it straight away.
No. Well, that wraps things up for the day, doesn't it, boy?
It does. I think we're gonna be finishing up for now. Huge shout out to EGC TV and all the other good stuff. We've got another weekend of Age of Mythology coming for you next weekend, where we're going to be watching the likes of Magic, the likes of Emo, Mister, Koth. The list goes on. El Matador, Loki, Nullus, Mosca. So many Rappel. So many insanely skilled Age of Mythology players left. It's going to be some incredible fireworks to happen. What else you think, Maiden?
I think we're just getting started, man. I think we're just getting started. Sure, some players went packing today, but as you can see, here's the upper bracket. Mr. Tunison, Koth match. Dude, I'll say it once, I'll say it
Recon
again.
grass. Yeah.
Well, dude, every single one of these matchups across the board, upper bracket, lower bracket, they're all sick. So the game, things are just gonna, get more and more exciting as things move on, man. There's not much more to say than that. This is quite the all-star roster.
Yeah, I mean, these are the players you want to watch. These are the players who I know are the best, and I'm very excited to watch them. I think, are we going to be finishing up right now? That's the vibes.
Yes, that is the
Well,
vibes.
thanks everyone for hanging out with us. I've been Boyd. This is Maiden, and I guess we're going to be heading off for now. See you on Saturday. Make sure you put it into your diary. Don't miss it. The games are going to be awesome.
Yeah, put it in your diary, everybody. Write about it in your diary.
People use diaries, right? All right. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.